Good evening, good evening. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Happy Friday, and arguably more importantly, happy St. Valentine's Day. Happy St. Valentine's Day. Today, we celebrate the life, death, martyrdom, and faith of St. Valentine, who I think was Turkish. As a Catholic, I should know this kind of stuff better. But, you know, I don't know, man. It's Almantas the Great and Terrible. I don't think anybody would describe me. I hope that people are not describing me as the terrible. I hope that people are describing me as Almantas the kind. Almantas the simple. Almantas the easygoing. Almantas the lowlands. The lowlands. When did I conquer the lowlands? I hope the lowlands are okay. I hope the lowlands are fine. I hope the lowlands are good. I hope that they haven't been pillaged and destroyed. That's one of those wars that I don't. I only know like bits and pieces about, but I know is completely insane. Is the 80 Years' War? The 80 Years' War is the kind of absolutely bonkers shenanigans where you'll have battles with 5,000 soldiers on each side that still produce like 60, 70,000 casualties. It's absolutely wild. It's a completely insane war. It is. I think of it as kind of a bit of a war that indicates that the 30 Years' War was not a one-off event. That it was not just a one-time thing, that Europe had this one specific explosion of bloodshed caused by religious differences. Perhaps the oldest man in VTubing. I will be honest, I suspect that there are some older people in VTubing. I don't know if I may not, though that might be me worrying too much about literality, right? That may be me being too literal about the question. There are probably people who are older than me in terms of vibe. Because my vibe is merely like mid to early 20th century. I am merely mid to early 20th century. There are surely there's a person who there's surely an ancient mummy VTuber. Surely there's an ancient mummy VTuber. Yeah, it was like the nth breakout of bloody religious violence. And the 80 Years' War is like again, it's completely baffling. It's a completely baffling war. It's outrageously violent. In like incredibly stupid ways. Yeah, Albicenian Crusade. I mean, I think that one of the interesting lessons to me about the European wars of religion is that they demonstrate something that a lot of Americans... It demonstrates a lot of Americans are very wrong about something. Americans tend to believe that the Catholic Church's... Not really this, I shouldn't like attribute it exclusively to the Catholic Church, but that the medieval rules of warfare, and limitations placed on warfare, from a cultural perspective, those limitations had no effect. That is a common belief that Americans have, that that things like the peace of God and the rules of chivalry had no influence on the scale or effect of violence being committed by armies in the era, and that's just not true. I just can't. I don't find that compelling at all. Having looked at the details of the evidence, I don't think it works at all. I just flat out do not think it works at all. I think the evidence, both based on what happened during the European Wars of Religion and also comparing what happens in Europe versus the Crusades, tells a story where European Catholics took pretty seriously that they need to be discriminating and limited in their application of violence. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, because no small part of this, of course, is that America is a country that is very Protestant, and until the middle of the 20th century was very aggressively anti-Catholic. This is something that has changed very, very strongly. Very, very strongly. You know, the Catholics are disproportionately politically powerful in the United States at this moment. You know, we are ahead, right? We are my people are overrepresented in the halls of power. Even considering for white people. But it's very recent. It's a very, very recent thing. It's a very recent phenomena. It's like a last 30 years phenomena. Oh, Humter! Why are you highlighted? What is Humter highlighted for? Let me... Oh, it's just because you've tagged me. Interesting. I was like, what is that highlight? It looked like you, like, resubbed or something like that. I didn't even get in any of the hellos. Hello, Seribots. Hello, Almantas VT. Hello, Melkor the Great. Hello, Aryu Catharsis. Hello, Blasphazar. Hello, Wande. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Humter. And, of course, hello to all of the lurkers, the soon-to-be lurkers, and the VOD watchers. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being here for my silly little stream. This is probably going to be a more lightweight stream than yesterday. Yesterday was a very draining stream, I'm not going to lie. That was a very draining stream. I recommend watching the VOD. If you like me for the intellectual content side of what I do, as opposed to just the merely cozy side of what I do, yesterday is a S tier of my streams. What happened yesterday was that EG, Squeegee 3D, I'm gonna give them the shout out. Squeegee 3D had been for some time undergoing a crisis of faith. They have been undergoing a crisis of faith provoked by reading too much philosophy. And by a crisis of faith, I really do mean a crisis of, like, faith that reality exists and that they are capable of interacting with it as a human being. Which is a hell of a thing to have a crisis about, right? That's a hell of a thing to have a crisis about. And so they have been having a crisis over that, and they said, Almantas seems like the kind of person who understands philosophy. I wonder if his knowledge and education can make these feelings more controllable and comprehensible to me. So, EG came on, and we did a rundown of the highlights of Enlightenment epistemology. We did basically the first, 3 or 4 weeks of a philosophy. I would say actually not the first 3 or 4 weeks. We did roughly weeks 3, 4, and 5 of a philosophy 101 course. Was basically the gist of it. Like, I guess it depends on the layout of your particular philosophy course. So for the philosophy 101 I took, that was basically like weeks like. We didn't spend a lot of time on classical philosophy because my philosophy professor for 101 was a linguistic philosophy specialist. So he was much more interested in, like, William James, for example, was like James, like that, the pragmatists were like a huge concern of his, and he was very concerned about, like, he really wanted us to get to James, he really wanted us to get to Russell. So that was a lot of how I learned philosophy. Like, he was like, you kind of need to know who Plato and Aristotle are, but, like, it's whatever. And so, like, we got to Descartes really fast. in that class, because so we went through Descartes and Hume and Kant. We talked a little bit about Kripke and Wittgenstein because like they're just kind of fun. Didn't talk very much about James because it turns out that I don't actually understand James, and people have so I might need somebody who understands pragmatism to come on and explain it to me at some point, because I passed the class where I had to study pragmatism, but it turns out that I badly misunderstood it. So I actually don't know what the heck the deal is with philosophical pragmatism as an intellectual stance. But yeah, we talked about empiricism versus rationalism. It was very fun. It was very fun, and me and EG have very similar backgrounds and perspectives on things. It's honestly kind of funny. I think because EG is a visual arts person and I'm like a books and history person, people often, I think it would be easy to think that me and EG kind of landed at different spots, but me and EG we both have chemistry degrees that we have never used. We both have these very similar backgrounds in trusting our sense data over our sense of rationality. We have a lot of very similar building blocks, and so me and EG always have really good conversations because we're coming from like these interestingly similar standpoints of being like very educated intellectual people who are, if you know other intellectuals, we are not seen as like serious intellectuals. We are seen as like mechanics. like we are looked at by other academics and other intellectuals as like blue collar shit slingers. But we are still, that's just kind of like where we landed, because we have these similar emotional biases and these similar obsessions with pragmatism and with use cases and with our own sense data and with experiencing the world. So it's very fun. It's a very fun conversation. I always love having a conversation with them. I get along. I love EG. I love EG, and that was a really fun one. So, if you think that the important part about an Almantas stream is watching me discuss academic and intellectual topics, yesterday is like an S tier one. Yesterday is like as good as it gets on that front. But yes. Yes, today is Valentine's Day. Oh yeah, I guess to finish that thought I had about it is, America has a long history of being very Catholic phobic, which is an interesting thing. It is America's relationship with the European wars of religions is actually really interesting, because we have not had a war of religion on American soil, right? Like, that hasn't happened. That has not happened. We have had one true civil war in American history, and we've had a couple of small-scale rebellions and one truly significant rebellion. The Whiskey Rebellion, I think, was significant. This is true. This is true. For the option space of the past, we have not had a war of religion. It is worth pointing that there is a religious valence to the American Civil War. There is a religious valence to it in that, but it's really awkward. It's really awkward and weird. And if I get Mix on here, oh my god, Mix has opinions. I might want to pull Mix on here specifically to talk about the Quaker split. Because what happens is that it isn't, the American Civil War was not split along a Catholic versus Protestant divide, in no small part because there weren't that many Catholics. There weren't that many Catholics. Well, the Quakers split for the same reason that the Baptists split. It was not just the Quakers. The Quakers had a big one, and Mix himself is a Quaker and comes from a very Quaker family, so he has very strong opinions about the Quaker split, and the Quaker split is particularly contentious. It is not the most impactful. The Baptist split is more impactful. But there's also a Baptist split. I don't think there's a Congo split. There's a Methodist split. The Methodist split has, I think, largely healed, but the Baptist one has extremely not. The Baptist one is still extremely politically important. But almost every major American Protestant denomination had a schism between 1776 and 1860. Almost every single Protestant denomination had a schism in that period, and the Quaker one is the most illustrative. And they all split for the same reason, which was slavery. The Southern Quaker Church was, completely changed their theology and their approach to religion in order to not take a strong anti-slavery stance. Hello, Matthew. Welcome in. You came in for this is the Quakers, the Religious Society of Friends, that we're talking about. We're talking about the Religious Society of Friends, aka the Quakers. But also this happened with the Baptists. And the Southern Baptist Congress is, right now, the most influential church in the United States. Oh, I tend to call it class, but I don't think that that's really very catchy. We might want to do some workshopping on the name one of these days. I am planning to hold a bit of a... I'm trying to format it. I want to do a subathon sort of thing for the Dark Souls marathon at the end of the month. And then I'm going to have a it's going to be a small one. It's going to be a lesser one. I'm going to do a greater one in June. I'm going to do a bigger one for June to celebrate 2 years of streaming. Because my streamer anniversary is like late May. Me and Ronan started at the same time. I always find this really fun. I believe my very first stream ever is May 20th, and Ronan's very first stream ever is May 28th, both 2023. And then my real big one is, of course, in October. My really big one is going to be in October. I already have assets in the mix for the June one. Yeah, it's we also have very similar affiliate anniversaries. I started a week before her, but her affiliate anniversary is I believe September 27th. And my affiliate anniversary is October 20th. Hold on a second. Health insurance is calling. Be right back. Sorry, there's been some sort of, somebody has sold my data in a very frustrating way, and people have gotten more intelligent about spoofing phone line numbers. So they spoofed it to have the same name as my health insurance company. Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. You always got to pay attention to your health insurance company, but it was actually the wrong number. Very annoying. Yeah. They've gotten the FTC has functionally collapsed as an agency, and so now phones are nearly useless. This is also why Hulu is now showing ads if you pay for specifically the ad-free plan. So according to oh, thank you. I should check that. Are you? I should check that. Are you? I will not check that while I am live, but that is a good reminder, especially because I do want to make some financial changes to where I'm storing my money. So I may as well get a mosey on that. Emperor's Armpits, according to the mod data, you've been following me since 2023 December. Blastazar has been following me since 2024, April 11th, which makes sense. That's when, like, that's like my biggest growth in followers is from around that period. Hoomter's been following me since July. I know how, I don't know how everybody here found me, but there's a couple of, I know how a couple of you found me. I know how quite a few of you found me. You followed me before you watched the stream? Yeah. Because I know that Wande found me via Ronin. You found me via Saf. Oh, Cielo Sluggrade. Oh, I thought you might have found me through somebody else. Yeah. Yeah, so Emperor's Armpits is one of the old heads. I mean, I don't know. I feel I'll stop the self-aggrandizing talk in a moment. It's JJ. Hello, JJ. Hello, JJ. The way I kind of view it is that if you followed me before Ronin found me, you've been following me for a very, very long time. So if you've been following me before, and she found me in like January of 2024, if you've been following me since before January of 2024, you've been following me for a very, very long time. Well, I mean, whether or not I deserve it, Emperor's Armpits doesn't mean that I like doing it. Like, that's the bigger issue, is that I tend to not view it as the most interesting thing to do. Oh, okay. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. That is annoying. Huh. Is Streamerbot not running? Streamerbot is not running. Thank you. That's a good reminder. Why is Streamerbot not running? I really need to create a script that runs everything. Well, the thing is, like, I want to just play Dark Souls until I beat it. And so the question is, I want to make that one kind of simple, right? I don't want to do it super complicated. I don't want to have a bunch of really complicated things going on for that one. Test. And let's see, where is... I gotta start something else here. Timer initiations. Start. Forever content Dark Souls. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't have any forever games because I got way too bad of ADHD. I just simply have too bad of ADHD. There we go. I simply have too bad of ADHD to have a forever game. If I did have a forever game, would almost certainly be, it would have to be Warframe, right? Like it would be Warframe, which I don't play on stream very often. I have so many hours of Warframe. JJ's played Warframe with... JJ is one of the few people I know who actually is better than me at Warframe. Obviously, I think there's obviously like some Warframe streamers who are ahead of me on content in Warframe, but JJ is like one of the few people I've like organically met who is like ahead of me on things. Hello Ratmost. Hello Ratmost. Yeah, I did not do anything to recolor myself. I did not do anything to make myself more. I guess. I mean, so like, I am not a game specialist. I am a variety streamer. I am not a game specialist at all. To the extent that I have any specialty, it is the calligraphy. I am probably more of a handcam specialist than I am anything else. And I don't know. This is all like content chat, blah blah blah. But like to talk like somebody who has like a forever game would be like Sneezu, right? Like Sneesan is a Warframe specialist. Like, she plays Warframe like 20, 30, 40 hours a week on stream, and that's her game, and that's what she does all the time. And even like Mabel plays Timberborn a lot, but it's not her only game, it isn't her forever game, etc., etc. Flurry Worry is like the canonical, right? Flurry Worry is like a canonical hardcore game specialist. It's a hardcore game specialist. Flurry Worry is a hardcore one, and Flurry Worry was honestly quite a bit of why I stopped playing EU4, was realizing that if I wanted EU4 to be central to my content, I would need to get like flurry worry levels of good at EU4, and I just don't want to. I just don't want to. I just don't want to do that. Like, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it for me. I just don't have the attention span. I just don't care about the game enough. I just don't currently have a forever game, and I don't really want to have one. Because I know a lot of people who are game specialists, and like I don't know. I would get really stressful about like, what if people just get sick of watching Warframe? What if people just get sick of this or that? And to be honest, like I've said before, Warframe is the game I have played the most. It would probably be the one I would use as a forever game if I had one. Warframe is like, I don't think it really suits my streaming style that well. Like, I've streamed it before, but like, it's just too manic. It's just too manic of a game for how I stream. I am much like, if I was more loud and chaotic, and if I had a different type of audience, it would feel more appealing to me. Ratmost, I have over 3,000 hours of Warframe. I am mastery rank 30 in Warframe. I have played so much Warframe. I have done insane things in Warframe. In a solo clan, I got HEMA. I did the HEMA grind pure solo. I have played so much Warframe. Emperor's Armpits, the HEMA grind is considered an onerous, excessive grind for a clan for a full clan. For me to do it solo is ludicrous. Yeah, no, Carmelo gets it. Carmelo gets it. This is like maxing out like multiple weapons in Disgaea type of grind. It's a completely stupid thing to do. I've played so much Warframe. I have played so much freaking Warframe. It's one of my favorite games. It was the main reason why I've played so much of it is that it was my after work game for like a decade. Yeah, now Emperor's Armpits gets it. Yeah, Carmelo gets it because Carmelo knows what that grind is like. HEMA still has been out for like almost a decade, and people still complain that it is an excessive grind for an entire clan to do. It is like a controversy in the community that the studio doesn't want to change the grind for it, and even players who have already done the grind are like, no, this is stupid, new players should not have to go through this. Nobody should have to do the HEMA grind, and I did it by myself. Like, I've done so much in that game. I have very, very, very bad ADHD. I have very, very bad ADHD, and I like co-op action games a lot. I like Left 4 Dead. I like Deep Rock Galactic. I love Payday 2 a lot. I really like Payday 2. Like, me and the server revisited Payday 2, and I was just like, oh, this game just rules. Like, this game is just, like Payday 2 is just, like, really, really good. Payday 2, it has the juice, as I like to say. And Warframe's a really good game for my ADHD and my level of attention span. But it's not a comfy, cozy, quiet game. No, not as in that. HEMA is a weapon in Warframe, that is, it takes its name from like hemoglobin, like blood is where it takes its name from, because it's a vampiric gun. I actually hate that series. I actually hate that series. I do not like Vermintide, and I do not like Darktide. I think they're really bad. I think that they are like the worst co-op action games. I do like Helldivers a lot. 1 and 2. I do like Helldivers a lot. I cannot currently run Helldivers 2. It gives me a lot of problems with my current computer setup. I am looking forward to my Linux computer being back up again because it does run perfectly. It runs better on Linux than it does on Windows. I will be playing Monster Hunter Wilds tomorrow. Just as a test, to be honest, I haven't bought the game yet, and so it's still it's still the free beta. I want to test what it's like to stream Monster Hunter Wilds, because, like, for solo play, it's kind of not enough. Like, it's kind of not enough. My ADHD needs a little bit more. My horrible little gremlin ADHD brain needs a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, the book I finished this morning was Divided Armies. Divided Armies rules, by the way. I'm going to put a review of Divided Armies up on Goodreads in a couple of days. Probably not tonight, but probably over the weekend. I will put up a review of a review of Divided Armies. I might even do like a whole video or something on Divided Armies, because Divided Armies is that good. Divided Armies is probably, of all of the military theory books I've ever read, it is the one that was the most, like, staggering and enlightening and compelling. Like if you just like reading interesting theories, it is like the most interesting theory book that I've ever encountered, in terms of, particularly on military theory. Like, it's super cool. Divided Armies is incredibly cool. Really, really dry. I will warn you, really, really dry, which is part of the reason why I might do a presentation on it, is because it is a very dry book. And when I say a book is dry, I am not kidding. I am not kidding, but it is super cool. It is super cool. The findings in that book are really interesting. Like, really, really interesting and revelatory, and also scary. Also scary. Like, a genuinely scary book from my perspective. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a forever game. I don't know that I will ever have a forever game. I also find that I talk about this all the time, so apologies for repeating myself. I also find that what I enjoy playing and what I enjoy streaming aren't always the same things. The big thing is, and this is why I'm really curious about streaming Monster Hunter Wilds, is that it's pretty easy for a game to be stimulating enough for my... What's the word I'm looking for here? It is for it to be stimulating enough for my... I should say, oh, hold on, let me back up here. I have very bad ADHD. I need a lot of things happening to keep my brain, like, from getting bored. And sometimes a game is below that threshold when I play it by myself, but the added challenge of added stimulation, I guess I should say, of keeping up with chat is enough to make me feel really good about it, right? Like, it's a game that would be boring on its own, but if I'm talking with chat while I'm doing it, then it's really fun, is kind of my point. And that's kind of, I think Monster Hunter Wilds might fall into that, where, like, if I played it on my own, I'd kind of be like, well, what am I doing here? But I think I'm curious to see if having chat on hand will make it really fun. It might be at that level. That's kind of where I'm at on that. So here's my question. I'm probably not going to do a super long stream. Do I go right to models, or do I do my quizzes? That's my question. Do I do my quizzes, or do I go right to models? I've got to close some windows here. I may as well make it a poll. Alright, alright. Alright. Two people have already voted before I even finished making the quiz. The poll. Not the quiz, the poll. Let me... Wordle, Windows grab. I'm just gonna do a little bit of resizing here. Okay. So here we are. Here we are. Here we are. And we've got ads in 12 minutes, so let's see if I can power through these before the ad break. I'm going to try mid-rolls again today, because I had mid-rolls on yesterday. Okay, I need to remember to enable hard mode, because I'm playing hard mode, but I'm not actually... I'm not actually... I don't actually have it enabled. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. So I was correct, and it's DI blank blank Y. It's not an N, so it's not dingy. Dizzy? Let's try dizzy. Not dizzy. Okay. Okay. It's not going to be Dilfy, even though that would be really funny. Dirty. Not dirty. Diddy. Yes, there we go. Ditty. Ditty. That's a kind of tough one. That's a kind of tough one. But I got it. But I got it. Connections. The bastard. We have returned to the bastard. We are returning to the bastard. Gotcha. Hiss. Guess who? Rattle. Surprise. Baby. Pamper. I'm guessing that Guess Who and Surprise are together. These are things you say while playing peekaboo with a baby. Booyah! Booyah! That was the blue. Interesting, interesting. Guess Who really stood out to me, because Guess Who's, like, they don't usually use double word like that. Slither, rattle, hiss are all sounds that snakes make. And shed. Those are all very snake verbs. Those are all very snake-related verbs. Things a rattlesnake does. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Baby, bay, So things like baby and bay are both things that you would call a girlfriend, or boyfriend, or non-binary friend. I need a better word for that. I need a better word for that. Like, there's partner, but that's weirdly formal. I need something better. NB friend doesn't sound quite right. See, indulge, pamper, humor, all makes sense. Oh, and baby. There we go. Baby as a verb. Baby as a verb. Nagi's not a rattlesnake, to my knowledge. Humor. Mollycoddle. That's cute. That's cute. And this one I don't understand at all. Bay, straight, sea, creek. This is going to be gibberish. This is going to be absolute gibberish. Homophones of bodies of water. That is dog water. I hate this crap. This is the kind of stuff that makes me mad. This makes me mad. Homophones of bodies of water. Fuck off. Oh, it is canonically a rattle? I didn't think it was. Then she's got to add rattle sounds. Like, come on here. Okay. Okay, 14.7 billion. Mollycoddle, I mean, it's a synonym for these are all synonyms of mollycoddle. Mollycoddle is, being nice to somebody in a condescending way, or being nicer to somebody than you need to be. You mollycoddle your boss when your boss is asking you for unreasonable things. Right? you mollycoddle a child. It's mollycoddle even more so than like humor or pamper is particularly condescending. The implication if you're mollycoddling somebody is that the person you are mollycoddling is being childish and unreasonable. It's actually a pretty harsh verb. Okay. We've got a chemicals exporter. 14.7 billion is pretty significant. This is not a small lad. This is not a small lad. It's not the biggest lad. Tobacco, processed tobacco, and rolled tobacco, and raw tobacco. Okay, so that tells us something about the environment. This is not a European country. Tomatoes, tropical fruits, tea. Again, really biasing us against Europe in specific, or it could be really southern Europe. It's not going to be Spain. It's not going to be Portugal, I don't think. Calcium phosphates, sheep and goats, cheese, eggs. So this is a relatively landlocked country. Yeah, knit sweaters at 4% is crazy. 14.7 billion. 14.7 billion. That's a lot. That's big. That's like the big thing that's throwing me off here. Sweater niche. Yeah. Hello, iPop. 14.7 billion. There's obviously like much larger countries than that, but like, I'm thinking this is like a medium development country, right? This is a developed economy. Relatively tropical. It has tropical fruits. We saw tropical fruits. Your brain's going to the Balkans. Mine's going to Central America. Mine is going towards Central America. Let's do it with Guatemala first. Okay, I am about as far off as possible. You might be right on Balkans. The main surprise to me with Balkans is that Balkans countries almost always have manufacturing really high. And 14.7 billion is enormous for a Balkans country. Admittedly, it does have a lot of chemicals. And I'm bad enough with distances that 14.7 billion is like, what the hell is that to me? I'm going to take a swing here and go with Azerbaijan. Really close with Azerbaijan. This might be Turkey? I don't think it's Turkey. I don't think it's Turkey. No, Turkey would be way too big. Azerbaijan, there's only so many countries that are that close. It's going to be Azerbaijan. Syria is an option. Oh, we're getting increasingly close. Jordan. Good for Jordan. I did not realize that Jordan was putting out 14.7 billion in exports. And in and in secondary industries. Like, good for you. Good for you, Jordan. This is good. That's impressive. I am impressed with you, Jordan. I am impressed. Okay. Wait, hold on, no. Libya. like, come on. It's Libya. Libya, okay. I mean, Egypt. I don't even have to get it loaded in. Egypt. Oh, nice. This is hard mode. Algeria. Tunisia. Sudan. Central African Republic? No. Chad? Yes. I wish I had the images. Who is this? Who is this? That's a Niger, right? There we go. There we go. I used to know this one. I used to know this one. I don't know. It's not Benghazi, right? I'm gonna guess Benghazi because I assume that's a big city in Libya. If it's not Benghazi, what are cities in Libya? What are cities in Libya? What are cities in Libya? Fuck me. Hold on. There's been a bunch of battles there. To the shores of Tripoli. Yeah, the shores of Tripoli. It's gotta be over here, right? Nope, then it's gotta be here. Yeah, right. Yeah. Flag. I miss the old Libyan flag. I do miss the old Libyan flag. I have no idea. That's a rye stone, so it's not a rye. They don't have rye stones in Libya. It's not going to be Romney Manor. It's not going to be a lighthouse. It's not going to be Saint Pierre and Miquelon, because that's off the coast of Canada. Tadrat Caracas? I don't know. Okay, that's Nepal. That's the People's Republic of China. Are multiples of these England? That's Georgia. Let's see if I got that right. Monaco. Okay, yeah, Nepal, obviously. Oh, I didn't know that was Finland's. Yeah, People's Republic of China. Guernsey. I was like, what the hell's going on here? Okay, that's Guernsey. Okay. Arabic? English? French? Italian? Berber. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, just guessing off of writing systems. I actually don't know what... I don't even know what... I have no idea about Berber. Oh, that's a really cool writing system. That's really cool. I don't know anything about Berber, though, as a language. 5 to 8 million. Nice. And they're dinars. I do know that they are dinars. Libyan dinars. I'm gonna use a snooze here for a second. I'm just going to put them in order of how much I've heard of them. I don't think this is correct at all. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. It's gotta be mineral. Let's go with mineral fuels and oils. Yep, mineral fuels and oils. I'm gonna put mineral fuels and oils enormous. Gonna keep copper and precious metals and iron and steel. So let's give you a little bit more. Let's get precious metals up higher. Precious metals a little bit higher. Wow! Wow! That's a non-diversified economy. I thought 50% was too high. Wow, I was off. 94%. That is not a diversified economy. 2 of your top 5 exports are 0%. That is rough stuff, buddy. That is rough. Oof. You're huge. Okay. I wasn't that far off. You're huge, but not that huge. 4 bands or more, 2 or more words. We got North Korea. We got North Korea. We got North Korea, baby. I can imagine Balthazar. You are absolutely the right age to have spent some time working with Libya. You very much are the right age for that. So I was... What flags have purple and pink in them? Honestly, less so. Like less so. I've done some very hard... If you have a single tile on a 12 or a 2 in Catan, you have a 1 in 36 chance of getting that resource. That's better than like 5%, right? Like it would be very, unless you literally only have you've managed to place all of your settlements on exactly the same, on all the same resource in Catan, it would not be possible, I think, to have 94% from one resource. To like pull off more than that. Like the split, the difference between a 2 and a 7, the difference between a 2 and a 6 is not big enough. For that to happen otherwise. Even if it's like, even if you have like 5 on stone and 1 on sheep, and all, it's like 2 6s. It's like the 5s, the stones are all 6s, and the sheep is a 2. I think it might not even be 94 to 4. It's like. I haven't played Catan in a long time, and I now have a lot of theory crafting about Catan that I don't think is sustained at all, that I don't think makes any sense. What flags have purple and pink? You have to think about this. 'Cause I'm thinking about other colors, and they're not helping me. The Catan collab stream? That wouldn't be the least fun idea. That would not be the worst idea, to be honest. I've had worse ideas. I don't love Catan. It's like very far from my favorite board game, but it is pretty good. It is pretty good. My favorite board games, for the record, are Innovation and Spirit Island. I love Spirit Island. I don't know how... Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna get... Like, purple. Like, who the hell has purple flags? I can't... Are there any countries that have purple on their flag? Are there any? Oh wait, no, I do have one for... I do have one for this one. There we go. There we go. There was one that I knew had purple and pink and had more than 5 colors. Pride flag. Do they do have the... They're not gonna let me double down on pride flags. They're not gonna let me double down on pride flags. That would have been cute. Oh wait, hold on. We might be able to do a lot more pride flags. Yeah, no, it's a lot more. It's a lot. They have got like... I tend to only stick to country flags, but non-binary flag. That's 2 words. All asexual. There we go. 8 pride flags in North Korea. Let's go. yeah. Humter sees the strategy. Bans only 5+ colors. I actually forget what the Manchukuo flag is. Republic of China. Okay. We're going to, it's ads time, so I am going to put us over to the fan art so I can use the bathroom and stretch. I don't know. I don't tend to like mid-rolls, but they've got advantages. All right. All right. All right. So let's get back to this one. I'm wondering how many pride flags I can do. 5 plus colors, aromantic. That's not 5 colors? Ah, they're different shades. Boo! Boo, you bastards. Okay. A romantic flag. A gender. Asexual flag. A romantic. No, I did non-binary. Non-binary flag. North Korea. I should have used that flag there. I should have used four or more bands. I should have been more saving on this one. Should have been more. So, transgender flag. No, that's not pink. Oh, that's not 5 colors. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. 5 colors. 5 colors. Do they have gender fluid? They do have gender fluid. No, those are not 5 different colors. Hello, Wise. Hello, Wise. We're doing shenanigans here. We're doing shenanigans here. Asexual, a romantic. No, I gotta do it the other order. I gotta do the other order. No, hold on. It was, what was I doing for this one? Purple and pink, all bands, transgender. Let's do transgender here. Asexual here. The five colors is crazy. 5 colors is crazy. The 5 colors one is crazy. Asexual, bands only, non-binary. Yeah, no. So the pride flag fits literally every square. The pride flag will fill everything. It's the golden flag for the day. So I'm trying to be sparing about using it. Yeah, it's going to fit every single square. So I'm trying to use it last. North Korea, because I find it extremely funny to have North Korea. I might have to use Manchukuo. I'm trying to avoid using Manchukuo. But let's do pansexual here. And yeah, they're not allowing the progress flag. They're not allowing the progress flag, so this one I was going to do the aromantic. Yeah, the 5 colors or more is crazy. 5 colors or more is absolutely frigging crazy. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is gender fluid might be here. No, oh, they're not counting gender fluid. Okay. 4 or more bands and 5 or more color. 5 or more color is... 5 or more color is killing me. I don't think I can do it with all pride flags. Hello, Mara Mara. That's not all bands, because there's a triangle in South Africa. There's also, like all these are all bands, so I can't do Jamaica either. Jamaica is going to fall off. Jamaica is going to get dethroned by North Korea today. I think I'm going to have to use Manchukuo. No? Coat of arms and cantons are not taken into consideration. It's not in here. It's not in here. I wanted that one. The Vietnam 5-color flag is not bands. Oh, this is... I wanted Manchukuo to count for one of these. Bands only is... Yeah, should not have coat of arms nor canton. So Manchukuo is also not allowed here. Bands only 5 colors is crazy. I can't come up with anything other than the pride flag. I got so many. 5 or more colors. I'm gonna have to like start cheating for this one because that's so many. Zimbabwe, I think. Okay, Zimbabwe. I am cheating at this point. I am cheating at this point. I am cheating at this point. Yeah, again, it's driving me crazy. There's Republic of China should be in here. I don't know why the Republic of China flag is not in here. What's the Qing 1889 flag? What is this flag? Nope, not that one. So Zimbabwe. Bands only 5 or more colors. 5 or more colors, and one of them is purple. I can only come up with... Oh, I can only think of Swaziland? But Swaziland's not bands only. Does that... I need to either have bands only or have purple. I don't think Swaziland's gonna get me there. Purple is such a killer. Oh, Mexico. Mexico. Oh, shit. Okay, okay. Wow, Blasphazar, you are a genius. You are a genius. North Korea. Now I think we know all of them. So 2 or more words. I think we're using non-binary here. Yeah, non-binary here. No, hold on. Asexual here. A gender fluid. 4 or more bands should have used it here. Should have used gender fluid over here. Transgender. Transgender. Did I use aromantic? I don't think I did. Aromantic. And then pride. Yeah, because of the cactus. Yeah. No, you're correct. You're correct. Booyah! Booyah! I might start using the pride flag more often. So Jamaica and North Korea are now tied. North Korea has caught up to Jamaica. This is such a funny solution. I like this solution a lot. This is very funny. This is a very funny one. North Korea, Zimbabwe, Mexico, and 6 pride flags. That rocks. That rocks. That rocks. And let's go over to Redactyl. I think that would be kind of cool, and I don't want to do it. 676. Okay. So here's me looking at this, right? Hello, Kari Kari. And the shrimp appeared and the snake appeared. Shout out at Kari Kari. It is the snake of many stresses. Nagi, we need to catch up. We need to catch up. I need to know what is happening to the snake. I need to know what has happened to snake. The snake, I need to know. I need to know. I need to know. How are you doing, Kari? How are you doing, Kari? How are you doing, Kari? I am doing great, by the way. I am doing really good. Yeah, we did. Hold on. Yeah, we got things a rattlesnake does. Things a rattlesnake does on today's connections. On today's connections. We are going to be painting in a few minutes, but I've got to do the redactyl. Oh, the bird is the word. The bird is the word. The word, and that word is sending a snake to America. You are delivering a bird to America. Excellent. Hold on. Hold on. Nagi verbs, yeah. And hello, Wise. Hello, Wise. I need to give the shout out to... I'll give the shout out to Nagi and Wise while when the shout out comes on cooldown. When the shout out's on cooldown. But yes. I am doing redactyl, and here's what I see, right? We've got a 676... also known as, because that's how that phrase always works, right? That's how that phrase always works. Also known as, so this 6 letters is one of these 6, right? Yeah, bird who needs a plane to migrate. A flightless bird. So tragic, so tragic. The ostriches of the world. I do not think that that Mix thinks of himself as an ostrich, but in many ways he resembles an ostrich. He has certain resemblances to an ostrich, even though I think he is much more hawk-looking as a person. But he has resemblances to an ostrich. Here to chill and poke a fellow old dude. Thank you. That's very kind. That's very kind. So this is a person. This is a person, right? This is a person, and these 6 letters are one of these 6 letters. So let's take a look at what my options are. So Prince is almost certainly one of them, right? Prince is probably one of these. Was the 7 of 10. Sultan? No. Emperor? No. Maybe Emperor? Loses functionality out of his range of his own government. Exactly. I think we might actually be looking at a Chinese emperor. I think we're actually looking at a Chinese emperor. Or maybe another country. Huangdi is 7. Okay. Huangdi is 7. Ming, no. Qing, no. Sui, no. Tang, no. Han, no. Zhou, no. Shang. No, that's 5. Shang is 5. I'm increasingly thinking it's not a Chinese emperor. As I go down, there would be a 6-letter or 7-letter Chinese dynasty if this was a Chinese emperor. There would be within these 4. There would be a dynasty name. Are both between and during. That's true. That's true. Hold on, let's turn this off. Between... This is always as also known as Great Venerable Immortal Wise God Emperor. The Immortal Emperor Wise, is that what you're going for, Wise? I didn't know you were so ambitious. I did not know you were so ambitious. I need to stop mousing over known, because that's a waste of a hint. That's such a waste of a hint. That's such a waste of a hint. It's obviously not Qinshi Huangdi, right? It's obviously not Qinshi Huangdi. Japan's 5 letters. Japanese emperors always have one name, so it's not going to help me at all. Elector. Okay, okay. It might be Prince Elector, but usually Prince Elector is... Prince Elector. Is Prince Elector a dash? Yeah, Prince Elector's always got a dash. Prince Elector's always got a dash. Maybe a TIE King? Maybe? Maybe? Yeah, Wise, you seem much more like a Vizier. You seem much more like a Vizier or a Secretary. We all know that Mix is the scheming Vizier of VTubing. We all know that I am, like, the head of the library. Yeah, Elector of Monteverde. I'm having that kind of, like, brain about this, right? I'm having that kind of brain about it. Prince Bishop? Prince Bishop? No. Because that would give us how they're also known as something... I think I'm going to have to use a hint. Bangladesh! Okay. There we go. It's Bangladesh. It's Bangladesh. We've got a Bangladeshi political leader. That's going to be a real pain in the ass for me. Also known as... Who are our famous Bangladeshis? Who the fuck are they? They have to be dead. They might be an actor. I might be in a lot of trouble. Here. I don't know that many Bangladeshis off the top of my head. It's not going to be like Amatria Sen. There's not going to be an all in the middle of the name, right? They're not a fellow Al. Was the 7 of Bangladesh. It's got to be Prince. Right? No? Presidents? No, it can't be president. It's not going to be emperor. Right, Prince is 6, you're correct. You're correct on that one. I don't know why I said that. Founder? There we go. Okay. Operation Searchlight. We've got Operation Searchlight is happening. We are in Operation Searchlight. I need to remember the events of Operation Searchlight off the top of my head. Operation Searchlight. What was going on here? So this is the founder of Bangladesh. So this is a modern person. So this is going to make my life much harder. This is going to make my life much harder. Who is this guy? It's not Jinnah. Is it Mujib? Or is it Ayu? Oh my god, I think it might be Mujib. No. This is gonna be like the 50s. This is gonna be the 70s. This is gonna be the 50s to the 70s. Like Bangladesh has no independent. You would not call it Bangladesh. I don't. And they wouldn't often. I mean, maybe Sheik, but it's usually a. I'll give Sheik a shot. But I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of hits off of it. Oh no, you're right. So this is first. That's just his name. He's just named Sheik. Or I guess it's Sheikh is actually the pronunciation. Sheikh Rahman. Rahman's a good name, but it's 5 letters. So it's not going to be in his name. It's not going to be his... I feel dumb as hell because, like, I know enough about the events of Operation Searchlight and the the Bangladeshi War of... well, yeah, Raman is Raman photospectroscopy, right? It might be. I'll give it a shot. You're correct. That's Mujibi, right? Right. It's am I spelling that right? Mujibi, Mujibir. There we go. Thank you, Nagi. Thank you for the backseating. Not my best performance. Yeah, it was Mujib. Yep, it was Mujib. It was Sheikh Mujib. Sheikh Mujib. Europe knowledge. Yeah, the European knowledge of India. The European knowledge of India. The European knowledge of India. All right. I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna take a look at something here. Okay. Okay. So we are painting again today. Let me change over the quick actions to art. We are painting Romans again. Actually, I should probably change it to models and miniatures. No, people sometimes don't believe. But Nagi is super smart. Nagi is super smart. They don't want to believe that the snake is incredibly smart because they're all haters. Of the snake. The snake is widely despised by the people. The people are jealous of the snake. I have moved over my paints to dropper bottles. I'm just gonna pull them all out. I'm just gonna pull everything out. These are not organized for shit. The snake is always mistreated. It's true. I do not mistreat the snake. I do not mistreat the snake. I'm a snake lever. The snake is my friend. I support her. I don't know if you've ever played the game Spirit Islands, Nagi, but one of the gods you can play in Spirit Island is the serpent slumbering beneath the island. It is a god whose strategy rests on slowly accumulating power until you can just crush all the invaders in one fell swoop with gigantic earthquakes. No, I'm just friends with Nagi. I'm just friends with Nagi. I am just flat out unambiguously a friend of the snake. Like it's no, I'm just a humble researcher who yeah, it's all 3 blinks. I am just a humble researcher of the occults who simply gets along with the god that I found. Simply gets along with the eldritch god that I found. That is all that is happening. My wet palette is currently dry. My wet palette is currently dry. I should probably replace it if I'm honest. Yeah, right. Like, you know, like instead of combating the ancient evil, the guy's just like, you know what, this ancient evil is actually pretty cool. You know what, this ancient evil is actually pretty cool. So, Nagi has, as ever, shown up to embarrass me while I do a painting stream. And let's start off with the 4. I think I've read that manga. It's just funny to watch. You are here to embarrass me. Is that the plan, Nagi? I mean, in fairness, that does seem to be the plan. Let me know how the camera is. It feels like it's really far away at the moment. Elizabeth Press guy. Blastazar, drop that in the books chat. Drop that in books chat so I can read it, because that actually sounds fun. And the book that I just recently finished was super duper heavy. So I would not mind reading something a little bit more lighthearted. The most recent book that I finished was Divided Armies, and it's super... That's a super heavy book. That book is super duper heavy. Like, genuinely incredibly heavyweight book. I need to wet this whistle a little bit. Soften these bristles. Yep, those are nice and soft. Those are nice and soft, and we're going to give ourselves a really shitty layer of brown. I think the camera focus is actually okay, it's just that the model is black right now. This is the model is primed black, so we're not going to be able to see anything until I get like 2 layers down. I think is all that's happening right now. Scaldy, that's a very funny misspelling. That's a very funny typo to make. Like, to me as an American that has to like really go out of my way to use those letters, that's very funny. That's very, very funny. But yeah, the most recent book I read was Divided Armies. And Divided Armies rocks. Divided Armies rocks. I really am looking forward to putting it on my reviews. Divided Armies absolutely rocks. It is really heavy. I think I've talked about it a few times on here before, but I've now finished it, so I feel like I can talk about it more conclusively. Divided Armies is a examination of the effects of ethnic discrimination on battlefield performance. So how likely is your army to fall apart under battlefield conditions based on how racist you are? And it's very stark. It's very, very stark, the effect. It's a very strong correlation between being a more racist society and having worse battlefield performance. And it shouldn't be that hard to understand why. I don't think it's actually, like, that strange. If your soldiers are facing more discrimination in civilian life, and then they join the military, and then they encounter a battle, the chance that they will just go, fuck it, I'm out, becomes really high. The chance that they'll go, fuck it, I'm out, and run away, the chance that they'll go, fuck it, I'm out, and switch sides, becomes really, really high the more discrimination people face. And importantly, the larger the percentage of your army that is made of discriminated populations. This is one of those things that if you're mostly familiar with the way the American and Israeli armies operate, which are two of the armies that get written about the most, or the Roman army for that matter, might seem odd to you, but those are actually armies that have exceptionally low degrees of military inequality. All three of those are exceptionally low inequality armies. Most armies actually have way more discrimination against their own soldiers. So, like, a sort of more average... within Scaldy. It's if the soldiers in your own army face discrimination in civilian life. That is the question. So, like, a very big example that they use is the Austro-Hungarian Empire during World War I. The Austro-Hungarian Empire during World War I, if you were an ethnic German, you had a very different experience of living in the Austro-Hungarian Empire than if you were Czech, or Ruthenian, or Serbian, or, of course, Hungarian. You know, of course, very famously Hungarian. And so this meant that, non-ethnically German units within the Austro-Hungarian Empire, as you said, they have less skin in the game. And in particular, the Czech units performed absolutely abysmally in this war. The Czech units performed horribly because Czech soldiers found it very easy to justify defecting and desertion. And they found it very difficult to justify standing and dying. And one of the things that's kind of interesting about it is that this effect of the influence of ethnic discrimination on the army actually becomes more, not less pronounced when military technology improves. The more sophisticated the technology being used, the more wars are fought with heavy artillery and planes and tanks, the worse this effect becomes. Because the more often the more you need your military to be dispersed in order to do effective operations, and the more obvious it is to the people fighting that they're getting fucked over. That the war is utterly pointless, that they are not going to benefit, and that they will have more opportunities to evade their own armies. Okay, we're gonna do some dry brushing here. And yeah, I found it super cool. I found it super duper cool. I fucked up. I fucked up enormously here. I am using the wrong color. We do not use lead belcher at this point. Thank you very much. That actually sounds like a really fun read to me. That genuinely sounds like a very fun read to me. Okay, so let's get the bronze down first. I don't think I actually need to dry brush this in. I was planning on dry brushing this in, but I don't think I actually need to. I think I can just fill this in. And then I'll dry brush the silver over it. No, I've already fucked up this brush a ton. Some German military commander, probably. Yeah. The cool metallics are in the mail. The next metallic is in the mail, unfortunately, Nagi. Which is why I am sticking to doing the conquest models, because the proper Roman legionary models I really want to have the better silver for. I really want to have the better silver when I go over to the proper Romans. Might need to wait a second here. I'm biased as the NY chapter, the Hearthlight LARP are Carthaginians. I've come to have a real affection for the Romans, but I do understand that it's like, in a Roman versus Carthage fight, it's just kind of like one imperial power versus another. I'm a spider, so what? I've heard of that one before. I don't hate the Romans. I don't love the Romans, but I find it hard to love an imperial power in general. I think that I find the Romans much more charming and sympathetic than I find their Greek counterparts. Certainly more so than I find the successor states, right? Certainly much more than I find the successor states. Like, oh my goodness. it is very hard to find the successor states sympathetic as an American. Like Jeezy Pete's. But the thing that stands out to me about the Romans, the more I study them, is how invested people were after the collapse of the Roman Empire in trying to bring it back. I do think the Phoenicians are kind of cool. I find most ancient societies kind of cool in a lot of ways, if I'm being completely honest. Which is why I'm not saying cool. I'm talking about like do I like find them charming and sympathetic? Because I find almost everybody cool. The Spartans are an exception. I do not find the Spartans cool at all. I think the Spartans are huge fucking tools. I think Spartan society is like horrifically bad. I don't think the Romans are just known for that, though, to be honest, Jumter. I think the Romans are also known for massive construction projects and for wine and for really annoying legalistic arguments. You can't forget about that about the Romans, that they love a lawyer. The Romans love a lawyer. You know, the Romans are the Romans love a lawyer. And yeah, it's something to be said for the fact that like people are still doing not just Roman revivalism, but Roman loyalism to this day. You know, I grew up Catholic, and like people are still doing that, and that's crazy. That's freaking crazy. That is freaking crazy that people are still trying to prop up a Roman institution into the 21st century. Yeah. Hold on. Matthew's grammar there was confusing me for a second. I was like, what the hell is Matthew talking about? Like, the IRL Romans, the historical Romans, unless you mean, like, people living in the city of Rome or even the Roman Catholic Church. Like, what are you talking about taking over the state of Texas? Okay. That's what you mean. Like within your LARP community, the Romans, the Roman LARPers, tried to take over the state of Texas. Okay. And now I'm about to do something that's materially unlikely to work. Right? I'm doing some unlikely material behavior right here. We're going to have a bronze hauberk, right? A bronze scale mail. Oh, you're in you do Dago here. Okay. You're talking about Dago here. Okay. I know Dago here. I know Dag. I am a big enough and old enough nerd to know Dag. Of the LARPs, I actually have a fair amount of affection for Dag. For Dag and Belagarth. I have relative respect for them. I know that LARP is like LARP has particularly become like in like certain online communities just like a synonym for like disrespectable, for like unworthy of respect and consideration. And I think this is silly. I think LARP is a perfectly fine activity. I kind of prefer the Belagarth rules because they're more athletic, and I'm a jock. I am a jock. The amount of roleplay I do as a VTuber is about the maximum roleplaying I ever do in my life. It's about the extent of my theater kidness. Whereas I do like running, I do like feats of athleticism. I do appreciate the jocker things of life. The gym nerd elements of life. Speaking of Nagi, how is the fitness? How is the jacked snake project going? How is Strong Snake proceeding? Amped Guard. Yeah, Amped Guard is the super nerd one. Amped Guard's super nerdy. Amped Guard is super duper nerdy. You lost weight over the con? Good weight or bad weight to lose? Was that weight that you wanted to lose or not? Because I have actually lost 5 pounds since MagFest ended already. I've actually already lost a couple kilos since MagFest is over. I'm feeling pretty good. My weight this morning was like my lowest it's been in like a year. Maybe more. I stabilized at a pretty high weight for a long time. The secret snake stomach. Yeah, it's because American food is very not fatty, right? It's Americans famous for their healthy low weight foods. That's what we're known for, right? Could have also been anxiety. Could have also been anxiety. The anxiety of being surrounded by Los Americans. Nagi, by the way, I've been telling people that you almost made me crash my fucking car. Like, I had to, like, exert some serious control. So I was driving, and we're listening to Rammstein, right? It was while I was driving, and we were listening to Rammstein. And you're like, oh, do you know what Rammstein songs are about? And I'm like, I mean, sometimes, right? And then you go, yeah, America, and you're talking, like, you start singing some of the lyrics to America. And I'm like, yeah, I know what America's about. And they're like, it's about how Europe is turning into America. And I had to stop myself from crashing the car, Nagi. I had to be like, what the fuck? What the fuck, Nagi? You got me really fucking good there. Yeah, America, definitely just about Europe. Definitely best. I thought that was really funny, but I had to, like, get back to concentrating on the road. Like, if I was not, like, I had to be like, okay, I gotta concentrate on the road. I can't actually respond to that. I can't actually, that was a really good bit. Like, I was like, what the fuck is this? For people who are not familiar with Rammstein or don't know the song in question, it is not about, how Europe is turning into America. It is very distinctly not about that. It is about how everywhere is turning into America. Yeah, Europe, the European brain. The European brain cannot comprehend South America. The European brain cannot understand what Indonesia is. Yeah, even the moon. Yeah, you fucking got me. You fucking got, yeah, Via Brazil! I say as if I speak any, Portuguese. Via Brazil! I think my total list of, all of my knowledge of Portuguese is actually not from Nando. It's because I knew a guy who was into capoeira. There's a guy in my college who, used capoeira to hook up with chicks. So, Vai Brasil, porra! So, Vai Brasil, all I know is the Campeão de Mundo. Oh yeah, extremely Emperor's Armpits, holy crap. I mean, it helps that this guy was, like, one of the top 5 most gorgeous people I've ever seen in my life. So, like, he was, like, playing on easy mode. He was playing on easy mode. Like, no, this guy, like, had groupies independently. Like whatever he did would be popular with the ladies. Like, he was very charming, very fun. I actually like this guy a lot. I would consider him a good friend. But, like, definitely, like, unbearably gorgeous. Yeah, pretty much any play would work other than being, like, really creepy. Like, this guy, like... The play, all that he really needed to do was, like, have an opportunity to show off his body. Right? Like, any other athletic thing would have worked. That's all he needed, was just, like, anything that, like, let him show off his body. And, like, show off how athletic and coordinated he was. This guy was really fun, though. I do remember being really stressed out once, because we were at a party and we were drinking, and he and another guy, who was also mega hot and mega athletic, the two of them got into a knife juggling contest, and they were, like, wasted. And it was just like, this sucks. Like, this is absolutely awful. We've got two completely drunk guys juggling knives. They did not get hurt, miraculously, but I do remember all of us, like, walking to the other side of the room. Like, I do remember, like, all of us being like, I don't need to be near this. This is an extremely pointless use of testosterone. But yeah, yeah, he was. I should message him again. Last I heard he was doing museum work. I should see how he's doing. Never managed to hook up with him. So it goes. Alright, let's... Alright, and let's get the sword. But yeah, if you are already a really athletic man, joining athletic clubs is a good move for picking up chicks. I feel like that's kind of obvious. I'm actually gonna reset the I'm gonna reset droid cam. Yeah, I mean, being hot really helps. Is obviously not everything. Like, I don't know. I tend not to talk about this very much, but like, I've been pretty successful. And I am not a good-looking man, right? Like, but you know, play to your strengths, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I know quite a few women who are into powerlifting. I know women who are into powerlifting. Admittedly, like, the gender ratio is not going to be, like, in your favor there, but, like, you know, if you want to be in a target-rich environment, you know, you pick up knitting, right? Pick up knitting, pick up Jane Austen. An extremely useless excess of testosterone. God, I actually love that guy. He's actually really fun. Like, I'm making fun of him because he did some very stupid stuff. Because I knew him while we were in college, right? So, like, I remember him doing very stupid stuff, like blowing up a beer bottle in his hand. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, Nagi is correct. If you want to, if you are a fanfiction writer, if you write fanfiction for Mass Effect, if you write Mass Effect fanfiction, my god, man. My god, the odds are stacked. The odds are absolutely stacked in your favor. If you can write a convincing Garrus Vicarian, like you are, that is a target-rich environment right there. That's very kind of you to say, Wise. No, like if you, yeah, if um, and yeah, Jane Austen, Humpter is actually like, I didn't like Jane Austen when I was young, but I recently read Sense and Sensibility, because Vex was reading Sense and Sensibility a few months ago on her channel, so I read Sense and Sensibility. I actually rather liked it. It's genuinely a really funny, it's genuinely a really funny book, because, like, the main characters don't do anything. The main characters just get completely owned by people off screen. Like, they just get completely mogged on by other women. Like, other women just eat their lunch, and, like, completely off screen, and they're just like, minding their own business, and then all of their plans get completely destroyed by people who have, like, actual agency and ambition. They just get wrecked constantly for, like, and they're just like, there's, like, completely passive bystanders to their own destruction. It's really funny. Like, they just get ruined. I mean, Mass Effect is a good one. There's probably better options at this point in history. Like, there's probably a point where being a Harry Potter fanfic writer was probably, like, the best way to pick up chicks imaginable. But I think we're definitely past that, right? Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, age demographic is going to matter a lot. I am not quite in the age where knowing how to repair mobility scooters is really important, but I might want to start preparing for that. And let's get a little bit more in here. Get a little bit of better layer in there. I think Matthew's like Trihella Boss, Cult of the Lamb. That's a good one. Wait, does Cult of the Lamb have a fanfiction writing community? Interesting. I have, like, very little investment in Cult of the Lamb, so that, like, didn't even occur to me. Hella Boss or Cult of the Lamb? That's pretty good. I mean, my understanding of straight women who are younger than me at this point is largely Mirabelle. Which I don't think is helpful, right? Like, I don't think that, like, yeah, get into, like, making Gooner mods for Darkest Dungeon is, like, I don't think that's very helpful. That would be how you'd pick up Mirabelle, but let's get some things in here. I think I want to make this guy, like, really pale. Then maybe I should keep trying to practice dark skin tones. Yeah, be Gabriel from Ultrakill. Oh, no, they absolutely do, GTF. They absolutely do. I was talking, Mortarian, wow, I can't, that went off the screen. Hold on, I need to adjust some screen sizes here. Mortarian, leader of the 14th, thank you for the follow. Yeah, no, Mira has showcased those a lot. or certainly talks about them a lot. Yeah, be Gabriel from Ultrakill. Oh my goodness! Me Kaigenus, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, the 40k people are filtering in? Yeah. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in, folks. I don't know if you are 40k folks. Let me give a quick snooze on the ad break, because the ad break was coming in seconds. You guys raided right before I went into an ad break. But welcome in. Hold on a second. Let me get the shout-outs done. Shout-out at my Cajunus. Welcome in. 30k, 40k, Conquest and more. Yes, we are doing Conquest minis. I'm doing Conquest minis. How was your painting? FF14 minis. Okay. Excellent. I hope that it went well. Socks on for Raiders. Yes, this is my sock. This is my sock model. But yes, welcome in Mikaigenus. Welcome in, who else raided in? Yes. Yes. 12-inch Chocobo statue commission. You are much better than me, then. You are much better than me. I am... Let me do the whole spiel. I am Almantas, former professor of sociology. Now I am a VTuber. I am an old man who loves old things. My streaming content is actually not... I don't do models super frequently. I do them sometimes. But I mostly do calligraphy and educational content. And I game a fair amount, but I try to make the gaming at least kind of educational. I try to keep it cozy. I try to keep it easy in here. I am picking up model painting. But I am still learning very much. If you want to backseat my miniature painting, you are extremely welcome to. I will happily take advice on how to paint better. I will very happily take advice on where I have screwed up, because I'm still learning. I've done this a little bit before. I have a couple of things going for me. I have pretty steady hands. I have pretty steady hands, and I'm pretty patient, and I'm pretty good at taking criticism. But I am not very experienced, and I have a really horrible sense with color. I am really horrible with colors. I know that at the very least Nagi and Matthew are already going to be backseating me. Nagi has shown up on stream several times to backseat me. And you're welcome to again if you want to jump in on a call, Nagi. I'm happy to hear from you in a call if you want to. But if you don't want to, that's also fine. Like, I know you've got other shit going on. Yes, so I will absolutely... But yes, Raiders, you'll brew a tea and come by? Okay, ad break is going to start in a few minutes. Ad break is going to start in a few minutes, so chill out. So you don't. Once I go on ad break, we'll work it out. Once I'm on ad break, we'll work it out. But yeah, I take backseating. And I am a very slow painter. You should probably recognize that I am not painting because I want to play the games. I am painting because I enjoy the practice of learning a new skill. I am very much of the philosophy that being bad at something means that I have a lot of room for improvement. I will tell you this about the color scheme that I'm currently doing. These are Old Dominion Conquest. Is what I am painting right now, right? I am painting Old Dominion Conquest, and so for clothing, I am doing reds, and I have decided, for completely insane but funny reasons, to make the, make them bronze-clad rather than iron-clad. Because the purpose of the Old Dominion is that they are older than dirt, right? The Old Dominion are supposed to be extremely old, and so by cladding them in bronze rather than iron, that gives a further impression of them being ancient. Right? It makes them feel even more out of time. More archaic, even more traditional. So I'm currently dry brushing on a little bit of silver paint to create an upward weathering effect on the bronze. I've done a bronze coat. So these have been very foolishly primed black because I didn't have a white primer. I didn't have a white primer when I primed these. I do have a white primer now. But these have been primed black, and I'm currently doing a little bit of silver to create a lighting and weathering effect to help the light a little bit. But skins have been a real trouble for me. Yeah, red cloth just feels right for Romans, right? It just feels right for Romans. And I want to get better at the red cloth, because I am going to get some, I have some historical, I have 100 historical Romans. Hello, Carole. Yeah, but I don't really want to slap chop because that's fast. I am not trying to be fast. I am deliberately trying to be slow. I am trying to really take my time with these. I am trying to really, really take my time. Ads are about to start. When they start, we'll go over to the fan art, and when I come back, it looks like Sneck will be joining me. That was not what I meant to do. Ads are starting soon. Ads are upon you. Ads are upon you. Enjoy the fan art. All right, folks. Can we do a quick check for Nagi's voice?
Check, it is I, Nagi.
We got you. You are deep in the red. You are peeking. Okay, I think we're good now.
Yo, peak Nagi moment. Let's go.
Peak Nagi moment. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. It is slightly annoying to me that if you want to go negatives, if you want to boost the volume in like setting you to 0 is actually like a little bit low, but setting you to 2 decibels is way too high, so I need to set you to 1, and now where's my freaking keyboard? And you can't do it with the same adjustment. You have to use like a completely different interface if you want to go into positive numbers. Like it's one interface for negative numbers, and it's a completely different.
How are you doing
Oh,
this?
nope, we gotta go back to 0.
What the hell? How are you doing this?
We're going back to 0. Okay. We're going back to 0. Okay, whatever. We'll be fine. Yes, Snek is here. And I've got her as very tiny. The all look is awesome. Yeah. Let me make you bigger. Oh my god, my desk needs to be cleaned up. Because I got you tiny Snek. There we go, tiny Snek. We got a slightly bigger snake. Whoop. Alright. That looks good. This is such a cute one. Alright, Nagi. Nagi. Hello, folks. For people who do not know.
Can I have a live broadcast of this so I can critique you in real time? just so it's possible. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, let me do that.
Chat.
Let me do that. Cool. My brother is calling me right after the ad break ends. He will have to deal with it. Oh, there we go. I am being very clumsy. So, oh wait, no, I know that I've got a better way to do this. Full screen.
It's and the snake, people.
Windowed projector. There we go. Windowed projector. And you get the windowed projector. Yes. Okay.
Great
now you should be able to see. Can you see it?
I can't see it.
Okay.
It's true.
Yes. And let me...
I live in the future now.
Yeah. I've had Nagi on a few times to critique me. She'll try to tell you that she is mean, but she is actually very nice to me. Just because I'm built different. Other people get the mean snake, I get the nice snake. But yes.
Yeah, I came here to teach like some basic painting techniques.
You say basic, but I actually think that we're getting like slightly above basic. I feel like we've been at like
You think like so? What did we learn? I forgot. I even forgot. What did we even learn?
We've done verdigris. We've done skin tone blending and shading. Obviously we've done dry brushing and weathering. I think these are medium techniques. I don't think these are advanced techniques, but I do think they are medium techniques. I think that we are not just doing like getting the brush on there and like keeping your color, your brush in control. Like I feel like we are above the basics.
By the way, what is wrong with your brush? Like why does it look like that?
Because we fucked it up by dry brushing a whole bunch.
I thought you were using a what? I thought that
What?
Okay.
This is the brush that we've used for dry brushing. We fucked it up. Yeah, this is the brush we've used for dry brushing a whole bunch. So we like some of them have come up.
Maybe you should get a new one. I'm just suggesting that, maybe just get a new one. Use this for dry brushing.
No, this is the dry brushing one. This is the one I don't use for regular ones. I don't use this for regular painting. No, I'm using this for dry brushing. No, this is the intentionally fucked up one that I'm using for dry brushing. The nicer brush that I use for broad painting is this one, which it looks fine. Like it's still got a point. It looks fine. It looks fine to me. No, but this one I know is fucked up. So I know it's fucked up. So I'm just putting some silvering on to simulate wear on the and highlighting on the bronze, which I can say from experience, a couple of times I have done too much dry brushing on, and then it comes across looking silver and not bronzy at all.
Yeah, it doesn't read as bronze anymore then.
Yeah.
The tea is ready. Let's go.
Tea is ready. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I also made tea. I suspect I made different tea.
What tea did you choose?
I went with Rooibos, my go-to.
I went with Earl Grey.
I do not like Earl Grey.
Why
one of my
not?
least favorites. I feel like it's like I feel like it's bullshit. I feel like it's bullshit. I want my teas to like really be like very single ingredient teas. I like oolong a lot. I like oolong. I like rooibos.
Dude, oolong is great. That's my favorite.
The only reason why I don't drink oolong more often is that it gives me a headache. It's too much caffeine.
I drink it all the time. That should do, bro. I use that as self-medication. Okay, like
that's the thing. Like I will drink caffeine when I already have like a really bad headache. If I already have a really bad headache, I'll have caffeine. But otherwise, I pretty much never have caffeine. My caffeine intake is like half of a cup per month, maybe. Probably less. I have like maybe like 3 cups worth of caffeine like per year. Hello from nowhere. Hello from nowhere. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hello.
But okay. So we've got some weathering, a little bit of weathering effect on the bronze. We've got the base bronze layer. And oh wait, I need to put a little bit more on the greaves. A little bit more on the greaves. A little bit more on the greaves. And then I think the next step I'm going to do is getting the verdigris in, right? Either the verdigris or the flesh. Or it's time for the flesh. Because I like to work.
You can do both. It's like, it's not necessarily like, I would do the messy stuff first. Before you go to the flesh, but you can do the verdigris.
Okay, so what's the other messy stuff? What's the other messy stuff?
The wash. And like, basically, if you use washes, you can't control them as nicely often as other stuff. So the chances that you're gonna mess something up that's underneath is higher, in my opinion. So I probably would do that first, and then I would do that. Also, my weird ass fucking painting OCD tells me that you have to complete one section before you move on to the next. But
I mean, I'm fine with that, with like focusing on sections. I'm kind of like focusing on like using trying to get everything that uses one layer. Like I'm thinking of this in like layers, like geologic layers almost. I think
tectonic layering.
My focus is also all fucked. So we're gonna refocus. That's so much better. Wait, hold on. No, we can do better.
What is focusing this? You told me this, right? But how are you recording this?
I am using an iPhone and using the program DroidCam OBS.
Oh yeah,
so
right.
I'm just using the autofocus feature on the iPhone.
Dude, I'm looking for a specific lens.
Yeah.
That I saw online that will help me do this. And
isn't it like $1 million?
It's like $280.
That's like a new model.
That's not a lot, okay? Like for a lens.
I come from calligraphy world. That's so expensive to me. That's so expensive to me.
You know, like that a new lens, right? Like completely modern with all the new features for like a Sony camera, like a Canon camera. Sometimes easily $3,000.
I do know. That hurts my soul. That hurts my cheap soul. You know what? Because we can't decide on what we're doing. Okay, so wash. What should I use for the wash?
For the wash, you should use like the ghost screen. Remember the ghost screen?
Ghost screen for washing the metals.
No, yeah, but no, for the verdigris, right? Yeah, we were using like emerald, and then on top of that, ghost.
Yeah, no, that one I do. That one I do remember. Yeah, that one I remember. Not angel, so ghost green and This is the green we want, the darkest one. Or the second darkest.
Yeah, I probably do the dark one and then the ghost on top.
Yeah. No, that one I remember. So you think I should be doing that? Okay, that makes sense to me. That's what I was thinking about doing. But I was like, what wash was I going to be doing other than that? Okay, so let's put a couple dots of that. Let's put a little bit more on there. And then get the ghost green out and put it on the other side of the palette.
I did get an upgrade for my hand cam though. I got a mirrorless camera. I got one that I bought it used, and it's gonna replace the webcam of your.
The webcam of your. Yeah, I oh my goodness, I have had such a mess with cameras in this life, and so like every time somebody gives you like more camera suggestions, like I like recoil.
I just bought I'm gonna be real. I just bought the cheapest used Sony A5100 possible. It's it's okay, right? It's kind of like a webcam, but not. So I bought it.
So yeah, calligraphy and fountain pens. I do fountain pens actually. I started a lot of I have got a lot of.
I have my first fountain pen now.
Hell yeah!
I got it as a gift. I said I purchased it, but I got it as a gift.
Was it from a certain cat?
It was from the cat. Yeah, the cat.
The cat loves
brought
giving it. It was a Twisby, right? He loves those Twisbys.
It was a Twisby, 580 AL, the diamond or whatever.
The diamond.
And it
okay.
is yeah, and it is the rainbow version.
This is my favorite fountain pen. Is this one? But I don't use it very often because it's a medium. It's a European.
It's a Faber-Castell.
Yeah, Faber-Castell rocks. But it's a European medium, so I can't write Hansa in it. I can't write kanji with it. It's way too big for writing kanji.
I used the Faber-Castell for the mechanical pencil.
Oh, they're very famous for their pencils. Yeah, Faber-Castell is like the pencil company.
When I learned how to draw.
They are the pencils company. So Matthew asks what paints I have access to. I have access to a pretty broad range of Citadel paints that I spent the entire week moving them over to dropper bottles.
Did you actually print labels?
Yeah.
Couldn't you just have taken the labels from the old bottle and put it on this?
That's way more work. It's so much more work. It's so much more work to actually lift a label than to just use a printer. I have it. It's I have a $10 Chinese Wi-Fi label maker. It's really cheap. It's really easy to use. So that's what I use for making labels. This is not thin enough. Yeah, it's really thick.
I helped Al pick out some other paints, right?
Yeah, I've also got a bunch of Vallejos. The Vallejos are so much better. Oh my god. Vallejo.
I can't even pronounce it anymore.
Vallejo. Be even worse. Vallejo.
A certain percentage of my ancestors are fucking crying right now.
Certain percentage.
Yeah, a part of my family, one branch is Italians. So I'm like, bro.
I thought they were Spanish. Vallejo.
No, they're Italian.
Vallejo. So they're not Vallejo.
It's always here's how my family thing works, okay? So there's a certain branch that's German, there's a certain branch that's Italian, there's one that is fucking Roma, right? Which are not the Romans. Those are the different Roma.
The Roma are a different group than Romani. Yeah.
That's 3 generations ago, one Chinese man, and that's it. That's basically the recipe for snack.
The Chinese is essential.
Yes.
And
because that's why I have the hair color I have.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought that was just luck. I have learned that the vast majority of Swedish people aren't actually blonde, but because there's so many stereotypes about blonde Swedes, they all just keep on dyeing their hair blonde. It's 2/3 of Swedes dye their hair blonde, which I think is very funny.
It is kind of I guess, an expectation.
Yeah, it's an expectation. It's like people are what's wrong with you? Why aren't you blonde? It's fine. And the Swedes are too non-confrontational to be fuck you. They're too non-confrontational to be well, fuck you. A lot of us just aren't blonde. Deal with it. And I find that deeply funny.
Isn't Mix like a second-generation immigrant Swedish guy or something? Like he's like
he's pretty Swedish, yeah.
Sweden.
He's pretty Swedish.
He doesn't look Swedish at all.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He looks like a scarecrow. he doesn't look like any. He doesn't look like any type of human. He looks like a scarecrow.
He looks like the Slender Man.
Yeah, he looks like the Slender Man.
That's what he looks like.
Yeah, he's part Slender Man on his father's side. He's just, what's it like being openly Swedish? Oh my god, the Army Painter is the best primer out there. I am still a newbie.
Do you mean like spray rattle can? I've never used it actually before. It took me I bought 5 different primers from my airbrush before I actually found one I liked, and then they stopped making it.
That's like the nightmare, right?
I'm like, motherfucker, what? And I mean, they replaced it with a new product, right? Because it was from it was the AK Interactive primer before the one that they made now. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if they changed it, if it's good, or if it's the same one but relabeled. I can't tell. Nightmare.
I mean, that's like always the nightmare to me, is that like you get into like a specific brand of something, like a specific branded like food or something, and then like they stop making it. And
then you starve.
It's happened to me like 18 times. The only chocolate milk I like ever really liked, they stopped making in like 1990-ish.
The best
and like never recovered.
Chocolate milk, still Chocomel. Chocomel is based.
I don't know Chocomel.
It's like from the Netherlands. It's a Dutch chocolate milk. That shit fucking slaps, dude. It's so good.
We unsurprisingly, we're not really importing that. Americans drink like Yoo-hoo, which is like vile. Like, Yoo-hoo, like,
what the fuck's Yoo-hoo?
It's chocolate milk that doesn't actually have any milk in it. It's chocolate milk with it's like water.
It's made out of like 50% corn, like or whatever you do in America. It's like
God, we love corn.
Corn cellulose.
I like this kind of joke. I always like to kind of tell people like, yeah, the economy, everything that you're doing in ancient Mesopotamia is like wheat and wheat byproducts. Like that's like the entire economy is like you have to export wheat and wheat byproducts to get like access to like copper and stone and wood.
Okay.
But like in America, it's corn. In America, it's corn. It's corn and precision engineering. Those are our only exports.
It's true.
Yeah.
The engineering in America is like weird. So
it's
like
weird. It's so weird.
I know people that are engineers, and what they're telling me about American engineering is that Americans are very, very extremely well-versed and trained in standard solutions, but they break down as soon as you actually have to do anything that is like even slightly unconventional.
I can believe
that. Or like
that.
novel or whatever.
I am not from engineering, and like my school didn't even have an engineering department. Like we taught, I have a chemistry degree, and my school didn't have a single engineer, right? It was all research. It was all primary research. And the way I kind of understand it from like a global economic stage is that America is like still the global leader in precision machining, and like that's our solution to everything. Is like, why not just do something that only has like a 0.5 micron tolerance? And it's like, because we can't make things that have a 0.5 micron tolerance, and the Americans are just like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, you can't.
Because like in America, like we do have that kind of precision machining like regularly available. But like,
I mean, we do have that as well, but it's not everywhere around the world.
It's not everywhere around the world. No. I mostly kind of know this in the context of like trains. Where like other countries try to like import like Chinese, like American and Japanese trains, and it's like, oh yeah, like we're going to solve this problem with like this extremely capital intensive thing. And it's like, why? The cost of labor is like 1/100th what it is in Japan. Like it's like 1/100th. So why are we doing this?
I have a recommendation for whys, right? Like if you ever want to switch primers, right? So I have like. I switched my primers, right? And I switched them from before this. I used the MIG primer, the MiG one-shot or whatever it's called, and that was the only primer that actually was sandable to some degree. But so my opinion is this, right? You should have access to colored primer that doesn't suck. And the best thing that I found is you use the Molotov acrylic pen refills. Those are actually amazing because they stick to everything. They're engineered to stick to fucking brick walls and stuff, right? So just get that and the refill, and then you spray that on top, and it's great. And it's available in tons of colors.
I'm loving the big sippy ASMR going on in the background here. The sippy.
Sippy-do.
Yeah, sippy though. Yeah, it's interesting to see yeah, Americans are good at like a very small number of things, and like they're extremely good at them. Like the majority of the machines in the Three Gorges Dam are made by what was that?
I noticed most about electrical engineering. What is known that like American engineering is like kind of very traditionalist and doesn't actually use a lot of new approaches.
I can believe that. I can believe that. If you want to see like an absolutely insane piece of like engineering and historical knowledge, there's a place called Sarnoff in America, and they've got a museum. Like you can just go into their museum, and it's where televisions were invented. Where Marconi invented television. So like all the original RCA televisions were there. But what has happened there is that like all that they do is when what they do now is, so like we're still using B-52s in the US military, right?
Yeah.
Like, and those are like from forever ago. Those are like 70-year-old airframes with 70-year-old electronics. And
what airframe? That sounds so cool, dude.
Yeah. So all of the
airframe.
The airframe. Yeah, that's a phrase for the thing that the plane is at a basic level. The core of the plane. And so like the electronics are all made by like 70-year-old companies. And you know what? You know what's the thing about a 70-year-old company, Nagi?
They're old.
They don't fucking exist anymore. They went out of business like 3 decades ago.
That's what I thought, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't the planes like, because the only aeronautics producers that still exist are Boeing and Airbus, basically.
I think Northrop still makes some stuff. I mean, there's obviously like the Russian and Chinese companies. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, Boeing.
By the way, so glad that I flew in an Airbus both out and in. That's why I live.
Yeah, that's why you're alive. That's what's kept the snake alive is Airbuses. I'm doing a terrible job on this one. This needs more. These are too dry. This is too dry.
You're not doing enough randomization there. You're supposed to like use some stippling technique. Remember when we discussed the stippling technique?
Well, I'm not using enough water so it's not dripping in. You know, for the verdigris. The verdigris needs to be dripping in more. I'm fucking up on that.
But the verdigris needs to be like blotchy, right? So you gotta simulate that. You gotta simulate the bloach.
The bloach.
Yeah, the bloach.
Okay.
Always simulate the bloach.
Okay. I'm following. Damn it! I fucked up there. Yeah, let's lift some of that off. Brush control fail here. Okay, I was fast enough. Excellent.
Mayday, fail.
Mayday. Brush control fail. But yeah, so like we've got like these 70-year-old planes that have like 70-year-old electronics, and like so the company went under like 20 years ago, and the engineer who worked on it has been dead for 30 years. So like, what the fuck is going on inside the microchip?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. So RCA, like all they do is they use like a whole bunch of electron.
You can use an X-ray machine on a microchip. Actually,
that's what they do. That's what they do at RCA.
Yeah,
that's what they do at RCA. Is they doing like X-rays on they're doing X-rays on old microchips, so that they can like rebuild the microchips from like observation rather than from the schematics.
Also, we have things today that can simulate those microchips.
Yeah, no, we've gotten very cool at that. That stuff's gotten very cool. You
Dude,
know,
if a microchip is good enough to make like an entire fucking Atari 5700 or whatever inside the one actual logic gate simulator, then you can create a stupid ass chip from a 70-year-old airplane. So
yep.
it shouldn't be that bad.
It shouldn't be that bad, but it turns out that when you're doing that much like bespoke stuff that also demands secrecy because this is military shit, you get to charge like $80 bajillion for it. Right, like,
Of course.
so like now they like don't bother making anything else. They just do like archaeology on
Dude,
electronics.
at this point, just build a new plane, bro.
Oh
like,
my god, that's so contentious. Oh my god, building new planes. Oh my god, building new planes in America.
You're gonna need planes, right? So like, just engineer like a new plane, dude. That's like economical. But that's the problem with America.
Yeah,
that's the one thing that I saw in America. Okay, like when I was there, I realized that everybody there is buying automatically the biggest car available.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
At all times, like the cars are huge for no reason. They're like just randomly inflated. And I bet one thing, if they made new planes, they would make the most fucking blinged out. Like,
oh no, America
pieces of trash.
Yeah, no, Safer's got it. It's the F-35 drama. We're working on a next gen fighter right now. And it's like, oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass. And it's actually a pain in the ass in a different direction.
The
it's
problem
not.
Is why do you need the next gen fighter? Just make a fighter that doesn't suck and is actually pretty good. You were flying 70-year-old planes before. I think if you just make them like
our fighters are
30
new.
years out of date, that would actually be an upgrade. Like, so you don't even need to be that good. Like, you were still the most powerful military in the world, dude. I don't understand.
Our fighters are relatively up to date. It's our the B-52 is a bomber, and it's our AWACS are like actually like 70 years old. Like our AWACS and our tankers are all like absolutely ancient. Like we are. Like fighters, you can like fighters are cool. They're cool and sexy, so you can get up in front of Congress and be like, we need a new air superiority fighter to beat the Russians and to beat the Chinese. Like you can get in front of them and they'll like listen to you. And it's like, by the way, like the refueling that we need to do in order to like keep our long range bombers from falling out of the sky, like those are really out of date. We need to update those. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here. Like that's so we've got like goofy things with requisitions, because like requisitions all have to go through Congress, right? You have to do it all through Congress. And there's the thing that you're missing, Nagi, that's really funny, is that like you can't get people in Congress to like, one of the ways you can get a congressional person to vote for one project versus another is it will produce jobs in their state. And so we have 50 states.
So what, you gotta get that ship built in their state?
Yeah, you have to figure out an excuse for having 50 different plants in 50 different states. And it's actually gotten worse. Like that has escalated. It used to be you just had to get all 50
does
states.
All this stuff have to be American made?
Oh yeah. Because like again, like you're trying to bribe Congress people into doing it, right? Like that's the trick. Is like you're trying to bribe like a.
Dude, American manufacturing is already kind of like dead. Like what the?
America has a lot of manufacturing. It's just not manufacturing a lot of stuff you see. America produces 15% of all the manufactured goods on the planet, which is pretty good for a country that's less than 10% of the population. We're number 2 after China. China's really hard to beat though. And we're twice as productive per capita as China. But it's like, we produce like turbines is the big thing. The big thing is the turbines.
You mean like generated turbines?
Yeah, like the turbines that China uses for the Three Gorges Dam. All American. So like, again, we're really good at precision engineering. We're really, really good at precision machining. It's like one of like the few things Americans are actually really good at in the 21st century is precision machining. So like, we do produce like for turbines where that's like really, really critical. I've done a terrible job on this verdigris. I am mad at myself.
Clearly not very American of you. That's not precise enough.
It's not precise enough. It's not precise enough. It's not precise enough. And I mean, you've worked with me enough, Nagi, to know it's the artist eye that I really lack. I don't have the I. That's better right there. That's.
You gotta open your third eye.
Gotta open my third eye. Gotta open my second eye. Gotta open my first eye. Gotta open my 0th eye. Gotta open my n-1 eye. Gotta open my square root of -1 eye. That's how this works, right? My square root of -1 eye.
You gotta order the eye of Euler's number.
Yeah, my Oilers eye.
Did the Oilers?
The Oilers eye.
It's the only way.
It's the only way. It's the only way. It's the only way. We gotta. That number's fun. That number's cool. That number's cool. Transcendental numbers are cool, and that's the cool one. Pi is the okay one, but the Euler's number is the cool one. People learn your.
Yeah, it's like Pi's cool cousin.
It's Pi's cooler cousins. Almantas' Eye of Agamotto. Oh, they did axe the contract for 400 million armored Teslas. Thank heavens.
400 million what?
There was a contract that was put out for the State Department to pay 400 million USD for a bunch of armored Cybertrucks. It's like, what are you talking about? That's just like open corruption.
I swear to God, if that shit got through, that would have been like, I'm gonna be real with you. Since I've been home from America every day, I hear like more and more goofy shit going on over there.
It is not. We are not doing okay, man. We are not doing okay. We are not doing okay.
That would have been the armored Cybertrucks, dude. That I would have believed it if that was real. I would have believed that.
My city, we just lost like our entire public prosecutor team all resigned over the last week. Like it's just like fucked. Like it's so fucked. Because our did you hear about my mayor? I must have told you about my mayor.
What is it? The New York crack mayor?
He's America's most awkward mayor. He's oh my god, he's intolerable. I despise him so much. Sorry, I'm getting really, like super heated and political right now. Yeah, Eric Adams. Our fucking mayor. Yeah, he took bribes, he took like so many bribes from Turkey. Like millions of dollars of bribes from the Turkish government. Like he's a plant of the Turkish government in the United States.
I mean, I will say one thing. We know, like, being from Europe, okay, we know that Turkey isn't above trying to influence other countries. Yeah. Like fucking Erdogan. Like,
Erdogan's very insane.
Yeah, fucking over here, he just did stuff like telling people, like, hey, are you a Turkish immigrant in another European country? You should influence their politics so that it is good for me, haha. Like, shit like that. Or just, like, actual, like, outright.
And I'm gonna be honest, I don't really, like, I've got a lot of reasons to hate Erdogan, but, like, this is a kind of, like, a case of, like, don't hate the player, hate the game kind of situation. But in this case, like, the important part is that, like, the countries where this is happening need to, like, really fucking punish when it happens. Like, you need to, like, really, like, tamp down on it. It's like our mayor was just, like, taking, like, huge bribes from the Turkish government.
I'm pretty sure that America doesn't see this, like, they don't take that actually in any way, shape, or form seriously, because Turkey isn't the problem, right? Like, dude, if that was, like, anything aligned with Russia, right? Like, they were urban, oh my god, right? Like,
well, what happened was that we were taking it seriously. And he was under, like, multiple criminal investigations, and, like, he was probably, like, 40 of his associates are, like, going to prison. Like, this is like he's getting, like, crushed in the legal system, but then he's been basically bribing the Trump administration. He got a federal pardon.
Dude, bro, like, how
and
is
so
this
all
possible?
so the entire prosecution, like, just resigned. Yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think that the president should have that power. This seems bad. I know that it's often used for good, I understand that, but it seems bad that the president can just go to any guy and be like, hey bro, it's you fine, brother. And not only that, apparently that shit is now also being like interpreted in a way that the president can just never do anything wrong because he could pardon himself, right? Like, it's just, what the fuck? Just do whatever then. Like,
so it's actually kind of
different from being an emperor. I don't
so
understand.
the reason why we have that power, this is actually like a little bit of like interesting, like way old history, right? Because like this is a power that it's like been in the presidency since 1789, and the reason why we have it is so that like if there's like a bunch of rebellions, the president has the power to like strategically pardon rebels to undermine the rebels. Like, that's the idea.
I don't understand why that isn't like a crisis thing then.
Yeah,
like,
it's supposed to be a crisis thing. It's supposed to be a crisis thing.
You should have to declare a crisis state first. And I know that Trump tried to do that because he like published the most incoherent post ever, saying something along the lines like something. People in Mexico coming over, something fentanyl, and then it's like fucking that's like an emergency state, and so now we're doing all this shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
like,
no.
Never mind that fentanyl is produced on American soil.
Oh, you know, it drives me insane. It drives me insane.
Like,
no,
I don't get that shit.
It drives me crazy. Like we tried to. He was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna put 25% tariffs on Mexican goods," and then the Mexican president's like, "What if I put like 5,000? What if I give 5,000 of my guys overtime pay?" And then we're like, "Okay, good enough." Like, absurd.
You know what pisses me off? Like, dude, like I was reading Twitter. Well, that was my first mistake.
Yeah, it was big mistake right there. Yeah.
But I was reading Twitter, and they were talking about this post, and some guy in there talked about like fentanyl and like why and how it is produced and stuff.
Yeah.
And like so many people in that thread for the first time learned that fentanyl has massive amounts of medical application.
Oh my god, yeah.
They thought it was some devil powder that some crazy guy invented or some shit.
No,
it's fentanyl is like one of the most important actual painkillers that is used today. Like, it is safe to use for pregnant women during childbirth. So when you're pregnant, they give you fentanyl, right? I don't fucking understand.
No, I thought that was crazy when I heard people like talking about fentanyl as like a sort of like god weapon. I was like, this is the shit that they give soldiers when like their limbs get blown off. Like, this is like, it's a crazy powerful painkiller. Is what it is. It's an insanely useful and powerful painkiller.
It's a really, really strong painkiller. It's just so
like
it's commonly used.
Yeah. This is the shit
it's
that you give.
It's super morphine.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it. Like, I've never had it because I have only had.
Well, I've been on Fent, dude. Like they put me on Fent after like surgery that I was in.
When I've had surgeries, I've only had 2 surgeries that I had local anesthetic for, and I think they gave me cocaine derivatives. I know when I was little, I had surgery on my face, and they used liquid cocaine because like that's one of the few like liquid topical ones. And then I had, and also dental surgeries. Dental surgeries, they give you Novocaine.
Sorry, what's the problem with SSRIs? And like, I assume that they're talking about like the new weight loss stuff.
Oh yeah, they're trying to shut down Ozempic, which is crazy.
A lot of people are really weird about the Ozempic stuff.
Oh
because,
yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I kind of get it because weight loss drugs have like a really bad track record historically.
Yeah.
Like, everything that has been used for weight loss, like, eventually got like found out to be extremely bad. Right?
Well, I mean, like there was a period when Americans were taking like tapeworm eggs as a weight loss pill, like.
Yeah, but it was on this other stuff too.
Yeah, no, like like a long period of us using amphetamines as a weight loss drug.
Heart conditions and stuff, right, that you can get. And like, obviously, it's also known that you lose weight when you're on like stimulants like what is Ritalin and stuff.
Yeah, no, you can use Ritalin as a weight loss drug, which is crazy, which is like not a good idea. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that one. Yeah, no, we've done a bunch of really bad ones, but Humter hasn't heard about this one. Yeah. This was they used to have a quote weight loss pill that this was popular in like the 60s and 70s. That was just like tapeworm eggs inside like a capsule.
People would actually get tapeworms because you know when you have a tapeworm, the tapeworm takes out a lot of the actual like
nutrition because it's another animal that's inside of you that is surviving off of you.
So having a tapeworm, one of the actual symptoms is extreme weight loss, right? So and you know what the funny thing about that is, right? Mm-hmm. That apart from having a tapeworm and all the stuff that could happen there, mm-hmm. it's probably actually kind of beneficial, what we know today, because having more parasitic infections makes it so that you are way less likely in your entire life to develop extreme allergies. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I did not know that.
So they found out that the actual increase in allergies of people coincides with the actual general hygiene standards and the basically the decrease in parasitic infections, right?
Neat.
And it turns out that getting parasitic infections in some way, shape, or form gives your immune system kind of like a little bit of a restart in that way, right? So you're way less likely to get crazy allergies in your lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they got it going on with that shit, and I don't know.
I don't know. I've actually I'm like a relative biology ignoramus. Like of the sciences, biology is definitely my weak one.
I don't know if they know why this happens, right? With medicine, a lot of the stuff they're not biologists, right? So medicine is very much just a very observational science where they're like, hey bro, so if you give this to people, they get good. And why does this happen? I don't know. Why does it not happen in 20% of people? I don't know. Why does 1% die in horrific ways? That's good, whatever.
Well, we've got this medication that's good for 90% of people, and then for 10% of people, it causes their stomachs to turn inside out. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Whatever. That's the kind of shit that happens. I was just kind of going for I've wondered for decades.
Yeah, but there's a lot of medication out there that's approved today that we don't know how it works, right? That's just how it is. Especially, that's the reason why so many people with the fucking panic shit about psychopharmacy stuff, because a lot of psychopharmacy drugs, we don't know how they work because we don't know how the brain works, so we cannot actually tell exactly what they do. We should just tell what the effects are.
Well, I know from the psychology side, it's there's a mess even on the diagnostic and psychology side, because my big brain problem, right? My big one, because I've got other brain shit going on because I'm a VTuber, and if you were expecting a sane VTuber, I don't know what is wrong with you. That's just a basic lack of pattern recognition. But I'm obviously insane.
I just got tested for brain rot twice in the last few weeks. That shit was crazy.
My big one is depression, and it's depression is just not a disease. People talk about depression like it's a disease, but it's no, this is a high level symptom of a million different diseases. It's not and it's you can't just people are oh, it's a disease, and if we use the thing that's antidepressants as the anti-disease, it'll work, and there's just ones that are better and worse at it, and it's no, it's crazy. It's so much more complicated.
The thing with depression is it's the equivalent of having a sore throat.
Yeah,
a really bad rash or whatever. It's what could that be? And then you open the box of wonders, and it could be anything.
Yeah. There's people who I am pretty sure in my case, just based on my medication history, that I have a congenital norepinephrine absorption problem. Just based on what medications have worked for me, and the fact that it's very genetic and it's very common in my family, and so on. But there's people who have depression because they have autism. There's in Britain they've gotten to the point where they've made a special mental diagnosis called shit life syndrome. Where your life is just where you're just miserable and having a horrible time because of the diagnosis is it's because you live in the United Kingdom and are mentally aware of it. And it's what's the how do you treat shit life syndrome? And it's you give them a bunch of money.
Shit
and
life syndrome is such a common thing, right? Where I've seen this before where people go to therapy and all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, but this is not gonna work, right? Because your life sucks. Like, it's not about your internal world. This is about like the world around you being terrible.
Yeah, so it's like you are not like mentally ill. You're having
like normal.
You are having an appropriate response to a bad situation. Like,
it's systemic just means like it's not your fault, bro. You haven't, as Al said, you have an appropriate human reaction to what is going on, right? Like, that's just that.
Yeah. It's like you're just like.
That doesn't mean, by the way, that it's hopeless, but you have an inappropriate reaction.
Yeah, like we can't just mental our model out of this one. We can't just CBT our way out of this one, Rick. Like, we're gonna have to do something about this. We're like, it's particularly funny in the UK where it's just like what's the treat? What's
barely a country.
The UK, the poor Brits.
They wanna take the crown from, but the US is just like they're going ahead hard. Like, I don't think they're gonna win, dude. Like, nah.
I mean, the funniest thing to me about the UK, like from an American standpoint, is like I was following UK politics for a bit because I'm like a weird, insane leftist, and like, you know, like you're following like Labour Party stuff and imperial politics and all this crap, and then like you hear British politicians talk about like the special relationship with the United States. And it particularly became like a big thing with Brexit. They're like, oh, like we can do Brexit will be good for us because of our special relationship with the United States. And I'm like, the special relationship with the United States is that you are a way to get American goods into the European market without any of us having to learn how to speak French or German. Like, that's the special relationship. So if you leave the EU, the special relationship is over. Like, that is the special relationship, is that like. Is that you are in the EU, so like you're not getting out of it. Like
the British politics are like goofy.
They're
like,
so goofy.
Just goofy.
They're so goofy. I mean, like as a person who's like watching, like I look at like American politics, I'm like, oh god, are we like trying to like do like British 2010s politics but harder? Like,
dude, America just does everything harder. It's
oh
like,
yeah, no, we do we're so extra. We're so extra. It's. We are the most like histrionic country on the planet.
Because a lot of European politics aren't great either right now.
Yeah, no,
you don't hear anything about this because fucking Trump is just like actually a dancing clown on stage and you can't look away. I don't know.
I mean, Humter's a Pole who lives in Sweden, so like he's probably aware that like he's in two countries that are two different types of frothing psycho, pulling in completely opposite directions, but like they're not nuclear superpowers, so you don't hear about it very often. Like,
we have nuclear superpowers that are doing crazy shit too. Don't even like we got everything here.
I'm never quite going to get over like the number of times I talked to people who like thought Macron was sane.
Dude, Macron is not fucking sane.
No, he's not. He's unhinged. He's a lunatic. Like, there's a.
Dude, I'm worried about what is happening in Germany. Right?
Oh no, yeah, Germany's actually scary. Germany's like actually scary. The
Germany,
main thing.
Very soon in Germany, they're gonna like have elections, right?
Yeah.
And shit's not looking great. Also, like, other European German-speaking countries are having some weird shit going on right now, too, where, like, the government is being restructured and shit because everything's fucked. Italy is, like, completely in the trash.
Italy is so weird. Italy is so weird, because Italy, like, hasn't had a functional government since, like, 1900, but, like, they're still, like, one of the biggest economies on the planet. It's so strange.
Insane. I don't know.
It's so weird.
Obviously, like Spain is on its last legs, regardless, right?
Yeah.
And we have whatever. Yeah, fucking the Netherlands, and like they're holding on, but like they have, you know, that Germany has the fucking AFD shit going on.
Yeah.
And in the Netherlands, they had like this one guy, like Geert, right? Like Geert Wilders, right?
Yeah, I've been following Wilders since like 2005. I haven't followed him since 2005. I know this guy. This guy sucks. I'm constantly amazed that like he hasn't fallen from grace hard.
The problem with the shit is that he's kind of like he kind of like works in a way like Trump, where so in the Netherlands, if you don't have First Amendment protections in the way that you have in America.
Yeah, no,
so
we're very weird. We're very weird for that
so
one. Yeah.
Like, this guy just fucking says shit, goes to jail for it, and then his people are like, "Oh, this guy is so based. He goes to jail for the shit that we believe." Oh my god.
No, like he's like well past the point where it's like you just gotta shoot this guy, which like they're not gonna do because it's the Netherlands.
No, they would never do that.
Yeah, no, like they don't fucking do that. Like you have to.
Been, like in other countries in Europe, there have been figures like this, and weirdly enough, they just die after a while. It's very strange, and it's always like, I remember this one specifically where it was just a car crash. And I was like, okay, he just dies randomly, and I'm like, okay, like sure, like that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I've got to piss when we've got an ad break in 1 minute, so I might just run that early and let me and Nagi get some fresh tea. I will tell you, Nagi, that next step is skin tones that I want to work on.
Oh, there we go.
Skin tones is the hard one.
What kind of skin tone is he gonna get?
So I've done a pretty dark one and a slightly lighter one, and I'm contemplating giving this guy like either turbo pale or trying to do a dark one again. That's where I'm kind of torn. Because this is a Roman.
Which one do you think is harder? You gotta challenge yourself.
Okay, so here's the real bastard here is that I was a dumbass, as we've talked about before. I was really dumb, and I got the Express Mahogany. So my base tone for really dark skin tones doesn't fucking play well with anything because it's for airbrushes because I was a dumbass. So it's harder in the sense that I don't have a good color for it.
It's not actually for airbrushes, but it works good with an airbrush.
But it doesn't adhere well. Like it's like really watery. It's being a bastard.
It's a paint that is made to go to create like a gradient. Like you're supposed to put it on wet, and quite a bit of it is supposed to create a gradient of its own shade. In my opinion, none of these work well.
Nope.
You can sometimes, when you have the perfect application surface, it's good, but otherwise they're good as a filter through an airbrush, in my opinion.
Nope, I fucked up. I should have gotten a different mahogany because I was a dumbass. So that's why that one's harder. Ads are now starting in like 5 seconds, so I'm just going to run them. So me and Nagi are going to refill on tea, and we will be back in a moment for more sippy ASMR.
I'll go get a tea. Yes.
Oh, there we go. Now we're back.
We're back. Hello.
Hello. I think I will need to, reset the camera, because it reset.
Rejoice, everybody.
Rejoice. Okay. So where I was at was skin tones. So my options are to do a dark skin tone or a pale skin tone. And I have done dark before. I have not particularly done pale. The dark has a considerable problem of my dark brown options are very bad. However, I wouldn't mind the practice. I wouldn't mind revisiting that and trying to get better at it. Oh yeah, just some goblins. This guy's skin's fucked. This guy's skin is fucked. He's like a rotten zombie. So I'm kind of inclined towards dark. Also because I like to emphasize to people that Romans were Italians. Swarthy, filthy Italians. They were not.
Yeah, they were also small as hell. I remember when I was in Italy, they have their door frames are so short you can't even walk in their houses. It's insane.
Yeah, I can believe that. But also, Snake, you are the phrase that I've heard, the phrase that people use is statuesque. I think that if you were in ancient Rome,
I think that was called like one of the only creatures that is a VTubers is a reasonable size.
Oh shit! I forgot to do something while I was up, which was replace my water can.
What would happen if I was in ancient Rome?
Oh, if you were in ancient Rome, you would people would get fucked up about it. People would get like really fucked up about it. Like they would be like you would get like promoted to some like weird position, man. Like
let's go.
Like you would get some weird fucking position. Maybe not in Rome properly because like they have like systems for this, but I think if you were in like any of like the surrounding kingdoms, they'd be like, okay, we gotta give this lady a temple. Like, we gotta give this fucker a temple.
It's very important that will become the Grand Priestess.
It's very important. I'm going to be back in like 5 seconds. I'm just going to toss out this water that is super green and replace it. Snake can entertain you for a few seconds.
Hello, chat. Zai, Nagi, the stream serpent. I'm here to entertain you. Dude, what? They would start a serpentine mystery cult? Dude, I want a serpentine mystery cult. Entertain us? What you want? What do you wish me to do? Here, I'll do the thing. Give me a second.
This is how VTubers. This is the essence of VTubing entertainment. Is making mouth pop sounds. I'm putting you in the. I forgot to put you in the stream title. You're now in the stream title. Now people can click on you. And find you. All right.
Wait a minute. Can I do this?
Oh wow, that's super loud. Yeah.
The actual I'm using this like mixer the hybrid interface, and it has actual onboard special effects that on an analog mixer. That's freaking cool as shit. I can just be in a well. It is I. The creature of the well!
Nagi arguing pulchritude as a legal defense. Nagi would not only do that, I think Nagi would actually succeed. I think he would actually get away with it, so do with that what you will.
What is pulchritude? I don't know what
attractiveness.
That is.
Attractiveness. Like a hot person couldn't have committed this depraved murder.
Was that an actual defense back then?
Not really. It's like a way of just swaying juries. It's not like a recognized direct defense. It's just like a your honor. Like would somebody this it's like a character defense type of thing. Like, your honor. Would somebody this cool and good really do these horrible things?
What's somebody as fucking cool as me? Look at me.
Yeah,
Look
exactly.
at this face. Is this the face of debauchery?
Is this
no.
Yeah, is this
No.
God? Would God have given this countenance to a horrible person?
There's no way.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember. So I have this one filter on here.
Yeah.
That is like, it allows me to make horror movie sounds. For like horror, like for horror monsters. It's the distortion filter.
Oh no.
It makes me sound like I'm talking on like an old-timey kind of like communication device. But this is like only if I turn it on like for a third, and it gets like really bad. It gets like real bad. I can do like these.
Yeah, Ronan was doing that really hard yesterday. Like this is like really awful one.
You can do like the screams, right? The
All right, Nagi, chill on the horrible sound effects. so, some folks are trying to sleep to this stream.
I'm sorry for the horrible sound effects. You'll now have nightmares.
Yeah, we can give them nightmares, but we don't want to wake them up. That's the important part.
Become distorted.
All right, so I'm just putting on a bunch of this mahogany and a bunch of layers, but I don't think it's gonna get anything done.
Can I? Hello. Oh man, that's a good filter. I like
that one's actually pretty good. This actually sounds pretty cool.
This is good.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. I like this one. Yeah, Slanesh.
Damn, it's me.
I gotta. It's crazy. I don't know like anybody who like admits to being like primarily a Slanesh player. Like I'd never see that.
I will say, like, I was thinking about when you play Chaos, I would play Slanesh. The problem is it's not very good. There's not a lot of actual good models available, and the ones that are available are basic as shit. Because obviously the problem is that you can't just like you can't go as hard, right, with Slanesh as with the other. Because let's say you play Nurgle, you'd be like, okay, you know what? The standard models, they suck. I want a model that has like pus shooting out of like every orifice.
Yeah.
And I want like, I'm gonna paint it like, you know, like the worst things imaginable. Like there's gonna be gangrene everywhere. With Slanesh, you can't just go to like a normal ass like where there's children around and then have like demons with their dicks dangling out, and you can't have it. You can't do
why
would you even try, right? Like it's like you're screwed from the get-go. Like it's like a non-starter.
Yeah, because like the way to do like a good Slanesh thing would be like things with like 8 dicks, right?
Yes.
Like the greater demons of Slanesh should have like 8 dicks. Should have like dicks coming off of his elbows, like, and like you just can't do that. You just like can't have things with like boobs for a face. Even though that's really funny, and you should. I think it would be really funny to just have something with like boobs for a face.
So a lot of people say that Slanesh got toned down for American audiences, and
I don't know.
As far as I know this, that's not a conspiracy theory.
I mean, the only reason why I'm kind of doubtful about that is that, like,
from what I know from the inside of Games Workshop, which is like, if you know the Serpent Deep lore, like, I don't know, like, believe it or not, right? But like I have like a little bit of insight into this. Then I wouldn't call that a conspiracy theory. At least not entirely.
The main thing that makes me kind of like doubtful about that is that the Brits are also huge prudes.
This is true.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I'm just like, well,
they're the biggest prudes in Europe, right? So that is true. But like back in the day, Slanesh had like models that had like bare chests out and had like fucking 6 tits or whatever.
Yeah, I've seen those models. Yeah.
So especially that they didn't go as far as having like random phalluses everywhere, right? Like for whatever reason that's not allowed. But
yeah, because it's like sexualizing female secondary sexual characteristics is like a full like rating level lower than like sexualizing masculine characteristics, right?
And
like, that's like the core of that. It's like male like you, and I mean like they were doing this during Thatcher's. Like this was like that like 40K is like a Thatcher era product. Like I'm just saying like I can definitely believe that they were thinking like commercially they're just like we can't fucking sell these models if we go as hard as we want. Like we will get in trouble, but I think that they probably would have gotten in trouble in the UK as well. Is all I've got it going for. Like it probably wouldn't have just been America.
So the issue is just like the Sinesh, it feels like when you personally, you want to like create like some out there stuff, right? You can't bring that to a normal game, right? Like if you only play with your buddies, it's not a problem, but it's just, what the fuck? Like, you're going to play that in public?
Okay, here's a very funny idea. Here's a very goofy idea. Is Slaanesh and your demons are all just anime figurines from like MiHoYo games, from Gunnar Gacha games.
I mean, what you could do is you could do like a complete like tortured chastity Slaanesh thing where they all have like chastity belts strapped to them, right? Where everything is censored that way. That could work.
Well, and I mean, like the thing is, like if you know enough about like human sexuality, if you're like clever enough.
How about an army where every single person is like stuffed into some fucked up gimp suit?
No, I was about to say like you can start like if you know your shit, you can get into like some like bespoke fetish stuff, right? Like you could have like a giantess fetish army, or like an inflation fetish would be a good one, right? Like
inflation would be pretty good. Yeah,
like
it's like just different fetishes army.
Yeah, like you gotta go for like the fetishes that are like not the things that like are strictly generally considered pornographic, but like anybody who knows even like anything would be like, oh, that's like fucked up. Like that would be the way to do. I think that would be the way to go. Like inflation
fetish, and the foot fetish for the like intro.
No, Wanda, you walked into the right time.
Women sitting on balloons.
Yeah, women sitting on balloons. The cake squashing one.
Oh yeah, you know what I like the most?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard that? You know.
Which one? Which one?
You know what I like the most?
No.
Chad, you know what the next words are. Okay, come on. You finish the sentence. You know what I like the most?
Sonic
there has to be one person in chat that
who knows the snake lore. Who knows the snake lore?
I don't know this. Not the snake lore. That's the internet. No, that's the internet lore. That's
Sippy.
Classic golden. No, Chad, you disappoint me.
I don't know this. I don't know. I'm not online enough.
Okay, so this is like an ancient like internet video that got passed around because it's a really funny fetish video, and it starts off with a woman bringing a big chocolate cake, putting it on a table, and then telling the camera, "You know what I like the most? Cake farts."
Oh, okay.
That's what this entire thing is about.
Okay. I just knew that it was like the sitting on cakes was like the ache would like stand-in fetish for like rich guys being into like truly weird stuff, which is like I can respect that.
I deleted that from my brain. I see.
A Slaanesh army where like all the cultists are carrying around a jar in their hand, the one man one jar. See who is this?
The jar thing is terrible.
That one's really bad. That one's really bad. That one's
But
really
the Wonder Bread guy is like a mystery to me.
That guy's a real mystery. You know what would actually be a kind of cool one for a Slaanesh army?
What?
The flattening guys, the flattening fetish. So like you'd use like 2D standees for your army.
I mean, one that is really easy is like obviously like the feederism fetish.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah. That's pink Nurgle at that point. Yeah, feeder would be easy. But yeah, like no, this is how you get like really depraved with Slanesh. Is like you have to engage in like fetishes that like are not like 80s cheesecake stuff. Like you can't just like do like 80s cheesecake stuff but turned up to 11. Like you have to get like bespoke and weird with it.
But I wonder if you get rich if you just like develop weird fetishes.
Oh shit! We're missing a really obvious one. That would be really funny.
One?
Furry
Yeah,
Slanesh.
I was gonna say that, right? Like I was gonna say that.
Furry
It's kind of
Slanesh.
weird. Furry is obviously like, I mean, furry has like derivatives. There's like the pony girls and the puppy girls and like the, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously that could be just a guy leading somebody around like on all fours or whatever, you know, on a gym chain. That's the classic.
Slanesh army that's entirely based on human pet guys retweets.
Obviously, there's tons of BDSM stuff that could be like involved in, which is weird that they don't bring that in. Like because
they
like,
should.
Slanesh is so BDSM themed. I don't fucking understand, right? Like
it's so BDSM themed.
They have all these things. Like I think like the best spell in Slanesh for a long time was like the whip of submission or something like that. I remember that. Where you could just like direct your opponent's movement or something.
Sorry, Humter. Sorry that I missed it. Apologies. But yeah, like it's actually kind of weird that's not more BDSM-y because like so much of like 40K, but especially Chaos is based on like 80s metal album covers. Right?
And that stuff was obviously tied to BDSM and
they did there's a lot of BDSM inspiration for that community. Yeah. The Homestuck Emperor's Children, that's really good. Matthew, that's inspired. I like that. That's really inspired. Homestuck Emperor's Children. I think
Homestuck is one of these things that I dodged.
I dodged it completely, but I'm also like pretty offline, so like it's pretty easy for me to dodge a lot of this stuff. But yeah, Homestuck I dodged like completely. I don't get it. It's all I know about is it's like way too long for its level of quality, and that's like enough for me to just like never touch it. Like that's like completely fatal to my interest. To my investment in something. But yeah, no. So like we got options there. Okay, so I'm just like layering and layering this mahogany paint, and it's like not. It barely looks different to me. It's like barely looks like any difference to me.
It's okay. It's okay. It should be fine.
The question is,
you can just. It looks pretty okay already. I feel it's just very glossy.
It's very glossy. I'm assuming it'll get less glossy as it dries.
It'll probably the layers on top will probably be less glossy.
Yeah, well, I'm probably gonna layer other colors on top of it. I'm probably gonna layer something else on top of it because I've got some Bugman Glow and some Mornfang Brown, and I could do those with one of those, with a little bit of the mahogany to try to darken it, or with. I mean, like you said, like using Abaddon Black is like a bad thing to try to like make things darker. That's like a stupid way. That's a fool's errand. That's for morons.
I mean, it does work, right? But
it looks like shit. It looks like shit. So,
Abadian Black.
Abadian Black. So, yeah, I want to be working on these dark skin tones. I would like to be good at doing dark skin tones because so few people do dark skin tones for models, and like, I think there's something tricky about it, right? Like it's you're relying on other things to make it look like actual dark skin. Like you've got to like I guess we probably need like a glossy final layer.
Skin has a lot of so the thing with skin, right? If you want to do realistic skin, there's a lot of problems that you have there because like on the scale that these things are, you really can't do that much, right? But if you do bigger things like you paint your waifu figurines from your favorite anime series, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of techniques to make like skin that looks believable, right? Like there's like techniques where first you paint the scene pink, right? Like you just spray it pink, and then you do like a sponge stippling technique with different red tones. So that way you get like a little bit of a flesh undercoat, right? And then you spray it in a yellowish beige for like the first layer of skin where you see the flesh through, and then you do like a sprinkling technique where you put your airbrush on a low pressure so that it sprinkles dots out, and then you do red dots, and then you do green dots, and then you do another layer of skin, and then blue dots, and then another layer of skin. And then on top of that, to actually get the right finish, there's a specific kind of varnish that has tiny little microscopic glass balls in it. And that is the actual finish that you need for skin to look believable.
Awful. That's really tough.
It's not a varnish that you can buy normally for war games. It's like not a product that they sell for that, but it's available for like other parts of the miniature hobby.
Okay, I've done 2 parts Mornfang to 1 part Mahogany, and I think I'm going to... What I probably should have done was I probably should have used a dark green and the Mornfang anyway, because it's going to be a dark green anyway. And just skipped entirely trying to fuck around with this. I'm going to try that. I'm going to try Mornfang and dark green, because we're trying to do like a little bit of the zombie tone, right? We're trying to make them look a little bit corpsey.
Yes. They did.
Yeah, they did. These guys turbo dead. These guys super dead.
How long have they been dead in the lore?
That one I don't remember. It's strange, right? Like it's strange. Because like they're zombies, right? They're zombified. They're not. They've got flesh.
Dominion, but how old is the Dominion? Like,
yeah, how old is the Dominion? Like it's like at least like several generations. Because like the 100 Kingdoms, right, is an offshoot from them, and like they're like fully.
We're not actually hammering war. We're doing we're conquesting. We're conquesting.
We're doing necromancy. We're doing necromancy. We're doing necromancy. Necromancy. There we go. That's how that works.
Necromancy.
Necromancy.
I do kind of want to do some conquest, but conquest doesn't really have that much cool stuff.
Yeah, you just like the spires.
So I like the spires. They're okay, right? Obviously the Old Dominion is cool, right? And like some of the dwarf stuff isn't bad.
Yeah, some of the dwarf stuff is pretty cool.
And like the orcs that have dinosaurs.
The Wadrun.
Yeah, they're like swamp Azteca orcs or whatever the fuck that is with dinosaurs.
You know what? I'm actually liking this. What? This Mornfang brown with a little bit of green. It might not be coming through on camera. The camera might not be catching enough of the light, but I'm actually liking it. I'm actually liking this as a like.
Increase the aperture.
This is a fucking. I don't know what fucking controls I have over this shit. This is a fucking iPhone. Like, what kind of aperture?
It has to be. What, didn't you know that they shot movies on iPhones?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have access to those fucking controls from where I'm standing.
Don't listen to me. They shot, 28 days later, right? Yeah. The second sequel, 28 years later, was shot on an iPhone 12, I think, the entire movie, but they rigged the shit out of it. They used like at least fucking $25,000 in rig accessories, right? So to actually get the iPhone to produce that kind of picture, okay, so you can't do it. Don't worry.
No, I need to talk with you tuned me in on this. I need to actually like talk with Hal about like how he's doing it. It's like
I actually know how Hal is doing it. I saw that one video that he posted, right, on his setup, and so let me tell you this, okay? There's different kinds of like tech that you could use, I feel, but it's about like what you need for this to look halfway decent. And honestly, Hal is kind of like a little bit underbuilt in my opinion. He doesn't really have the optics in his setup to actually facilitate that you can see much when he paints, but it's good enough as it is, right? So Hal, it has like a desk, and left and right of the desk, he has two lamps, like relatively decent lamps with diffusal umbrellas, right?
Okay.
And they point towards the scene, right? Like in a 45-degree angles down to the table. And above the table, he has a mounting thing, right? Like a mounting rail. And on the mounting rail, he has a mirrorless I don't know if it's a mirrorless or a mirrored camera. I forget, but it's one of those. And that camera is pointed down on a professional ball arm, right?
Mhm.
Because he says in the video that he is scared that it would fucking break and dogs his ass.
That's pretty fair, yeah.
Yeah, so he bought like a Manfrotto, right? Like the actual fucking really expensive one that costs $120 or whatever, ball arm for his camera. I forgot what the model of camera is, but I think it's a Canon, like some kind of Canon model.
Yeah.
Canon EOS 5 or whatever, I forgot, right? But it's a pretty decent one, and he films it with that. My only critique is that the lens is inadequate. Like, I feel for miniatures, you should be using a zoom lens that can achieve a pretty good zoom, and ideally macro, but you can use like a helicoid extender or whatever, so you can always buy that, right? So the best setup that I have seen, right, for miniature painting in a live format. Obviously, there's better stuff. If you make just videos on YouTube, you can get like crazy results, right? Because you don't have to like do it on the fly, right?
Right.
But the best that I have seen in a live format is like this guy. It's like some kind of German guy that does this here, Cryo Cheese. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
No, I am Nagi. You've got to know. Like, I barely keep track of like VTubers who I should have personal relationships with. Like,
yeah, I'm also saying this to chat, right? Because they know about the painting, right? So
yeah,
the thing with him is, he has. I talked to him on his stream about his setup, and he told me about it, and he also put it into his description now. And he runs the 18 to 108, I think it's 18 to 138 millimeter zoom lens, the Sony version, but there's other zoom lenses as well that would work for other manufacturers or other mounts.
Yeah,
I think that's a little bit too much. I think the 18 to 108 would work, which also exists, but so you can buy, if you buy a new camera, the lens comes bundled with some of these cameras sometimes, and it's really not worth buying this lens on its own because it costs $600. So that's, I think, like where the sweet spot is, I feel, because it also has really good autofocus. That's the one thing on that thing, like the autofocus is like on point and it's really fast and it doesn't do weird focus breathing, and you can actually see shit. You can actually see what he's doing. It's worth so much.
Well, I mean, so this is like off camera considerations, but the Nagarunsky, you and I have. You are aware of the grand project that will completely change how I do all this stuff. So I'm not going to invest a lot of money until we complete the grand project.
Am I aware of the grand project?
You are. You are aware of the grand project. We've talked about it, but we will.
But I'm too stupid to recall at this moment.
No, you're probably not contextualizing it as a grand project. Hello, Tayamisi. I'll just talk with you about it later. But we've talked about the grand project. You're probably just not contextualizing it that way.
Yeah, probably. But I'm just saying, the camera body he uses is a Sony CV-E10, which is like the Sony's content creator camera, right? Like that's the one. I wouldn't buy it. I'd buy a 6400 instead. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's also okay.
All right. I think I might not be able. I'm using like literally my biggest brush, the number 4, as like a detail brush.
I mean, if you have a good tip on the brush, it doesn't matter that much.
I do have a pretty good tip on the brush, and like, so to respond to
is this a synthetic brush, or did you buy yourself a OSC?
Synthetic. I'm fucking vegan. I'm not compromising on that one for fucking content. You know, to go back to something that HB fan said a few minutes ago, literally my only advantage in doing this art form is that I have pretty steady hands. Like, other than like having pretty good like dexterity for small detail stuff, I have like nothing going for me. I have no color sense. I am unfamiliar with. I'm inexperienced, etc., etc. But I do have pretty steady hands. Up until I get like really cold, and then I fuck up constantly. Like, yeah, like I can catch that with just pure concentration. The question is, I might have to take off my glasses for this one. Getting these teeth. Teeth. Okay, now the paint deposited. I thought the paint deposited, but it didn't. Let's get some water on here. But yeah, no, this is why we've got Nagi here, is because other than just having like a kind of solid base of like having steady hands, I got nothing.
If you buy, by the way, because the people are asking about it, if you buy a camera like the 6400, buy it secondhand. There's no reason to buy it new. It's like a freaking old camera at this point. Just buy a secondhand one. And I have seen the CVE10 selling for half of that, like 600 or whatever, because it also has like there's a CVE10 2 now. I don't know what the difference is. It sucks anyway. Like I bought it. Actually, I got suckered into this shit early on because I thought it was a good idea because it had like this weird protocol where it can like output a video stream over USB. And I was like, oh, cool. I will just buy this and I will save on buying a capture card. And
fool.
Turns out I was a fool. Yeah, it's true. And because I didn't read the small print where it says that video stream is 720p on a camera that can run 4K 60 frames per second easily. And I'm like, just, okay, cool.
Also, capture cards are like going to like the medium options on capture cards is like pretty fucking good. Like, the escalation between like a cheap capture card and a middle capture card is really big, but like beyond like once you get up to the medium capture cards, it's like already pretty fucking good.
See, I usually like to get capture cards that have a proven track record because then the number one thing that like just is inconsistent and breaks during my streams, and when that happens, I suffer a minor breakdown. So
that's
it can't happen.
Insanely, the one piece of streaming equipment hardware that I have that's like truly deluxe is the arm that my microphone's mounted on. I have like the $150 one, and it's like, well, there's no way.
I will say that my entire stream rests on the back of the Elgato HD 4K. What is the HD? It's the Elgato CX. What the fuck is this thing called, bro? It's the Elgato HD60X. That is it. If that thing breaks, nothing on my stream works anymore.
Hello, it's Nando. Nothing. You're just dead. Just dead, yes, Snake.
Because like I don't actually like capture my stuff. I just have a gaming PC that I capture card, just like any console. So if this capture card breaks, I'm screwed. It's over.
Two PC setups are king, folks. I'm currently on a one PC setup, and it's suffering. It is absolute suffering.
So the problem with the one PC setups is that like people always think, oh, if I had a better PC, I
There's
would
no limit.
like
There's no limit. There's
I
no limit.
wouldn't lag. I wouldn't like
No, there's
have
no
like
limit. No,
weird stuff.
it'll never work.
The truth is, it doesn't matter. This is not about performance. This is about optimization and how different like tasks are divided between
you can't do it.
parts of the system.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
You cannot do it. There's
it's never
no
gonna happen.
PC, even if like, dude, there's streamers out there that have the most cracked out PCs possible. You know that for a fact. They still have these issues. The only way to not have these issues is to have a 2 PC setup. That's the only way.
It's the only way. It's the only way. You folks, you got to do the 2 PC setup. It's such an improvement. So and actually like a particularly funny illustration of this is that I've been playing 1000 X Resist, right? And have you seen or heard of this game?
I've never heard of it.
It rules. It rules. It's like the best written video game. It's actually extremely good. And like the PC, the models for the characters in it, they're basically just Vroids. Like it is not like a high graphics game.
Matthew,
Matthew.
it's not one PC for content, one for chat. It's like you need one PC that runs OBS, and since you're a VTuber, it needs to run your VTubing software and several other things that are necessary to keep your stream up. Like sometimes you need extra software to run your alerts and whatever.
Streamerbot, blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Streamerbot, bloody blah, whatever, right? And probably that PC would also run stuff like Discord and things, and people call in and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
The second PC would run games only. Right? Or whatever you do that is actually computation. Whatever you do is that is actually computationally expensive and needs your graphics. If you do artwork or drawing, the other PC only does drawing, right?
Yep.
If you do like 3D modeling, the other PC only does that. And then you capture the other. There's several ways to capture the PC, but the one that is the best for actual performance is you capture card it.
Yep. Just do a capture card. Just do it.
It has downsides. So, for example, one downside that people don't think about with the capture card is that you cannot hide anything that is on the screen.
Correct.
If you have a pop-up on the screen and you doxed, you fucked. There's nothing you can do. So what I have to do is the second PC, even though it's connected to the internet, it's completely clean. There's no messengers. There's no email. I never, ever logged into anything that I ever did right on that PC. It just plays games. And other than that, it never gets touched. That's what it's for.
This is Nagi is 100% correct. This is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. No, 2 PC is Nando. It solves so many problems. Like going from 1 PC setup to 2 PC setup makes you feel like a god.
2 PC setup is like a mainstay in streamer culture. People have been doing this since streaming was a thing to begin with, right? And back in the day, it was more important because it wasn't possible for a lot of games to stream and do games at the same time. And today, it's more possible, but it's a pain in the ass often.
So that's what I was going to highlight with 1000X.
Yes.
Let me finish this one. So 1000X is functionally, it's a visual novel, and the models in it they're basically Vroids. Like, they are not high fidelity models. They have that like very Vroidy, plasticky looking texture, etc. Like, they're very simple, right? This is a very simple looking game. You cannot limit the frame rate on it.
Why not?
There is an option for it for capping the frame rate, and it just says unlimited and is grayed out.
Oh shit! That's so common with the unlimited frame rate.
And so like I can't run VTube Studio and 1000X Resist at the same time. Because 1000X Resist will just eat the entire graphics card. It will use an arbitrary amount of graphics. The only way to do it would be to do a 2 PC setup. It's not even uncommon. It's not even uncommon. It's not uncommon. It's not a particularly graphics intensive game. It's just like the way that games are made is they are made to eat your entire PC. And the only way to protect your OBS and your VTube Studio from being eaten by your games is to have them on separate machines.
So, what do you think? Do both PCs need to be good? So the streaming PC needs to be like not a potato, But so for example, I'll give you my specs, okay? So my streaming PC runs a 7800X 3D, and the what was the thing called again? The 900 XTX from AMD, right?
Yeah.
Like that one. Because I was like, what the fuck is NVIDIA doing? I don't want to fucking have a firebomb in my home. Right?
Honestly, AMDs are better for the streamer PC, for your stream PC. Because you don't need it to be that good. Like, you just don't need it to be that good.
There's one reason only to buy an NVIDIA graphics card, and it's CUDA. And if you don't know why that is a reason, you don't need CUDA. Okay? So if you don't know what it is, you don't need it either. Okay? I'm just gonna tell you that right now. But the thing is just NVIDIA had like a problem back then that they're having again now, where they created graphics cards that would catch fire. Yep. And I'm like, bro, I'm not about that life, so I didn't buy them. So I bought the AMD ones instead. And so that's basically both of my PCs. I know CUDA. I use CUDA. Yes, see, there you go. That's how you know. But the thing about this is, right? So both PCs have the same mainboard. It's like some Asus ProArt mainboard that I bought for the UI, right? Like that's what I got it for. And other than that, they're basically identical except for the GPU and the graphics card. Not GPU and the CPU. I'm an idiot, right? So okay, and my PC, my gaming PC, no, my streaming PC runs a Ryzen 7600 and a 7600 XT too, right? Like whatever they were called, right? So it's a pretty low-end graphics card. You still need like a kind of mid-range-ish graphics card, right? Because you underestimate how much actual graphics performance is needed by OBS if you crank the shit out of it, right? And you have like a ton of graphics processing, and you have like effects and all this.
If you have animated backgrounds, you are going to murder your machine. That is like OBS animated backgrounds are crazy.
Like filters, like shaders and filters, like that shit. Like some of them are so badly optimized, like that they really crank down hard on your stuff. If I look at this right now, I think if I run OBS full tilt, then I have like a 30% GPU, like a 30% GPU load. So it shouldn't be like potato PC, but it doesn't have to be like top of the line gaming PC. So for most people, if you would upgrade your gaming PC right into a new PC, you could use your old one for streaming.
Yeah.
It's probably like, I will say it might not be recommended for optimal power usage, because you could probably get components that need significantly less power than that. No, the Oven 1080 is alive. No. It is alive and well, Turi. I revived it. I brought it back from the grave. It's now running my art rig, my art PC. It's over there. I put it in a new home in a fractal Terra case. It's like it's living in style these days.
Yeah, no, I and it's just like a pretty really elementary basic reason to do the two PC setup is think about how many games, especially if you're a Windows guy, think about how many games will fully crash your entire fucking computer. You want that to not happen on your stream PC.
If a game crashes your PC, oh my god, dude. Like a lot of games, like if you tap out of them, they crash, right? Like that's like so bad.
Yeah. No. You. This is
so.
Yeah, I've got to paint over that. That's
it is important. Like it helps. You can restart your gaming PC that way and don't have to stop the stream.
It's very powerful. It's very powerful to be able to do that. To be able to completely crash out your gaming PC and like have it not affect your stream is really powerful.
The problem about it is that 2PC setups, they bring a few problems that like are initially not entirely obvious, right? So for example, one of the problems is that you can no longer, first of all, if you don't have like a weird ass thing like me, I purchased myself like a freaking super cracked keyboard that has like a inbuilt KVM switch
that works, even though another KVM which didn't work when I tried it, where you can just like have one mouse attached to the keyboard, and then you can press a button and you switch between your two PCs, right? Otherwise, you need two keyboards and two mice.
Yeah,
And,
it uses up a lot of desk space, that's true. Or you could be a sicko like me. I have the sicko option.
What is that?
Laptop.
So the other issue is that you can no longer easily copy-paste stuff from one PC to the other.
Yeah.
And that's my main issue right now. I want to find some software that just allows me to do that without any fucking hassle. Because what I'm using right now isn't doing it. So there's that.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to try something a little bit different here. Let's try 1, 2, 3. And then one of Mornfang Brown. Yeah. It is. There are a lot of advantages to doing the 2PC thing, and the biggest one is just like the idea that you can actually just use more power on your computer is a lie. That is a lie. Your computer can only make so many calls on its CPU. Like, the CPU is going to be a shared resource. It can only do so much. There is not actually, like, an ability to just, like, add more cycles like completely linearly. Like, you will cap out. And the way you do that, the only way to, like, really add more cycles linearly is to just add parallel computers that are air-gapped from each other. Like, that's how you do that.
You could have two CPUs, like, in a server board.
Yeah, but they're going to like start interfering with each other via the motherboard. It's going to be a nightmare. Like it's like you're going to run into all sorts of weird, insane shit. I will say that Nando, for your streaming purposes, you're doing a little bit better than some of us assholes who are like trying to play like, games that actually came out in the last 25 years. Nando plays one game on stream.
And what is that?
Age of Empires 2.
Okay, that'll probably work.
That'll
probably work.
It's 25 years old. Like, it'll be fine. Admittedly, like, if you're playing other 25-year-old games, it won't be as good. Because it's like, yeah, the game's 25 years old, but it's like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines or some shit.
Dude, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is, like, amazing. I played that, like, I bought it on Good Old Games. And I played that with the mod that makes it playable, and it still wasn't. I wasn't.
Yeah, it's amazing.
How was this real? How did this release? How is this real?
Oh, I mean, it released so badly that the company died. Like, it was such a failure that it killed an already successful video game company.
The funny thing is, like, the parts where it works, it's actually amazing.
No, it's like such like a land of contrast, that game. It's such a...
The other problem that it has is that it's kind of like the real issue with the game is, like, even with the mod where you can play it, is that, so it is really clear at what point they ran out of budget, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the game basically becomes a corridor with combat encounters. And that's such a stark contrast, and the game becomes, like, impossible to defeat if you didn't build a combat character and build the social character instead. You cannot finish the game then. You're just screwed.
Yeah, you need
Plus,
to...
I built the Tremere magic caster, and the magic is broken even in the fix.
Yeah, no,
so
that was my first run. That was my first run, and it was just like, oh, like everything is solved by this one skill. like everything is solved by the blood magic skill. Like,
the problem is that in the version I played, the blood magic was broken, right? So the way that it's supposed to work is that you cast blood magic and then it gives you the blood back, right? When it comes back, and I had this problem where it didn't give me the blood back, so you can cast one blood ball and then you fucked, right? Like, it's like really bad.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay, never mind. I was like, what the...
I really liked it that after a while, the main enemy in the game just became boglins. That was fucking funny, dude, when the boglins showed up.
The boglins, yeah. No, it's such a... and, like, you're right. Like, they clearly, like, ran out of... I don't know if it's so much they ran out of budget, so much as they, like, ran out of ideas and they ran out of giving a shit. Like... The last, like, 2 hours of the game are clearly, like, phoned in, like, really horribly.
No, it's like after you go, there's like a part in the game, and here's spoilers. Close your ears, chat, if you haven't played it, right? The part in the game where you go into the meat mansion, right?
Yeah.
Where you realize, oh my god, the house is made of meat! And then you go into the basement and you fight the guy from the meat farmer clan, right? Like that you're not allowed to play because they're cowards. Yeah. Because they're fucking cowards. You're not allowed to play them. So you go to the basement and you fight him, and then you escape through the sewers. And as soon as you're in the sewers, the game's basically over. It becomes just like, first of all, the sewers in the version that I played were apparently like the abridged version where they were shorter because they were even longer.
Yeah, no, I played the super long version. They're super long. It's
insane. It takes like hours to get through the fucking sewers, bro. Like, it's insane. And then you get out, and then it's just like a railroading to the end of the game where you fight like I think the final boss is from what are they called? The second breath? Like vampires from China or whatever the hell.
The Kuei-jin?
The Kuei-jin, yeah. And yeah, and then you realize that your fucking taxi driver is Kane himself and everything's fucking funny. I don't know. Like that's the end of the game.
It's a game that has it has a lot of flaws, but it also is a game that was like clearly made by people who were like swinging for the fucking fences, and that's such like a rare treat to have, particularly from that era, like the pre-indie era.
Say that there's the game's really cool when it is cool. So it really sucks that it never actually got fixed even. Like, it never even got... It feels like White Wolf has, like, such a fan base that I would have expected somebody to actually finish that game.
No. As a person who has played... I was part of an RPG group that played for, like, 15 years straight, and, like, 80% of our playtime was, like, various World of Darkness type games. They do not do QA for shit. They just throw shit out there and they just hope it like works. Like,
I really like the power scaling in World of Darkness. It's fucking funny as shit to me. Where like you play like
of course
vampires.
You like the power scaling.
Yeah. You know, play like vampires, and vampires are fucking bitches by the power scaling, right? Like you realize that vampires actually suck, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, yeah, you're actually just doing some weird kind of. So basically, the thing about being a vampire in World of Darkness is you're part of a pyramid scheme that has been going on for generations, right? And they made it illegal to break out of the pyramid scheme. But then you realize that werewolves are just like absolute monsters in this game. Like a vampire that isn't like some fucking ultimate big shot cannot stand against the weakest werewolf, right? Like they're crazy. And
hello, Nuna. Hello, Nuna.
There's a boss fight, right, in Bloodlines or whatever, where you fight a werewolf and you just can't compete. Like
it's so funny. Yeah, the werewolf does not even have HP. Like it does not have HP. It just has god power. And the funniest part is like there's a similar gap in strength between werewolves and mages.
So the thing is with mages are like the most powerful people in the entirety of this goddamn, because if you play Mage the Ascension, right?
Yeah.
You're basically a god. Like mages are like they can do whatever, right? They're like level 20 wizards from Dungeons and Dragons.
And that's like where they start. That's like where they start. Like they just start there.
Yeah, that's where they start out, right? They're just like cosmic entities that do shit. Like I think the apocalypse in the setting is something like, the antediluvian vampire from the before time wakes up or whatever. And how do they kill him? Like some mages nuke him from orbit or something.
Yeah, no, they make a giant magic nuke. They make a giant magic nuke.
It's so weird. It's pretty weird.
No, I've played so much of those games. No, here's the thing that like you're missing, Nagi, as like important context is like they are so bad at like basic checks. Like the kind of things that would break a game is exactly the kind of shit they do not care about at all. Like they have rule books. They have full rule books that got to press that were published and like have typesetting and everything where they just literally copy paste paragraphs back to back. Like you'll be like, wait a second, what? I just read this paragraph, and you're just like am I having a stroke? And no, they just copy pasted like entire paragraphs over and over again in a row. Like they don't give a shit. Like these people are slobs.
It's like, we really needed this to be longer for formatting reasons. What should we do? And there's like, oh, just copy paste the paragraph. Don't worry about
and
it.
it's really funny that like it definitely like varies depending on the line. Like the vampire stuff tends to be like kind of like decently made, but every time they've attempted to do a mummy game, it's like that. Like mummy and demon always get the short end.
The fucking mummy thing is weird.
Mummy's so cool, unfortunately.
They made a game about mummies, but my favorite is Changeling.
Changeling's cool.
Changeling's really cool.
We've got 45 seconds until ads, and I'll probably just hit it right now because I want to talk about like which ones are the cool ones. Because like in general, the pitch for a World of Darkness game is actually way cooler than the game itself. Like
Yes.
all of you in chat, you could make a cooler World of Darkness game than the World of Darkness guys made. Like just based off of like a one paragraph like a description of the game. All right, it is time for the bathroom break. Enjoy the fan art, folks.
Bye, boy.
live. All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay there. We had tea.
Yeah.
We had
That tea.
We had to. We have been drinking.
We were talking about water darkness. And
Yes.
It's not actually cool.
So, here's an example of like what I consider like fundamental problems in World of Darkness. Right? Is like, so one of my favorite World of Darkness line is Promethean. Right? Promethean the Created fucking rocks. The premise of Promethean the Created.
You're homunculus.
Yeah. You are somebody made you. You are like a golem. You're a homunculus. You're a golem. You're something like that. And somebody made you. Some human or possibly another Promethean, but most often a human, physically made you. And they made you with a purpose. They made you as a tool to do something. But because they're a stupid fucking asshole, they use the divine spark of creation to give you a whole ass human soul. So like really common is like they made like a sex bot. But they're like, oh, I don't just want like a dildo. I want like a dildo that has like a soul and full consciousness. And like that's an asshole move. Hey Nocturnal Ash.
That's a pretty dick move, you know.
Yeah, it's a pretty dick move.
You know what I mean? We call that a big move in the business.
And so like you are one of these things. Like you're this person, this full ass person that was made to have a specific purpose. And so the whole
This is my can opener. I created him with a full consciousness that can feel.
Yeah.
And he knows that the only thing he's good for is opening cans.
Yeah. Hello, Cielo Slug. Or like a bodyguard is like another common one, or like a research assistant. Like I didn't think Google was good enough, so I made a Google search engine, and that Google search engine has an immortal soul. Like
and just like what another is kind of like a guardian of some kind of object or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like a
yeah. But yeah, the important part, like Humter has it. Like this is the fundamental thing, right? Is that like somebody has made you, and so this is a game about like. So what is this a game about, right? It's a game about being born one way, and desiring with all of your heart and soul to be another way. And to change your body to conform better to being a holistic person and not just the ends that another person has ascribed to you. It's a game about being trans. Right?
It's pretty weird, dude.
It's pretty cool.
The thing is, a lot of actual narratives are about something like in that way. There's a lot of stuff about like fantasy narratives.
Yeah.
That are about the trans hero, and this doesn't even have anything to do with like modern trans activism or whatever.
No.
This is just about like a hero that feels that they are not in the place socially or wherever or whatever that they should be, and the entire journey is about like, hey bro, how do I become like, see, the entire thing about like in fantasy, like where there's like a girl and she wants to be a princess. That's that story. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't get born to be a princess, but I really want to be a princess. Yeah. How can I become a princess? Right? About
transcendence, right? About self-transcendence.
Yes, and about transcendence.
And this is all, and it's like, this is what the game is about. And like, this is a very cool premise for a game. Like, who doesn't want to play a game that is about being who doesn't want a protagonist to be a protagonist that overcomes the limitations of their born station? Like, why would you not want that? That rules. The thing is that the actual rules that have to do with like being a crazy like Frankenstein-ass monster are like half-written. And like mutually contradictory. Like there were several rules when I was running a campaign of it where it's like we spent hours trying to figure out what the correct interpretation of the rules was. That's the fucking problem with the World of Darkness games, is that like you have these really cool premises like this, and then you've got 600 pages of rules that don't even work. It's infuriating.
Honestly, at that point, just don't write that many rules and let the people figure that out.
No, the better version, like there's almost always a better version of a World of Darkness game that's just like an Apocalypse World game. Like almost always, it's so frustrating. The one that drove me the most insane is
I will say that there's few games that cannot like substitute another rule system. Like. Yeah. You can play a game in the Forgotten Realms
and use completely different rules.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's still gonna be Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, if you care about like the D&D setting, like you don't need to do.
I don't know. A lot of people that like the people that I have played with, they always care about the flavor and like the actual world, and not actually like, yo, I need my armor classes and I need all the fucking D&D shit. Like I don't know. I'm not into that. Okay, so I care about.
Yeah, I'm a famous hater for the D&D rule set. I'm a famous hater. Hello Versa. Hello Versa. It's good to see Versa. Yeah, I'm an infamous hater for actual proper D&D. Because it's just like I like, what are we accomplishing here? What are we accomplishing here by having like hundreds of pages of spell rule books? Like what are we doing here? Versa has been summoned. Did you summon Versa, or is that just like the inadvertent thing that happens when we start hitting D&D? Like, but yeah, I like TTRPGs a lot. I don't play them very often anymore.
I don't play them very often anymore either. I played them like years ago, right?
I was in a group for like 15 years. The trouble is that like the thing that I get out of it, I get by VTubing.
It's kinda, I guess, maybe.
I mean, different people get different things, but like I get like for me, it's like the theater kid bullshit is like the important part.
I do want to do some TTRPG stuff again, but we'll see how that'll turn out. The problem is, like, I will say some controversial stuff here right now, okay? Like, this is like actually.
I already started off with I hate D&D.
No, this is a hot take with the snake, okay? Like this
we got snake. We got the spicy snake. We got spicy snake. We got spicy snake. What's the spicy snake?
I believe that the culture that TTRPGs have gone into, the cultural direction, fucking blows. I don't like where this shit is going. Right? I don't like how. Okay, so, and don't misunderstand me here, okay? I'm not like
misunderstanding.
I'm not gonna go here into the whole like weird stuff where it's like there's some online people there that are like, oh my god, people such pussies now in fucking if I have my weird ass fetishes in my game.
Oh yeah, those guys suck. Those guys suck. Yeah, fuck them.
Dude, that's not what I'm saying. But there's like a certain part that often gets mixed into this that I think is like completely different, right? And that's what I'm decrying. I'm decrying this extreme fucking player focus in D&D, where there's players that are not fucking willing to actually go with the flow and actually play a game, and they're so fucking annoying. And I swear to God.
Raiders, welcome in, Raiders. You're here for the spicy snake moment. Is this a Rinnie's and DK raid? Or no, Arya. That is Arya. It's also a snake. Arya is also a snake.
It is me, the Nagi.
Yeah, we've got
the
Nagi.
The snake is here. It is me.
We've got double year of the snake happening here. Yeah, this looks like an Almantas stream, but it's actually I am painting, and Nagi is saying things that are so controversial and spicy that she cannot say them on her own channel, or she'll be destroyed.
So, I was just talking about how I think that D&D culture and TTRPG culture is trash now because fucking players are such little bitch babies that they cannot actually just like go with the flow of an adventure. Because me, as the classic like accursed DM, right? I sit here and I create like different avenues that people can go down for hours and hours, and then they're like little fucking bitch babies where I tell them, bro, I expect you to actually not try to actively fuck over like the narrative of this story, right? And they're like, what the fuck? This is supposed to have a narrative? Maybe you should write a book instead. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, people. No, dude. Like, I swear to God, like, bro. There's like, I don't get this shit, dude. Like, if you were the problem that you have is that like you run a game, like if you were to run a game just like from a module or whatever, like by the book, you get fucking bitched out by your players because they don't wanna because they don't wanna actually like do the thing like it's in the book. And there's so many options already.
It's just I don't know, man. I don't know. I've made bad experiences there.
You've got the bad experiences, the snake of the bad experiences. But yes, DK, thank you for joining. I hope that your time in Final Fantasy XIV was at least 14-iful, if not good. I do not know if we can expect a Final Fantasy XIV experience to be truly good, if that is one of those things that we are entitled to believe in this day and age. But I hope that you and Arya had a wonderful time together. And welcome in Raiders. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am learning to paint minis. I am quite bad at it, but I am getting better every time I do a stream. And Nagi is helping me coach, and she is very mad.
No, I was just like basically like venting there.
Yeah.
But the real problem is that players in these games just they don't think like they have to uphold half of the bargain, so to speak, here, right? Which is the DM makes a game for everybody to enjoy, and the players actually try to, like, you know, they have to actually play the game actively. They can't like play against the DM, because people always talk about how there's like weird DMs out there that try to defeat the players, right?
That's a very like old school thing. Yeah.
But what nobody ever talks about is that there are players out there that try to fuck over the DM as hard as possible, and nobody says anything about that shit. It's like so fucking annoying, man.
I stand by one of the best things I've ever read in an RPG rulebook was from, I kid you not. Hello, Big Mama Chunk, welcome in. The rulebook was Kill Puppies for Satan. That's the name of the game.
That's pretty good.
And one of the things that you have to do to play the game, a core rule of the game, is you must write at the top of your character sheet, "Hi, my name is blank," right? Whatever your character's name is. "Hi, my name is blank, and I kill puppies for Satan." And the rulebook just flat out says, if you are not willing to write this sentence at the top of your character sheet, you should be playing a different game. And
that's not a bad idea, I guess.
The purpose of this, and this is something that this guy does, this is Vincent Baker, my favorite RPG designer. He does this with all of his games, is that you have an explicit, the characters are not just blank slates who do whatever. The characters all come from a specific perspective. And so, for example, in my favorite one, Dogs in the Vineyard, you play as the Mormon religious police. Your characters have to, by default, be religiously devout Mormons. If you don't have religiously devout Mormon, it is not a player character.
See, that's also the problem that you get, like, where in more general TTRPGs, right?
Yeah.
You get people where you make your DM or whatever, you make an adventure and you tell your players, okay, here's the campaign, this is what it's gonna be about, this is like where it's gonna play, and instead of them actually being like, okay, that's really cool, I think I'm gonna make a character from this or this culture because it's like here and here, they're just like, no, but I want to make my fucking deviant art special OC or whatever the fuck.
I think I think a lot of this is an advertising issue, right? Where like
it's like, oh my god, bro, what are we doing here?
I think a lot of it is an advertising issue, and especially in the case of D&D, D&D often sells itself as you can be anything. The point of D&D is that like D&D is an infinitely flexible underlying system that can tolerate anything.
The problem is with D&D and TTRPGs, the big selling point is that anything's possible. It's like not like people have been praising like what was the game called, like fucking Baldur's Gate 3, right?
Yeah.
For being like cool and having so many options, but it pales in comparison to what a real campaign could be like.
Yep.
And I will say this is also why I don't want to play it. I don't care about role playing with fucking PC. That's bullshit to me. But as long as like, I don't know. But so I'm just saying. But
where I was going is it like being able to quote play anything is pathetic. The actual thing that makes a TTRPG so compelling compared to a video game is the responsiveness. Not that you can play anybody in every single campaign, but that you can do things in the campaign that the programmer could not have predicted, and the other people at the table will work with you to make it make sense. But that also means that everybody has to be on the same page of what are the boundaries of the improv that you are doing. That's kind of like my thing, is like it's not about doing anything, it's about the fact that what you are doing can be so responsive and flexible. Which is very different. Which is very different from freedom, right? It's responsiveness and freedom are not the same thing. Again, if you want ultimate freedom and ultimate power, you can just like open up Notepad and write. Like, you can open up Notepad and write. You can open up MS Paint and draw. You can get out a pad of paper and draw your characters. Like, you are allowed to do that. You are trying to do a collaborative story with people in an RPG. And you're correct, Ignor. You're correct, Ignor. Good morning, Mura. Good morning, Mura. Yeah, I've bribed goblins not to attack a village with food. You're getting called the best woman. You can bribe the villagers to. You can bribe the goblins. You can negotiate with the goblins in a way that's not normally possible. You can sacrifice the goblins to an even more evil god who eats them, and that's how you save the village. Like, you can do a lot of shit in an RPG, and that's not at all the same or even related to like. In this campaign that is about being pirates on the high seas, I am going to be a Wall Street banker. Or vice versa, right? Like in this game that's like a reenactment of the Wolf of Wall Street, I am going to play a pirate. Like, no. No. Like, you've got all these things that you can do. Don't ask that it can do don't be mean to the other people at your table, right? like it is a series of social problems. And God, the number of times I've seen people have a problem with a TTRPG where the problem was the other people at the table fundamentally did not like each other. Like, that was the real problem, was we've got a bunch of assholes hanging out with each other who are not actually friends, and then they try to solve it by having like a more in-depth rule set.
I see also a lot of games where the problem is that people approach this in the wrong way. They approach like the game like it's a video game that you're supposed to min-max in a way.
Yeah.
So whenever there's like they feel like it's so there's a lot of RPGs, right? Like TTRPGs that need you to be able to take the L gracefully.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of them where you just take like the either when there's like a you get a critical failure or whatever, so you get to narrate out in what way you fail, or all this kind of stuff, right? And people just won't do that shit. They can't. It's weird. I don't understand. Like, well, that's fucking...
Honestly, from having done like a lot of TTRPGs, this is part of the reason why I'm so cranky about D&D and why I'm just like an anti-D&D person, is that because in D&D, a lot of it is a D&D training. A lot of it is a thing that they learn from D&D, where in D&D actually winds up playing a lot like a Total War campaign, where if you don't win every single fight in a row lopsidedly, you lose. You have two states: complete and total victory or death. And like, it trains you very much to treat any setback as death.
Other games like Shadowrun also works like that. I feel.
Yeah, I also don't like Shadowrun for the same reasons.
I think Shadowrun's actual rule system is even more skewed towards that.
Yep, it is. I also don't like Shadowrun. Like, so, like, I whereas like Fiasco, right? Fiasco is just like, you need to fail in Fiasco. Like Fiasco doesn't even make sense. Like, you are going to fail as often as you succeed in Fiasco, because like, it's even called Fiasco. Right, it's even called Fiasco. It's not called like Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. It's called Fiasco. It's called like you are a fuck up in Fiasco.
I've had a problem with people making characters that just wouldn't go on that adventure. Like, in No Universe, for example, people with estates in an actual life. Where the fuck would you go to Strahd if you had a life? I mean, I guess.
Yeah, no, Warhammer Fantasy RPG I don't like because it's too, like, the rules are just like too crunchy for me. I like pretty like simple rule sets, but like I do appreciate that Warhammer Fantasy RPG, like you are kind of playing like weird fuck ups all the time. Like aesthetically, I'm not going to play it, but I at least like don't have this criticism. At least doesn't apply. Yeah, like this criticism does not apply to Warhammer Fantasy roleplay. But yeah,
So I've been thinking a little bit about, right, like about like how to do like an RPG kind of thing that you could show on stream.
yeah.
And especially with like newcomers and stuff, because that was a series that I've been thinking about, like having newcomers to like TTRPGs play like extremely common TTRPG scenarios that you don't generally know outside of that, right?
All right, keep going.
So, like, for example, the big adventure that I have planned, I actually have notes for that written down, is like Baby's first encounter with the false Hydra.
Okay.
Right? Shit like that. And then I had like a political campaign where you play in the Forgotten Realms in Waterdeep, and there's like old Gnawbones, right? And like her and like wanting to be part of the fucking Waterdeep aristocracy. And then there's like there's like the whole lich stuff about like becoming a lich. And the idea for that was maybe the better idea is to just like have pre-made characters and make them choose them and slightly customize them. That would
pre-mades are often pre-gens are
like
often a pretty good idea, to be honest. Like
that feels like for a format like that seems way better in my opinion. I don't know.
I honestly, particularly if we're doing like streamers and VTubers, it's like I do the book chat, right? And
dude, I will say, by the way, that fucking campaign with the false Hydra, that's like I went all out on that shit. Like that stuff is like mwah, chef's kiss. I will just say it. It has like so much random shit in it.
Big Mama Chunk, I'm going to make a brief aside that if you only ever read one RPG rulebook in your entire life, make it Apocalypse World. Apocalypse World is the best RPG rulebook to read, in no small part because the GMing chapter for Apocalypse World is the best GMing advice on the planet for any system. Like it is not an Apocalypse World specific GMing chapter. It is a like how to think like a game master chapter, and it's like the best one. Like people don't even bother writing other GMing advice because they're just like, why would I bother? Just read the chapter. Just read the Apocalypse World chapter. It's better than like anything else.
I've never read it actually.
Oh, it's super good. It's super good. It is super good, and I think the first edition is free. I think the first edition of Apocalypse World is free. The second edition like changes enough things, but it doesn't really change like the fundamentals. It changes like a lot of how the classes work, and it makes combat between more than two people better, but it doesn't like fundamentally change the core of it. Apocalypse World is also like the best RPG in general. It's just an extremely good RPG, but that chapter is insane. That chapter is wildly good. But yeah, I think that, so like I do a lot of collabs, right? I like collabing. I'm a nerd who loves collabing. I'm a big extroverted pervert who likes to talk to people. What I have found is that most people just want to walk into a collab like just themselves. Like that's kind of the default expectation, right? Like you didn't have any prep for today.
No, but is this a collab? What are we doing?
We are doing a collab. You're coaching me on painting, but like I
didn't give you any advice for like hours now. On
yeah,
painting,
I know.
right?
I know. That's fine. That's fine. But you're still
this
here.
Is pretty blotchy, by the way. This is not very good.
I know. I'm gonna have to do a lot of. This is the thing you told me about Reds. They need lots of. They need help with coverage. So
They're transparent as fuck. Yeah. The pigment is bad. That's just how it is.
That's just how it is. I'm just gonna have to do more layers. Where I want feedback on at this point, which might not really work super well, is because I'm looking at it on the camera, I'm looking at it on the model, and it looks pretty different. I think the skin turned out okay.
The skin's okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty legit.
I think I will say that like I probably want to make sure I do my next one really pale, because I do think that there's a problem where doing dark skin with the bronze metal doesn't provide enough contrast. I think it's too low contrast for like the skin to like really look like skin. It almost like, yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's not like coming through well enough. But yeah, no, I know that these reds, I'm just gonna have to do like 5 layers. Like I just know that that's like what it is. Like that's just life. That's just life here. Like
That's just really, what red is this?
this is this red, Vallejo Scarlet Blood.
That's crazy that needs that. That shouldn't be the case. Like 5 is excessive, man.
I'm
Like,
I'm just throwing out a random number. like this is 2, right here. This is already 2 layers.
Is this over black?
Yeah, it is over black. Yeah, that's also a problem.
You should have used like a darker
Yeah.
red.
We've talked. This is the darkest red I've got actually.
Oh yeah. Okay, alright. You don't have paint.
Yeah, I don't have paint. This will. So, and again, I'm watering it down. I'm just accepting that like a lot of thin, watery layers and red. It's just going to be a thing. It's just going to be a thing, and I just gotta live with it, right? Like that's just life. I'll get it down until we've got like decent coverage from the reds, and then I will use orange to make highlights. That is the plan. That is the strategy.
See, the other thing that I also wanted to do, not everyone has an illustrious Cove collection, is you, Nagi. Dude, my collection is excessive as shit, dude. You shouldn't have that. But I'm just saying. The other thing that I was wanted to do with the TTRPG stuff is like, so I made a lot of settings in my life, right? Like for different projects. And a lot of them
you don't like write stories. You just kind of like write backgrounds to stories.
And a lot of them, no, I actually write stories in them too, right? I have stories, right? But so a lot of them would lend themselves really well to TTRPG stuff as well. So I wanted to do some of that, just because. Because why not? Why not? Like, if you already have like a really fucking detailed setting, right? Might as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gotta show that shit off.
Yeah.
By the way, the setting for the miniatures game is coming along pretty well.
Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. This is another fantasy setting, right?
No, that's a sci-fi setting.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm mixing it up. I'm mixing up your projects. You got so many fucking projects, bro. Yeah, so
it's because I have ADHD and I'm unmedicated.
So true, bestie.
So true, bestie, dude.
I am also ADHD and unmedicated, and but I'm a nonfiction person. So what this has led to is that like I wrote a research prospectus for another editor as like a background thing, and then he just like published the entire thing, and I forgot that I had written it like 5 years ago, and he's like, no, we can just like publish this. This is publication worthy. I'm like, really? It's just like a prospectus. I literally forgot that I spent like 3,000 hours on research on it. Like,
Damn.
not 3,000, like 300, 400 hours on research on it. I just like completely forgot about it.
But I wish I had that much stuff made. What the fuck?
This is what happens when you're old, is you just like have old shit like laying around.
It's like with me, like I've been so I had this baller idea for like a system, right, for you how you could play a game with miniatures on a table in a way that doesn't exist out there right now, right? For like any, and then I was like, okay, let's develop something for this, and then I developed the setting.
Yeah.
There it
Yeah.
is.
I need to actually like.
It's coming along really well. Like basically, in the beginning, what I did was like that one time where I got really mad, and then I recreated the entirety of the Warhammer 40k setting, right? Just like as a ripoff of a ripoff.
Yeah.
And
you did a fix-it fic of a setting.
So and I basically like I took that and I was like, okay, so if we made this, but cool, right? Like where we don't have to conform to all the Warhammer 40k bullshit, what would I make? And that's what it became. That's just what the setting is. It kind of has the same ground ideas as Warhammer 40k, but like in like my version now.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm just like yeah. No, I get it. No, it's like this is what happens when you have ADHD, like, and you're insane, right? And like you don't actually have responsibilities. You don't actually have real responsibilities like children or like a real job.
God forbid.
You know, this is what we do. This is what we do. It sounds like a superpower and is actually just having too much free time. You know, I think
That's
about
actually, like, I will say that project actually is looking pretty good though, right? Like that might be an actual publication worthy one because it's pretty easy to make. Like just writing a rule book, getting some illustration in there,
Oh yeah.
and like putting that out and be like, hey guys, you want to play a game with miniature? It's like, I don't know.
No, there's a reason why people do it so much, right? It's like it's like not that hard to like come up with like better settings and rules than like the ones that get that are like the main published ones.
Dude, like the problem is almost any game is better than Warhammer. So
Oh
like,
yeah, it's
not
very
hard.
easy on that one. It's very easy to come up with better than 40k. I'm pretty sure that both of us could come up with better than Infinity, which is infuriating because I really like Infinity, but there's just like some really stupid stuff in there that I just am like, why? Why are you doing it this way?
I will say the Infinity setting is also less than Stellar.
That's specifically what I'm talking about. Is like the setting is just like they did not pick a lane between like
I will say the combined army is such a goddamn letdown in Infinity. It's not even funny. For those who are not initiated into this, Infinity is a wargame, sci-fi wargame by Corvus Belli, and it's basically about humans doing shit, and then there's like an alien army that invades them that is like made up of tons of different alien species.
Just underscore Jane, thank you for the follow. Yeah, no, it's the combined army is like the big problem. Like that's the big millstone around the neck of the setting.
The problem is that they're at the same way they should be, kind of like almost the main attraction, and they just suck. It's like, and over here in this corner we have, and then it's like absolute nothing burger. Like it's just like, what is this?
No, it's like a huge problem with the whole thing. This is what I mean by like they needed to kind of like pick a lane and stick to it, which is that like they kind of had this option, right? They kind of had it in front of them. Either it can be this like really like film noir, just barely above mafia scale game about like corporate espionage, which is like 99% of the game is that. Or it can be a game where like all of humanity is under threat of invasion by an alien empire composed of a like oppressive empire of dozens of species that has thousands and thousands of planets under control.
Enslaved by a great AI that just is like, and the AI just has an inferiority complex about having been created without the ability to ever reach ascension.
Yeah,
that's the thing. But like, it's like the backstory is like there was some ancient species. They created an AI robot, and then the AI became so powerful that it like ascended to the next plane of existence. And that happened all the fucking time. And then they wanted to ascend too, and they were like, "Why can't we ascend?" So they created an AI that it was based on their own species neural blueprint, so to speak. And then the AI was not able to ascend anymore because the species is broken in some way, and now the AI is insane and tries to fucking control everything. I don't know. It's just some weird ass fucking backstory.
Just underscore Jane, thank you for the Prime. That's very kind of you. But yeah, like we love the Prime. It's just like it's just like this huge scale problem. It's this horrible scale problem in the whole setting where the like either this is like this like cyberpunk like I actually love pronouncing the underscores. You can't stop me. I think it's very funny. I think it's very funny to pronounce the underscores. It is a joy to me. It is a privilege. But like it's a setting that could have like if it was just like the like crime level ass setting, right? Like I think it's actually genuinely funny and good. That
I will say, like, it isn't the first wargame that did this. I'm pretty sure that they actually think that it is like based a little bit on AT-43 because they also did this. They had this scene where it's like, oh hey, here's like humans and some aliens, and they do like some really small scale stupid encounters. And then you have the universe ending threat of like spoiler for a game that isn't even like
in production
Yeah, so
anymore.
it's like actually
The
like
real
dead.
humans from planet Earth billions of years in the future, where they have re-engineered themselves into a different species entirely, trying to gain control of every single star in the universe and make them into a Dyson sphere so they can stop the expansion of the universe, because they couldn't live forever if the universe would ever experience the big crunch. And that shit is killing them in their own heads. That's what the game's about, right?
Yeah,
And meanwhile, you have like freaking random ass people on some stupid ass backwater planet that used to be a colony from the OG humans, doing some weird ass fucking corporate espionage bullshit and then fighting the planet of the apes. That's what's going on, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, it's so weird.
I actually really like that. Like, I never quite get over how funny it is that like one of the factions in Infinity, the Rama Task Force, within Hakislam. Hakislam was my favorite faction, so I always.
Hakislam is a good faction.
They
I like them. I like the doctory. They're a good unit. They're like doctors and cat girls at the same time. That's very powerful.
Yeah, the anarchist spaceship is a cool faction. But yeah, it's like they've got.
It's like really, they do this thing in Infinity where the Islamic faction is actually like in that actual story, like Haq Islam is like a humanist revolution of Islam, right?
Yeah.
Where they go like through a weird kind of like revolution of the entire. It's not. It's like a different religion now, and then meanwhile China regresses into like imperialist China and becomes the empire.
It's like the China faction is like what like racist State Department ghouls think China is like. Where they're like, oh yeah, it's both the Communist Party, but also the Communist Party is actually just a type of imperial dynasty. But yeah, like the Haq Islam faction has a sub-faction called Rama Task Force, which is, the way I describe them is they're undeniable ops, right? So like everybody in the game is like about, like most of the factions in the game are like these like weird like mercenary collectives and like assassins and stuff where like they're trying to like steal each other's corporate data and like kidnap people and trying to do like corporate espionage shit. They're trying to do perfect dark shit. And then Rama Task Force is the faction that's specifically like, we want everybody to know that we did it. Like we want to,
Also,
which is really funny. Like it's like they do like human rights missions and stuff like that. It's really based.
They also do like, I mean, the main faction is like Pan-Oceania, right? Like because America kind of collapsed in that setting, and now Australia is like the main power.
Yeah, it's the Australia-Spanish coalition is the main power. Yeah.
However, you know that the faction that I play is like, I play the biggest pervert faction, right? Like
you play Aleph. Yeah.
Aleph is like the only faction that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
And they didn't put it in the main rule book, so I didn't like it anymore.
I was never too concerned with Aleph. My faction is, we're talking about Infinity, Terramundi. But yeah, like I have this problem with me and Nagi both have a complaint about Infinity, which is that like it's cool and base to have a game that is about like this small scale corporate espionage shit, but then it's also like in the background of this small scale corporate espionage stuff, sometimes you are also facing this like pan-galactic scale threat, and it's like, what are we doing here?
I mean, the thing is, you could do this in a game that is more comedic, that takes itself less seriously.
Yeah.
So that's possible.
Yeah. But it just doesn't cohere. It just like doesn't come together in Infinity. It's really frustrating to me because I want to like so much about the game.
I think Combined Army is also the only alien faction in the game, in a way.
There's Toha. There's Toha.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Toha. Right. But the problem that I have with the Combined Army is that they're also not even cool in their aesthetic.
No,
they don't even look cool. They're just like, you're like, oh, you have all these different species and stuff. They're also guys in suits. Like, bro, like, what is this? Like, I don't understand.
And the thing is, like, I feel obligated to still care about Infinity because AROs is like the coolest mechanic. AROs is just like a cool mechanic. More like it's so good. For those of you who kind of know war games but don't specifically know Infinity, Infinity has this extremely cool rule called the ARO, the automatic reactive order. When
you can actually like react to the things your opponent does.
Yeah, if it is your opponent's turn and your opponent does something and one of your units sees it do something, you get to do something. You get to respond. Most importantly, if your opponent shoots at you, you get to shoot back or dodge. And on the one hand, like, people hear this and they're like, well, how do you get anything done if your opponent gets to shoot back? Right? How do you get anything done if your opponent gets to shoot back? And the answer is that if you are the active player, you just choose incredibly unfair fights. You just choose incredibly super unfair fights.
Be a bitch, dude.
Just be an absolute dick. Just like, okay, you've got the opponent is set up with a sniper rifle on top of a tower. You throw a smoke grenade and you get into shotgun range and you blast their face off. Or they're set up and like you snipe them from out of range. Like you set up unfair fights. And it's a game of like setting up lots of like weird unfair fights. And it's very cool. It's very cool to be able to react. It's very cool that like this kind of organically creates a system where like the way you defend yourself is not by just having a shitload of HP. It's by having a whole bunch of weird threats that are really annoying to deal with, that your opponent has to deal with in sequence. So they you end up organically creating these complicated defense in depth networks. Because like that's like how do you stop this thing? It's like, well, so you use like mines and you use turrets and you use stealth detectors and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's very, very cool, and it creates a very cool, very interactive system that feels really cool to use. And the setting's just not very good. Like, it's the end of it. Like, that's really kind of where we started from here. Is that like
I've been thinking a lot about rule systems because I wrote the alpha version of the rule book on my iPad while Mix was here I just wrote it down. And I've been thinking a lot about it, and I like the reaction system too.
Yeah.
But you know that my game works like on a universal resource, like initiative or whatever that you have.
Yeah.
And you can react to stuff, but it costs you like tons of resources, right? For units, like to actually like force a reaction out of them, so to speak. So it's probably often better not to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that I thought about it.
I mean, that's also a very valid way to run things, is to like make a complicated resource allocation system. Like, there's a lot of cool ways you can make a cool war game. It's honestly a very cool world.
I wanted to make a war game about like just allocating resources, right? And your resource is not just like gold or whatever the fuck. No, it's just you have like a certain amount of initiative that you can use during a turn, and your opponent gets a 2, and then the entire turn plays out, and then you go to the next turn.
Yeah, no, there's so many cool things we can do with this world. Using bikers and play Akira the board game. Yeah. There's a lot of pretty fucking cool models in Infinity. There's a lot of like stinkers. There's a lot of like not great ones, but there's a lot of really cool ones in it.
I will say that the aesthetic of the entire game is a little bit on the like okay for me side. Like, I see a lot of the stuff and I'm like, just okay.
A lot of it's too clean. Like the basic power armor that they use, like every faction is like very similar.
What's your opinion on stuff like Mordheim? Like, do you play those games? Does have like full campaigns and stuff?
I don't like doing the full campaigns, and the problem is my ADHD. Like, I want to be trying out new factions like every other game. Like, that's my problem.
I mean, it's not so bad because you have like 6 models and it's a full band, right? So it's not that bad.
No. It's not like a matter of like the painting or whatever. It's a matter of like I want to like redo the entire list. Like I want like in Magic the Gathering terms, I'm like a total Johnny, right? I'm like a total Johnny. I want to be exploring the mechanical space, and like games that have actual like dedicated campaign play are exactly set up not to reward that. I like Trench Crusade.
Trench Crusade's cool. I supported the Kickstart
the Kickstarter, right? Like I have every single like of one of the STLs for Trench Crusade. They're pretty good. I haven't printed them yet. Like most of the aesthetic is pretty good. Like there's a few models that I don't particularly enjoy. Like for example, the Quartz Desecrated Saint is kind of like what to me. Like what is this? But in general, it's pretty good. It's like just Catholic core, just World War I Catholic core shit. Like that's what it is.
I having played a game or two of it, I think it's I actually like it. Like we've played it on my Matthew, we'll talk off. We'll DM me, Matthew. But just DM me like right now, Matthew. I won't respond because I can't. My keyboard isn't even on my desk right now. But just DM me and we'll talk about it. I've got a new plan. But yeah, I've played it on my server. Like we've played on the server on my Discord, the Trench Crusade, and I like it. I particularly like how snappy it is. Like
it's pretty. I hear
really
like
brisk.
That a lot of the factions are pretty good. I like people playing Sultanate. It seems
I like
pretty
Sultanate.
cool. Also,
I like Sultanate.
Lions of Chabir are like so cool. Like
that's Mick's favorite unit. That's he fucking loves those lions. I have played one game as like House of Wisdom, and the next time I play, I really want to play as the assassins, as the Fayit.
I wanna play as the Court of Envy.
Yes, of course you do.
Because envy is my sin. There you go.
I thought pride was your sin. I actually know it's envy. I actually do know it's envy. I actually do know you well enough to know this envy. It's not pride.
It's always envy.
Always envy. Yeah, I
Snake does covet.
The snake coveteth.
It covets your neighbor's oxen.
It covets the oxen. I am going too thick on this right now. I need to be doing this in thinner layers, these highlights.
Also, like in the game, the Envy Court gets to steal weapons from other people.
Yeah.
And stuff. Right? So that's pretty good.
I am a bit of a contrarian, it must be said, when I'm playing war games. Like, I tend to really gravitate towards factions that are, like, against the grain of the setting. So, like, there's two things that I'll gravitate towards. One is, like, skirmisher play. And the other is, like, runs contrary to the core themes of the game. So, like, in Infinity, like, I immediately went to Hawk Islam, because, like, the setting is all about, like, corporate greed and, like, selfishness, and then it's like...
I mean, that would be what? New Antioch?
New Antioch... Well, in the case of, in Trench Crusade, like, the whole setting's about, like, Catholic... Like super dedicated Catholics who've become, like, turbo-goths versus, like, actual forces of Satan, and it's like, no, I'm gonna play as the Muslims. Like... I'm gonna play as, like, the Muslims who have, like, these, like, clean aesthetics. I would like Antioch, to be honest, but Antioch also is, like, too neat of a faction. Like, they're not, like,
they
messy
have, like,
and weird enough.
Some of the mercenary stuff is pretty cool.
Some of it is pretty cool,
like,
yeah. Some of it is pretty cool, but I prefer the, like, kind of weird messiness of the Sultanate. And like in 40k, I'm a dedicated Eldar player. Like, I'm very much an Eldar player. I will never play Space Marines. You cannot
I mean,
get me as a Space Marines.
alchemy. The thing is, alchemy is like this weird thing, right? Where I haven't seen a setting yet that goes into the full breadth of the insane shit that alchemists believed back in the day.
The best I've seen is Promethean the Created.
Yes, but like I'm basically saying, like, all the parts of alchemy that are usually being, like, shown in fantasy stuff
are
the boring stuff. It's the thing the stuff that eventually became chemistry, which is all the fucking boring nerd shit about alchemy.
The cool stuff about alchemy is all the weird pseudo-scientific spiritualism that went on, and all the heraldry that they had, and like what the fucking meaning behind all this crazy symbolism even was, right? To the point where we don't even know anymore, right? Like,
yeah, no, like the
to-
paranoia. I mean, again, I really like the Promethean setting, even though the rules are fundamentally broken, because Promethean is fundamentally about like how alchemy is a method of divine transformation of reality, of not just like making lead into gold. That's the kiddie shit. Turning lead into gold is the kid shit. It's how do you turn yourself into like a transcendental being? It's how do you reshape reality and even ethics to like conform better to your vision of how the world should be? Like, that's the cool shit, right? That's the cool shit. And like you can get so much weirder with alchemy than I ever see it get. And in Trench Crusade they don't get weird enough with it.
Wasn't there a Titanic book? What's the Titanic book? It's still untranslatable stuff. I hear there's something like that, but like alchemy is like where ancient Europeans really fucking went bonkers, dude. Like I don't know what was. There was something in the water back then.
I mean, it was probably all the fucking lead that they were huffing, right?
Yeah, no, that lead and like fermenting your own urine and shit. Like
yeah,
you know?
oh god, yeah, the guy who fermented like an entire warehouse full of urine. Yeah, he's like, how do you, like, he found out that the recipe involved. This was the guy who discovered phosphorus, elemental phosphorus. It involved fermenting 40 gallons of urine. And like that means that he had like way more than that because he repeated this over and over again. And 40 was just like the smallest batch he could pull off.
He was like making piss.
I mean, you use piss like so much, because like that's what we used to use for bleaching clothes. Like if you're gonna have if you're thinking about like historical professions, laundry would, if you want to be like a historical laundryman, a fuller, it would involve a lot of piss.
You'd have uric acid. It's the best they had. It was like.
Yeah, a Roman fullering station was like an entire basement just filled with piss. God fears the man with that much piss. Yeah. Yeah, the Voynich manuscript. Yeah. Yeah, you used to have people collecting urine for industry. Yep. And of course there was always the people collecting shit, the night salesman.
It was also used for like leather working, right? Like it's needed for the leather hardening and all that stuff.
One of those cool things about the European caste system is that leather workers were generally were like super low caste and not allowed to live inside city walls.
Yeah, because they were full of piss.
Yeah, leather actual proper tanning smells like unbearably awful. Like just like absolutely awful. We are about to get hit by ads. I'll probably take a much shorter break this time. I'm going to piss, but I'll just like run right back. I will not bother, I think, putting up the fan.
Save for the letter work.
Save for the letter work. People stealing corpses from churches to learn an ad. Yeah, that's like that's one of those things that was like a Tumblr history kind of thing that I think is kind of silly, is the like, oh, the Catholic Church like set back knowledge of medicine by centuries by like not letting people rob graves. And it's like, I don't know about that, man. Like there are a lot of other problems happening in medicine that didn't require you to know that much about anatomy. But yeah, it's...
My favorite about that was like the miasma theory. That shit is fucking amazing.
Miasma theory rules, and it also rules that like there are people in the 21st century today who, like, if they believed in miasma theory, they would actually be better at medicine than they currently are.
It's true. It's true. That's the insane thing about it.
Yeah, it's like actually better than it's actually better than several like contemporary theories about medicine and health. Like
the miasma theory is based. Okay, like that's all I gotta say about that.
How often do you think about miasma by diabetes is by drinking piss. I always like I like that there was insipid piss was like part of the was like a diagnosis. Like your piss is insipid.
How did they even treat diabetes back then? What could you even do? If you had type 1 diabetes, you were just fucked.
I don't actually know. Medical history kind of grosses me out, so I don't tend to look into it very hard. I don't tend to look.
Like, when did they actually learn to do an appendectomy? Before that, like with the side sickness or whatever, you just got that, you died. Instant kill.
Instant kill.
Oh no, the ad break. I'm getting an ad.
Yeah, you're getting added. The snake is getting the ads shoved right in her face, and you're going to have to tolerate it because I will be back in just like a minute. I'm not gonna bother making myself another cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh. But I am gonna replace my shitty rinse water. So I'll be back in just a minute. You get default face Almantas.
The ad's over.
That I know freaks out
I'm
more.
back. The ad is over. It's over. We're back. Hello, chat. Welcome back. What were we talking about? You salty as fuck about Confucius? What about him? Diabetes. Talking about piss. Okay, I see how it goes. It's very important. Piss is important even in today's medical field. Like, you know how often the doctor steals your piss? More often than he steals your blood. I'ma be real with you. They actually, it do be that way. The book, something harmony of the humors. What do you think about humor, Siri? You're only sick because you don't have enough black bile. You know? Blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile. That's what your body's made of. And that goes into the alchemy theory because black, yellow, red, and white are the stages of the magnum opus. So obviously there's like a black, a white, the yellow, and the red humor, right? Easy, dude. Like that's it flows together. Fun fact: diagnostic factor of the piss is still the color of the use of a palette to check.
Nice.
Why wouldn't you do that? That's a good idea. That's just a good idea. Why wouldn't you do that?
I mean, the only reason why the only thing that I'd see is like a. Oh wait, yeah, I guess we get that. Whatever, we still got a little bit of ad break.
Yeah, we're just talking about piss as if it's not like as if the doctor doesn't do urine analysis today. Right?
Yeah, like I've had urine analysis done in the last like 6 months. Like, yeah. One of those things that's kind of funny is that like the improvement that we have over just like using a little color palette is like. You can just do like a UV vis spec on it. Like you can just do it in actual. You can actually just use an actual spectrometer that's going to be like way better than human eyes. Like that's it. Like that's the only real improvement on that front. Like other than that, like why bother? Why bother fixing it? Like why bother? Like it's fine. It's
yeah,
fine.
sure. They do shit analysis too, right? It's very important too.
Oh yeah. The stool sample, as they call it. I do think it's kind of fun that like we've stopped. Like one of those things like if you're an old like me that you grew up with people talking about all the time was the proctology exam where they shove a hand up your butt.
They do what?
Yes, this is an old like prostate cancer.
Purpose?
Prostate cancer for prostate cancer scanning. They would they would shove a hand up your butt and like squeeze your prostate to like see if you've got.
Do they still do that?
Nope, they stopped doing it like years ago because it turns out that blood analysis is just better.
I have a question. Like, isn't this extremely sexually arousing or whatever? Don't people do that shit for masturbation reasons or whatever? I forgot.
I mean, like okay, like yeah, I was about to say like Mura has hit it on the head. Like is getting the speculum.
Have you heard of gynecology? They still love shoving things up women. Shut the fuck up, dude. Don't remind me.
Yeah, like is the speculum extremely sexually arousing, Nagi? Is that like a sexy fun time?
There is people.
Yeah, there are people.
Fetish for that.
There are people who are into that, and there are people who are into getting a really rapid, dry hand shoved up their ass.
It's more than they like to admit.
I mean, yeah, because if you admit it, then like everybody's uncomfortable, right? Like could you imagine having that conversation with your gynecologist? Being like, by the way, I might get like really horny.
I mean, if he shoves a finger up your ass and you get hard, I guess he's gonna know, right? Yeah. That's like, you're only saving grace with the gynecologist. Like, I guess. You can deny it.
I mean, what, not feel like sploosh out. Having had, Nagi just shivered and cringed into death from that, yeah. No, having had quite a few things with the doctors over the years. I don't know, man. I maybe somebody gets hard during that, but it requires somebody different. It requires something special happening there. So here's
silence.
So I'm looking at what I'm doing here, and I think the skin turned out pretty bad.
I will say, like, that the orange and the red is like a little bit too stark in my opinion.
A little too stark. Like, okay, I think it's turning out pretty good. That's the part I was feeling the best about.
You think it's pretty good?
I think it's turning out the best, but maybe it needs a wash.
Maybe
to tune it down. I do have an orange wash. I do have an orange wash.
You should use you gotta use a red wash for that.
I don't actually have a red wash. I've got Griffin Hound orange.
Just make your own wash, like a total champion.
Isn't that a real pain in the ass to do with reds? Like with reds specifically, isn't that a nightmare?
Well, I guess.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can pull it off. Just.
Gynecology is still a torture, and it bring a part of regular medical checkup. What is a crime? Well, I mean, it's important. See, it is very important that they squeeze your tits to like a 2 centimeter like pancake. That's the most important part about all of this. If they don't do this, then you die. You gotta show your tits who's boss, or they will develop cancerous growth.
That is true. That is true. That is where cancer comes from. Cancer comes from your body parts getting too full of themselves.
Yeah.
They come from your body getting too full of itself. Also, his skin is metal. The skin is just fucking wet. Is the thing. The skin. There are no metallic paints in there. It's just fucking wet. And it's specifically because I am a fuck up, and the brown I have, the darkest brown I have, comes across as super shiny.
Listen, you have to do this. It's breast cancer screening. That's how they do that shit. At least here, that's the technique. They have like some weird kind of fucking plate or whatever that they 2 glass plates that they squeeze your boobs in between so that they're flat enough to shine a light through it. I'm like, what the fuck? Is this really the best thing we can do? That's like a little bit. That doesn't feel like adequately advanced.
They could use stronger lights. They could use stronger lights. Yeah, so it's just dark skin. I think I did an okay job on the dark skin. I will be blunt. I think that the dark
swabs. I don't think the swabs are so bad, honestly. Like compared to the other screenings, it's not that bad.
I think that the dark skin, the big problem with the dark skin, to be honest, is just that because I'm using bronze as the metal, the contrast is too low. I think if I was using silver as the metal, if I was like iron, it would look better. Is the core thing with the skin. I think I should have done a pale skin as opposed to a dark skin. I do need to do something about like how this verdigris has turned out. It looks.
Do not what? I don't know, man. Like it's just not that bad.
Gotta do something here. Swabs are painful. So I mean, we don't have like those like regular screenings for the male health because like it's all like hormonal, so they're just like, okay, I guess it's actually just a blood check.
Don't they actually like jangle your balls or anything to check if they're okay or like?
Not super regularly. But what happens though is that if you ever say to a doctor, "My balls hurt," they're giving you the works for like they will give you the works because there's a possibility that it's testicular torsion if you're having testicular pain, and testicular torsion fucking kills you.
Yeah, you die. Right?
Testicular torsion kills you. Yeah.
The funny thing is, like, you can just like sit wrong and die. It's like what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's for like a hernia. That's for a hernia. Yeah.
The truth is, a twisted ovary will also kill you, but like, chances are lower that you will develop that. I would say.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the only symptom that you'll have is testicular pain. Like, that's the only symptom you'll have before it becomes like near terminal. Is like your balls just kind of hurt. And so I've not had testicular torsion, but I've had but if you have a bacterial infection that gets into your sac, it'll feel the same. And so they'll do like everything. Like they will give you like instantaneously. It's like, okay, we're fast tracking you for.
Do they have like? How do they look at that? Is there like a contrast thing that you get injected or whatever?
Big one,
and they get through X-ray.
The big one that I've had done to me like half a dozen times is they ultrasound you. They ultrasound your nuts.
Damn.
They ultrasound your nuts, which is mostly just very cold. It's mostly just very cold on a very sensitive part of your body. But like they'll do like tons of blood work, and they'll like they'll do that because they're trying to eliminate everything else because the only symptom is pain. And then like I get annoyed about this because I've had it multiple times, and I'm just like, I've had this before. This feels like the last time.
No, the ultrasound is really, really nice. That's chill, actually. Dude,
yeah,
people do ultrasound in spas. That shit's great. I love ultrasound.
Oh, I actually don't mind the EKG. I don't really think about that one very hard. But the it's just like you could just give me a just give me a Z-Pack, man. Just give me a Z-Pack, and if I feel fine in 3 days, like we know what it was. Like it's
if I'm dead in 3 days, right?
Well, no, like it takes like a couple weeks to kill you. So like it's like we'll know in 3 days. Like it's fine. We can just do this. But yeah, it's crazy. Like the male things are all like really sudden. Like it's not like regular stuff. It's just like it's like everything in the for the dudes. It just like works fine, or like you are going to die like now.
I don't know. I just like I have like a condition, and so I need to get regular swabs. It's like I don't know. I guess I have gotten numb to the shit. I don't know. I'm like whatever.
Okay. No, they do house MD you. They're giving that's what happens if they think you've got testicular torsion. Is they do like the whole like house MD thing. Like you get like the house MD treatment. It's like the weirdest thing in the world to me. From like. As like an American, where like the normal way that they treat you for things is they're just like, shut the fuck up and go home, and if you're dead in 3 months, you can sue me. Like, to have a doctor actually respond with urgency to a medical complaint is fucking crazy to me. Like, they don't fucking do that in America. That is not our way. That is not the American way. Like we absolutely just like everything is just like we just we just wait, and if you die, like you die. Like that's the normal American method.
If you die with just your time, there you go. Like,
yeah, unless it happens to be testicular torsion, in which case we take it seriously.
Yeah, because obviously, like, yeah, if it concerns the balls, then we need to like pull out the stops.
If like we need to because like strangely like the balls can survive without the rest of the body, I guess, right? Like it's wild. It's wild around here. It's wild around here. We're crazy in these here United States. We're crazy around here. In the army, 99% of meds are treated with bed rest and Motrin. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That is how we treat our soldiers.
Good trend.
And I'm gonna Nagi, because we were talking politics earlier. I'm gonna give another little politics thing here. Nagi, you might be hearing some absolute shit happening here from the States because they are trying to cut veterans' benefits.
That seems a little bit like off the beaten path for the playbook of the conservatives.
Yep. It's also like, I gotta say, like, in terms of like keeping yourself in power, it's like gotta be like one of the most like dangerous moves you can do. Like, let's start with a plan of like, our start point is we're going to take the country with the strongest military on the entire planet. And we're going to like bake our entire like identity around like we don't need to negotiate with civilians because we have the military on our side. And by the way, we're going to stop bribing the military. Like, that doesn't tend to go well. Like, that doesn't tend to be a smart move.
No, this is like, that doesn't seem. It also seems uncharacteristic.
Yeah. People were very surprised. People were very, very surprised by this move. They are also
I
like...
will say that, like, the actual culture of veteran veneration is, like, a little bit creepy almost from an outside perspective.
Yep.
So, I'm like, okay, you know, but, like, at the same time, it seems like such a random thing to do. Like,
you know who else finds it kind of creepy?
What?
Veterans.
Is that true? Huh.
I mean, we've got at least one in chat right now. Blast is a veteran. But most veterans I've talked to find like the way that Americans like dick ride veterans constantly to be like to go beyond the level of like veneration and go into just like kind of like weird and creepy. Like that's most of the veterans I've talked to are like, yeah, man, like I just like did a job for a couple of years and now I'm like a mechanic. And then I've got this like weird guy like standing up and like holding a salute at me for like 5 minutes straight, and like I don't know what to do about that. It's a pretty important part of like how American society is organized. Blast doesn't even tell people. People
are just weird about it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, so, like, here, there's like people that've been in the military or whatever, but first of all, military here doesn't see a lot of active combat as far as I know, like, even though there's like, you know, NATO stuff going on, but it's like, you don't know who's a veteran. Nobody talks about this.
I mean, it's a little bit frustrating to me talking about this from like a social science, etc. perspective, is that like part of the point of how countries like ours are fundamentally organized is that like like soldiers can become civilians, right? Like they're not permanent warriors for their entire life. Like, it's actually very important to the way that our entire militaries are organized that like when you stop being a soldier, you stop being a soldier. And that's like actually really valuable to the entire everything about the society that we live in. That's okay, hold on, there's something wrong with this. The paint already hardened up in there. Trying to cut veterans benefits is completely wild. Like that's how you
That's like also like, aren't veterans benefits specifically for people that have like that are in like disabled in the war or something like that?
Not necessarily. There are other veteran benefits, but the very specific one they're going for is that they're trying to make it so that you cannot simultaneously draw disability benefits and retirement benefits from the military. Which, like, are you like?
So what you have? What?
Yeah.
What?
No, these guys are drunk. These guys are fucking drunk. Our Secretary of Defense, who is an alcoholic.
Like, hey, did you know? Did you have extra fucking you have extra external costs because of your disability that you gain in the service of this country?
Yeah.
Please choose if you would like to receive those or like your pension that you also work for. I'm like, bro. But I understand that America doesn't care about taking care of its people, but it's getting a little bit comical, bro. Like, I don't know, man.
And this one's just like a bad one. Like, you're going to tell the people with guns, and nuclear weapons that, like, the rich empty suit guy.
I mean, it's especially if you're like an aspiring like god emperor as Trump is, like probably not the best way to actually antagonize the military. To get, I don't know, man.
I would say I do not recommend this as a course of action. That's what I would say. This is how you get assassinated by your own security forces. Like. This is a pretty well-trod behavior. A lot of people have tried it before. It does not go well. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. It's yeah, no. It's the attempt to like turn over the there's an attempt to click. That one's crazy. I'm not even getting into that one. I want to talk about like one of the funnier ones, which is our Secretary of Defense, like our head of our military. First of all, raging alcoholic. Hello, Axel is Axel. He's a raging alcoholic who promised he would stop.
What is it with everybody being like some kind of substance abuser in America? This is crazy.
He promised that he would stop drinking if he got the job, which is like the most alcoholic thing anybody has like ever said on the planet.
Oh my god. This can't be real, bro.
No, and he made an announcement yesterday. I haven't seen if it's been rescinded or revised since then, but he made an announcement yesterday that the U.S. Navy would lose in a surface fight to the Russian Navy.
He said this.
Yes.
What is his prediction for how this battle would occur?
I really want to know because I don't know if people have been keeping track of the scorecard here, but the Russian Navy, the Russian
Navy is like barely functional at this point.
The Russian Navy lost their flagship carrier to guys in PT boats. The Russian Navy can't handle a surface fight against the Ukrainian Navy. Which is like 100 guys, like.
But the Ukrainian Navy is just built different, bro. I don't know.
The Ukraine doesn't even have a navy, like, just, like, yeah. The Russian Navy is like one of the most dysfunctional navies on the planet, and the U.S. And we're comparing it to the U.S. Navy. The U.S. Navy is like 75% of the world's navy.
The weird thing about Russia is that they're trying to be like a weird militarized empire, and then all their military equipment is like just completely falling apart, never been maintenance in its entire lifespan. Just freaking, I don't know.
There's definitely like a whole thing about like overestimating your enemies as a way of like securing funding on the home front. Yeah, the U.S. Navy basically owns the ocean. There's a lot of problems in the U.S. Navy, but it's like.
The question is this, right? People say Russia is a nuclear superpower, but if it came down, could they actually launch these things?
That's an open question, I think, at this point. That's an actual...
Are they in a state where they could launch? Right? That's actually what I have to ask here, right? Like,
that's an actual open question, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, right? Like, just say it.
That is an actual open question. So, like, I remember back when I was younger, when, like, reflex armor, the type of armor the Russian tanks have, was new. I remember seeing, like analyses that people were doing based off of, like, nothing, right? Like, based off of, like, hearsay that they heard from, like, a guy. Bro. Yeah, like they heard it from, like, a random Russian arms procurement officer kind of shit. Like, oh yeah, this reflex armor, it like can stop like 200 millimeter smooth bore sabot rounds. Like it can stop like space age technology that like hasn't even been invented yet. It's invincible. The Americans are completely fucked. And now we've got combat footage of American like APCs taking on that armor. Like, it was completely overblown. And a part of that is just like, if you are doing arms arguments and procurement in your own country, like, you really want to oversell how powerful your opponents are. Because that's like how you sell contracts, right? Like, that's like how you, that's like where your job is. But it's like, yeah, like we have to, like, really ask ourselves these questions about, like, how honest was all of this? And like this has been like the biggest lesson of the last like 2 or 3 years is like, the Russian military was a lot weaker than we thought it was. Like,
Dude, it's just, I don't know, the Ukraine war is just there's some crazy shit going on there.
Yeah, it's a crazy fucking thing. Yeah, never trust open self-assessments of your enemies, positive or negative. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nobody has an incentive to tell the truth, right? Like, why would you trust people who have no incentive to tell the truth whatsoever? Like...
Also, by the way, Ukraine pretty based, just saying. I
hope Trump doesn't get what he wants. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just try to buy a lot of Ukraine products to support them. That's the best thing I can do, I guess.
I live in a pretty Ukrainian area. It's not anywhere near the main ethnic group, but it's like the second or third largest ethnic group in my area. However, it's also really complicated because it's not to put it mildly, they are not Orthodox Ukrainians. The ones who live around me.
What are they like? Are they shills for the Russians? What are
No. They're like turbo, like super conservative Jews. Like kind of everybody is wearing wigs because having your hair uncovered is around the goys is like it's like not allowed.
That's fucking creepy as shit, dude.
Yeah, everybody's wearing black. Separate school systems, all the works. Yeah, there's a lot of those around me.
I will say that like extreme Judaism is like not even better than extreme Christianity or Islam or whatever the hell. It's like fucking it goes just into the same terrible directions.
I'm gonna say, let's not get into too much of a religious debate on Twitch.tv.
Okay. Yeah, they don't like that, right? They're weird about that shit.
They're weird about that shit. They're weird about that shit. And I am willing to say some stuff on this channel that's probably not in the Jeff Bezos interests. But there is no particular underlying metaphysical belief that makes you more or less likely to be an asshole. I will say that one. You are not protected from being an evil person just because you believe certain things about how the universe is shaped.
I will also say, the only thing that I will say, like it's a very generalized statement, is that it seems to be like the fucking like inbuilt misogynistic opinions seem to be like a feature of basically every Abrahamic offshoot. There is none that is exempt. They're all like this. I don't know why the fuck it is like this, but
my hypothesis, this is getting to like bigger religion things, and so I feel a little bit more comfortable saying it, like being like way broader than specific religions, is that the religions that are successful at like staying alive for centuries on end, they all have one thing in common. Whether
they control sexuality.
No, it's much simpler than that. It's that they suck up to the already powerful. You know, whether it's Buddhism or Hinduism or Shintoism or Christianity or Islam or Zoroastrianism, what keeps you alive is that you tell the already powerful that whatever they're doing is super cool. That's how you stay.
Yeah, because you gotta have. Do you know the divine right of kings? That's very important.
Yeah, you have to.
Like, that's why the American version of Christianity is all about like, hey, if you're rich, you're super cool.
Oh my god, it's such like a. I mean, you've talked with Mix about this. Like, you know that like it's such like a thing. It's such like a debate.
The thing is just in general, like, it feels really weird that America created their own branch of Christianity that is basically about how you're super cool if you have a lot of money, because that shows how you're morally deserving of that shit, because otherwise God wouldn't have given you the money. It's fucking like, what?
To be fair, we got that from Switzerland. that was John Calvin. John Calvin's older than our country. John Calvin died before the U.S. happened. That was a
I don't
Calvin
trust
thing.
the Swiss. I know why. Dude, like this, they can't be trusted over there. They're weird about money even today.
It's too much chocolate. That's the problem. Like if you get good at making if you get like too good at making
Swiss chocolate
desserts.
fucking sucks compared to the Dutch stuff anyway. Fuck them.
Well,
Protestant work ethic, kind of like the ancient Greeks and Romans with letong, free being blessed by the gods with beauty. I guess so. It's like really weird. Like the weird Puritan shit.
oh yeah,
It's
we
like
love that.
I don't understand that. Like what the fuck, dude? Like
I painted
Europe
the
was
shield
right
completely in
for-
the fucking wrong order. I made this look
Europe-
like shit. But yeah.
Europe was correct destroying these guys out. They were weirdos. They were fucking weirdos. Like I'm just saying.
I painted this in completely the wrong fucking order. This sucks. I should not have done this the way I did it. Alright. Now we're going to do what you've been telling me to do this entire fucking time.
I mean, I will say the Church of England, everybody laughs about this, but then they're really religious in Louisiana too. So like they're not the only ones that been thinking about it. I'm just saying.
Oh god, that just kind of reminds me. One of my like favorite like little like world history things is like, so Alexander conquers the whole fucking world, right? Alexander conquers the whole goddamn world, and he dies, and he's a huge fuck up. I really need people to always remember that Alexander the Great is actually a huge fuck up, and you shouldn't respect him. And part of what happens when he dies, of course, is that immediately everybody starts killing each other. Right? Immediately all of his successors start killing each other.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, and the Ptolemies, right? Ptolemy, his bodyguard Ptolemy gets Egypt because Ptolemy knew what was happening. Ptolemy knew what was up. He understood Alexander's brain. And he understood that as soon as Alexander goes down, it's a free-for-all. Alexander is really bad at administration. There's no serious line of succession. This is all gonna go down. So Ptolemy is smart enough to line it up so that he takes over Egypt. And the Ptolemies, the Ptolemaic dynasty, does not fucking bother to learn Egyptian. They don't bother to learn jack all about how Egyptian culture works. They barely bother to learn anything about...
Classic aristocracy. Let's go.
They barely learn how the religion works. They only learn enough to be like, oh yeah, we're definitely Horus, right? We're definitely a Horus king, right? We definitely got that one down. They don't give any of the ethnic groups in Egypt like any rights. It's all like this really rigid ethnocracy that privileges Greeks and Macedonians over the native Egyptians. You know what? The one thing they do one thing that the Egyptians did, and they're like, we have to do this. This is a really important cultural tradition that we have to maintain in order to maintain our power in Egypt. Do you know what that cultural tradition is?
What is that?
Sister fucking.
That was like...
That's like the
was
number
that
one.
Actually,
Yeah.
Was that an Egyptian thing that they did?
Yeah. It was so like the divine bloodline, right, of being a king in Egypt. Like it's so pure that you need to like marry other people of similar divine
right.
light.
You need to marry your sister, right?
Because nobody else has pure enough blood. Yeah.
I have heard about this kind of stuff a few times. Like, there's a lot of European stories.
Yeah.
Maybe you know about this, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of European folk stories, like really old stories, that talk about how in the past it has been a tradition with some kind of tribe or whatever in the story that brother and sisters had to marry, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, even the Edda mentions this at one point.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm like, is that real? Did that happen somewhere in Europe? Or like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, Matthew points out that like the Habsburgs kind of wound up there. It wasn't like literally their own sisters.
Yeah, but that's like way later. from that, right? Like that's like completely different thing, right? Like that happened with the Habsburgs. The problem with them was not only that they did like a lot of inbreeding as is, it was that the strategy of the royal house was to send out as many heirs to different countries to marry into different aristocracies to have like connections to everywhere, right? And so like inbreeding was basically an inbuilt mechanism of their idea there, right?
This is also well, and this is like a small causal factor in World War I, right? Like everybody was inbred with the House of Windsor, and this is why the Russian royal family had their heir dying of hemophilia. And this is like a motivating factor for why the Czar is the way he is.
They shot Franz Ferdinand.
Yeah, there's a lot of causal factors.
Guy out of the window. Destroy him out of the window, bro. It was crazy when they did that. But I just wanted to know, right? Like, do you know if that was like a tradition in any way, shape, or form anywhere for real? Or is this just mentioned in random mythology for no reason?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure because, like, it's definitely a thing in Egypt, right? Which then means it becomes a thing in Greek mythology. Not even Greek mythology, in Greek culture, right? By 300 BC, the Greeks have gotten into it. The Greeks are into the sister fucking.
It is actually written even in the poetic version of the Edda. It is actually like referenced. So I'm like, this shit is like fucking old, right? In Europe, like this was like pre-Roman stuff, right?
Well, isn't
like,
that even like the oldest poetic Edda is going to be like, that's going to be like 600s AD, right? So it's like 1,000 years later than the Ptolemies.
I guess.
Like these numbers get old is the problem.
Yeah,
like, it's
true,
like hard.
right?
It's like hard to like think about how old
they were really old, right?
Yeah, the Ptolemies are around from like 300 BC to like 50 BC is like their era. It's fucking...
Yeah, because I remember that specifically when I read that because I was like, what, bro? Right? Like that when the Aesir, right, learned of the Vanir's existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the important things that they realized about cultural differences is that they still practiced brother and sister marriage.
Oh, I do know
that. Yeah, I remember this specifically. That was like weird. Like,
I do remember.
Maybe that is Egyptian influence, though it sounds kind of similar. You know?
I think that there's probably a convergent evolution here because there's actually I also just remembered that this was also a practice for son of a bitch. This is also a practice for some Anatolian groups. This is one of my like favorite little things in history is Hittite gender law, Hittite gender and sexuality law. So like Bronze Age, the ancient Hittites, like way back. The ancient Hittites, like they're actually like really lax about almost all crimes in the entire empire. And the one place where like the Hittite Empire is like super hardcore and like they will fuck you up is incest. Like they like and like this became a thing where like they're an empire, so they have a bunch of client kings underneath the emperor. And some of these client kings, particularly in the western parts of Anatolia, they practice sister marriage, and the king is like, we'll let you do like all this other stuff, but if you marry your sister, we will kill you. Like we don't care. Like you can worship all these insane gods. You can like you can like practice like a weird fucked up form of irrigation. You can like skimp on your taxes. Like you can do whatever. Just no sister fucking. That one's like completely right out. So like I think it might just be like a kind of convergent thing that like once you get like really into royal bloodlines as a concept, that like some people are going to be like, you know what's the most royal bloodline? My own sister.
Dude, I don't get that shit. This is the weirdest thing ever.
I mean, it's I am not a person who believes in.
I mean, I always
like
say this,
hereditary
right? Like,
virtue. So
I always say that the only people with an incest fetish are only children. There's no way, bro, that you have like an actual sibling of the opposite gender
and you have an incest assist fetish. It's like I've never met a person like that. That there's no way.
I'm just gonna say, I am not going to ask too many questions of my friends because I do not want to that feels like a very much a case of like I don't need to know that about some of the folks around me. But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I got siblings, right? And that ain't my thing. That ain't my thing. Personal POV about governments just being very organized gangs and costumes. I mean, sort of, Axel. Sort of, Axel. This is like, that's like a well-trod thing. That's a well-trod, like, thing that people study. It's more obvious and easy to discuss in the case of, like, particularly ancient governments. And, like, that's, like, a well-trod thing in studying ancient governments. Like, if you talk to, like, any ancient Egypt scholar who studies, like, ancient Egyptian civics, they're like, oh, yeah, like, you gotta read Mafia studies. Like, Mafia studies is, like, way more useful than political science for understanding my region of the world. But I don't know if that applies to all governments. There's like a whole like political science thing about like when you start broadening the stakeholders, like you can have it operate like an organized crime if it's a pretty small number of stakeholders in the government. But once the number of stakeholders like gets too large, it like you just have like a completely different organization happening. It like no longer really makes sense to use organized crime in that way. And, I mean, I think there are people, you know, to be political about it. I do kind of read that as kind of the things that I don't like happening in the news right now are an attempt to make my government more like an organized crime family than it previously was. Would be, you know, I guess kind of how I would say it. I mean, part of it, I guess, is like how, I guess I also am not like enough familiar with organized crime to be like, I know like a little bit about it, but like to what extent do organized crime families derive their authority from like people just believing that this mafia family is like a good group of people who deserve to be in charge? Because like governments eventually depend on that. Like governments eventually need to convince people that like it's actually good for everybody if people listen to us. They can't do everything at gunpoint. Because, like...
I mean...
Like, you run out of guns. So this is the problem.
I think, like, that's not even that weird a thing to assert. Right? Like, that like, in organized crime, that, like, there's, like, a certain kind of respect that is given to the governing bodies there, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I should be clear about like my level of experience, which is I've lived in areas where organized crime operated like pretty openly, but because of my ethnicity and my connections, I was considered outside, and so it was just like an interesting element of the local flavor that like you could like meet mobsters on a regular basis, but they just considered me like an NPC. I was like an NPC to the mobsters, so like I didn't really have any real interactions with them. So I don't really know too much about what's like on the internal side. Also, hello, Pickles the Little Dill. Yeah, oh my god, the Marcos thing is very funny. Yeah, it's... I think that you're right, Nagi. That like, and like there's also a thing, right, with like how chivalry operated, how like medieval governance operated, that like people might not respect like specific kings and stuff, but they'd respect the basic concept of like divine right of kings. Or like the basic idea that like you have feudal allegiances. They'd be like, well, my current king sucks, but like it's important for my sake and the sake of my family that like I act like I really care, and that like I rock the boot too much.
That's a very common thing even today in politics.
Absolutely. I mean,
it's like believing in the system more than in the actual permutation of the system right now, like the endemic.
endemic. I mean, like you need to have shared values, right? That's like a very important part of governance, is like creating a consensus of shared values around like what your government's about. Because if you don't have that, then how do you even like begin to negotiate with people if you can't like convince people that there's a basic common set of values?
Dude, I'm too tired to talk about this shit in detail.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
That's fair. That's fair.
Otherwise,
Okay.
I will let you go.
I will let you go.
Otherwise, I'd go on a rant right now about government. About the government.
So the thing that I need, Nagi, is so this shield, right? This shield. Let's refocus it a little bit. Let's get the.
Dude, I don't have to go yet. I just can't talk about the.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about dumber stuff then. We're gonna talk about simpler stuff.
No, but you can't say what you want, but I'll just see.
No, I need advice. I need advice.
I'll just say stupid shit. Like what?
So
I've like your randomization skills are lacking, sir.
Thank you. I will work on that.
That's the number one thing that I would critique on this shield right now.
Okay.
Like if you want like a roughed up thing that you're doing here, it's actually like it looks okay. The problem is if you do the stippling technique, you need to have your actual dots be more random.
Okay.
And randomness always builds clusters. They're just too evenly spaced out to like look like they're random dots.
That was not what I was going to ask, but that is helpful. I was going to ask because I've now loaded up with a little bit of orange to do some more stippling. So we've got these like raised areas here, right? We've got like
the trim
within these like it's like the shield has these like semicircles, right?
And I suppose they're supposed to be gemstones,
which feels insane. Like there's no way there's like
that's fucking stupid as hell. But maybe they're magical and they create a force field. I don't know what the lore this is. Like
I was just wondering what color. Should they just be more metal or should they be something totally different? That's all. So
in my actual, if they are gemstones, they should be like turquoises. I think they should be turquoises.
Would that create good contrast?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I was asking.
It sidesteps the making it into a Christmas ornament problem. By having like saturated red next to saturated pine green.
That would look like a Christmas tree. That's true. I did not think that. I was not planning on doing saturated pine green. I was not planning on making it look like emerald. Honestly, I was leaning towards like making it now I'm worried that I've just covered it with too much orange. Thank you for pointing out that my randomization is lacking, is pathetic, is weak.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying it because this is like a very common issue that I see for a lot of people painting miniatures. There's some techniques that are pretty famous that people want to imitate. And that are known to like have really good results, but like be relatively chill in the implementation. And the number one thing do wrong is that like their stippling techniques and people just like are not random enough with their stippling. Like it's always they're like spacing things out too evenly. They're making the dots too much the same size, right? If they need variation. It's just always that. I don't know. People say that humans naturally tend to do this.
Yeah, they do. They do. No, humans really revolt against randomness.
I guess I have a natural talent to be random or shit. I don't know. It's never been a problem for me. I will say that.
You're just built different. Whereas I am built average. I am average. You are talking to average man. I am the only difference between me and the other men is that I'm slightly older. That's it. Otherwise, I am average man. I'm average American man. That is it. I'm just a boomer. But all right. Does that look a little bit better?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I mean, it's like the famous thing, right? Where like people are super hateful about what's it called? What's that fucking game? XCOM. XCOM. People are fucking hateful as hell about XCOM because XCOM will like be like, oh yeah, you have an 85% chance of this hitting, and then like you miss 15% of the time, and people are like, that's bullshit. If it's an 85% chance of hitting, it should hit 100% of the time.
Dude, I have played XCOM, and it's hard to believe that the percentages are accurate. I will say that.
I think that's because
Like,
the brain revolts, right? I think that's like the...
It's not because the brain revolts, but like to like consistently perform statistical aberrations is like a little bit of weird. It's like I have like actually, because I know the meme, right? But so when I played XCOM, I actually checked like when something happens, right? Like is that like a statistical outlier or not, right? Like depending on the mission. And you're always on the fringes, at least when I play this shit. Like it's like so unlikely for all this shit to occur, it's not even funny. So I'm like, I don't know. You know, like I don't know if the actual displayed chances are accurate.
I don't know either because I haven't played XCOM.
I will say that there's certain other where people always say like, so moves in Pokemon is the other big one, right? Where people say like, oh my god, this is a 90% chance to hit and I don't hit all the time, right?
Yeah,
or the crits or whatever. And that's bullshit. Like if you actually like do the move a certain amount of times and you record how many times it hit, like it averages out in the correct way. After like I don't know how long. In XCOM it does not. Like I don't know what's happening there, but there's like some weird shit going on. And it's also XCOM has this weird problem where all of its stuff is seeded, right?
Yeah.
So if you reload a save game and do the same actions, the same stuff will happen again.
Yep.
So I have no idea how they actually claim to achieve those percentages. I don't know how I fucking go. Like that's weird to me.
I can actually understand how that works because it's a pseudo RNG, right? It's not true RNG.
I mean, I understand how the pseudo RNG works, right?
Yeah.
But whatever. I'm not gonna go into mathematical bullshit right now.
No, we don't need to. My only point with this all was that the reason why people are probably making their stippling not look as random as it should is because the human mind revolts against randomness, right? Like humans, like you said, like random stuff will appear in clusters. And I was simply not thinking about it like as randomness at all, because I'm a moron. I was thinking about it as like, does this distribution look at like the millimeter by millimeter scale? Does this distribution look like an appropriate distribution? Which is just the wrong mentality entirely. I was just I was just intellectually wrong about the technique, about the fundamental of the technique. I was just a fool.
The brain revolts.
The brain revolts. Yes.
It's irregular. It must be destroyed. I'm sorry.
You are good. You are good, my friend. You are good. Thank you for coming on, by the way, Snake. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
No problem. You should mix the teal for the stones.
Should make them
Actually,
teal?
You know what the real fucking pro move here is? You should, before you paint them teal, you should paint them like real dark blue. And then over that, you should paint the teal.
Okay. What's my dark blue options? My dark blue options are pretty fucking limited. My blues are very limited.
You should paint them like indigo. That's the actual shade that you should paint them.
I do actually have a better... if it's indigo, I've actually got a deeper purple. Then I've got blue.
Indigo.
Yeah, I'm just... You know, I should do that now. I'm currently cleaning up the bronze, but I will need to go and clean it up again because I'm a ding dong. Because of the teal. Yeah, because of the teal. So if we're doing purple, I've got... This is closer to indigo. Which Joker is Almantas? If we're talking, I was just assuming you're talking about Balatro. Which Balatro Joker am I? I don't know. Joker.
Dude, I don't play that game. I don't know how this works.
I think I'm just the Joker. I think I'm the base Joker.
Fucked up and evil like the Joker.
I'm the base Joker. That's what I think. I hope I'm not the
I'm the
Skull.
Joker dressed as a nurse blowing up a hospital.
Yeah. Base choice.
And you are the Joker on the stairs.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm in New York, baby. It's funny. I've climbed those stairs, but like way before the movie came out, like years before, and I just remember them sucking. Like like the famous Joker stairs, and I have gone up them, and they just suck to climb. That was my recollection, especially because I did it in the middle of the winter, so it was like iced over concrete stairs. Not fun.
The Jonkler.
The Jonkler. The Jonkler. The Jonkler of jonking fame. The Jonks.
We live in a society.
We live in a society. Bottom text. Bottom text.
The devil live in a society meme ain't even funny. I don't know why people laugh at that shit. It's like whatever. Like it's not even funny.
I always thought the funny part of it was like the bottom text part. The part where like somebody didn't like somebody made a meme and then just like gave up and then published it anyway. That was kind of what I always thought was like the joke, was like the part where somebody like said like, we live in a society, and then just like left the text in. Left the filler text in.
The meme is more like we live in a society, and then it's like a picture of something that they think is like socially degenerate or whatever. It's like some weird shit like that they post online. I don't know.
We live in a society, and it's just pictures of VTubers.
Yeah.
We live in a society where VTubers.
It's me. I'm the decline.
Yeah.
It was me.
I have this has been my joke about like how female VTubers should talk about it to like their conservative relatives, is be like,
how do you feel about the current meme zeitgeist? I will say that I really like the fucking absurdism in memes right now. They are pretty good. I like the memes that are just complete fucking data core. Like that's my favorite memes, honestly. Always been.
Of course you do. Obviously, the snake does. Of course you fucking do. I'm gonna be real, Snick. I am contemplating just leaving it as the purple. Just not turquoise.
It's not so bad.
It's not so bad. And like my brain can make like a little bit more sense, because like purple quartz is like at least like quasi available, whereas like turquoise is like crazy expensive.
Yeah, but they're like fucking super rich people. They have like fucking turquoise for free.
For free.
Don't they have like fucking transmutation magic? I'm fucking misremembering that shit.
I mean, they're fucking zombies, man.
But I thought they had like some kind of stuff like that in the lore.
They might. I don't know. The purple is just feeling good to me right now. I might just like highlight it a little bit. Actually, I would not hate at all getting some advice about how to make like gems look like remotely decent. Because like that's been like a pain in the ass.
So gems are like a big kind of like question, right? Like what you want them to look like. Because there's multiple techniques here, right? That you can use. And the problem with this is that you can't make a gem look like a real life gem. Because that's bullshit. So so here's the techniques, okay? Number one technique. Drill out the gem. Get a real life gem to replace it. Put in the real life gem like a sock. See what I mean? Like that works actually.
Yeah.
Like there's certain models where that technique actually does the trick. With that thing that you have right there, probably not.
It's certainly not fucking worth it.
Second technique is drill out the gem. Make yourself a UV resin mixture that fits perfectly in the socket like a little tiny drop, harden the resin, have a real life gem. So that's would work here, but it's not a painting technique. So that's not. So then there's also the technique where once upon a time they came out with gemstone paints that are like metallic-ish color paints. Don't ever use them. They're trash. I think
Nice.
Games Workshop stopped making them. I know only one brand that still makes them, and they're trash. Don't use them. So the next thing is like there's a combination technique for like gemstones that are not that shiny, where you paint the texture, like the turquoise, for example. Paint the turquoise, like the texture and all that stuff. And then on top of that, you put a layer of the UV resin again, and you harden that stuff. It's the last thing you do, right? And then you get like a really nice gem-like coating. It's pretty good. And my horrible technique, nail polish. Okay, listen. Nail polish works too. So other than that, there's like the whole like, how do you paint something that looks like a gem?
Yeah.
There's like several techniques. The one that I like the most is the one where you combine a gradient with like a dark center. So like you choose where the light is coming from, right? In your actual thing. And then you paint a gradient of a color on an almost black background, right? That is like a darker version of the color, or a darker version of a second color. And you paint a gradient from one side to the other, where the gradient fades out about like 60% into the thing. And then you paint like a little bit of the color as a reflection on the other side, just a little bit of a rim. And then in the middle of the thing, you paint like a black zone, right? Like a dark zone that like just cuts out the gradient. And then you do a flare on the side where the light is hitting completely. And that's the gem. The problem is that me explaining that shit probably did absolutely nothing for you, because it's actually more complicated and probably needs a visual guide.
Are you talking about the technique? So, like the cheap ass technique that I learned when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it sounds pretty similar to that, where you use a kind of like dark gradient, and then at kind of opposite ends of the gem, you put little white dots to show the flare reflection.
That is like the cheapo version of
Yes.
that. Yeah, there's like so actually under certain light conditions, like basically under like perfect photo conditions that you set up, a gem can actually look like that if it's just like a round one. But I wouldn't count on it, and like it works specifically good on smaller gems like what you have there.
Mm-hmm.
And it also works pretty good on like eyes, if you have like aliens or whatever that have eyes like that.
Yeah.
It's
Almai, do you have any plans? Mora?
plans for what?
Yeah, Mora, I have so many plans. I have way more plans than I could even hypothetically execute on. But if you mean plans for this stream, I am hoping to get to the end of making this model, and then going to bed. I might not even finish the model, because I haven't even started on the pauldrons. I didn't even pull them out of the box.
My god.
And
Do you have any of these finished yet?
I can pull up the one that is the most finished. Who I just knocked the shield off of while I was saying that. Son of a bitch. This is the guy who is the most finished. Who, wow, I did a better job on the verdigris on this one than I did on the one I'm doing today. And I just broke the shield off. So RIP to me. This is the most finished one.
Tyranny.
This is the most finished
He's
one.
pretty good.
Yeah. This is the most finished one. I need to fix the
Is
shield.
this the one with the crazy boss on the shield?
It's got a boss on the shield. Yeah, the big boss. The big boss on the shield. The other one, I think the shield isn't finished at all for. This was the other one that I've worked on. I don't think I actually finished. Yeah, I didn't actually finish him. I did not actually finish this guy. The one that's like paler. That's very kind of you to say, Tayamisi. I think I am, at best, very mediocre. I feel like the verdigris I did today is much worse than on either of these two previous ones. I feel like this is a much worse verdigris. It's way too much. It's way too much.
We're regressing as a society, bro.
Yeah.
The verdigris.
The verdigris. I need to like mute it down. I need to mute it down somehow. But yeah, this guy I need to. I guess I've got to re-glue this guy. I guess I gotta re-glue this guy. I'm not even sure how much longer I want to keep on going. I was planning on actually ending about 2 hours ago, but I am having fun, so. Crunch.
Crunch!
Yeah.
Da crunch.
Do you know that it takes about 30 seconds of a good hug to release some more than effective amount of serotonin and oxytocin into the body? That's fucked up.
That's a long ass time.
Nagi, you've been around me. You know how much I hug. I'm a hugs man. I'm a very affectionate person. Which is one of those things that does not come through when you're VTubing. But yes, I mean, I didn't know that specifically, but that's cute. That's cute. But no, I come from a very physically affectionate family, and I think that that's.
I do not. My family is like they're not into that shit.
They're not into that shit.
No.
They're not
no,
into that
sir.
shit. But if you are friends with me, I will offer you a hug instantaneously every single time I see you. I know not everybody's into that shit, but I come from
20 is recommended among family and friends.
20.
What does that even mean, bro? Like what?
20 seconds of big hug. Big hug.
How often a day?
Mora's a hugger? That surprises me. That surprises me, Mora.
I come from a family of emotionally dead people. And I'm not lying. I cannot recall a single occurrence of my mother hugging me.
That is crazy.
I cannot recall that ever happening.
Wow.
I'm sure it must have happened when I was a baby. But as I can think, I can't remember that.
That is crazy to me. I think when I visit my parents, I hug my mom about every 10 minutes. Like I come from a very physically affectionate family. I love my parents. Shit, man, I hug my brothers. Give them a little kiss on the forehead. That was actually like a little like it was actually a kind of funny thing. Like I'm just like I just like I find hugging and physical affection like really easy. And it's like when my mom would come to school to like, because she was very involved in like school shit. Like every single time I saw her, I would give her a big hug. Like while I was still at like while I was at school, and like I still remember like nobody made fun of me. Nobody made fun of me for this. Everybody was just like, "Wow, like you just love like you and your mom get along." I'm like, "Hell yeah, we do." It's like, "Hell yeah, brother." And then like I remember like other parents, like my mom was like, "Yeah," other parents were like, how does that happen? Like my kid's like embarrassed to see me when I'm at school, and yours is just like not." And I'm like, skill issue, mom skill issue. Let's see. Okay, so let's think about this. Okay. So, I have done this purple layer, and I actually kind of think the purple on copper on red actually kind of just looks good.
I think the purple should have a highlight. It should have highlights.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like it should have a highlight. How should I do that? Should it be a mix of purple and ice yellow? Or just ice yellow or white?
You just should go with white or yellow, I feel.
Okay.
You should choose one.
I will take a raid suggestion, Mora. Nobody ever gives me raid suggestions. I offer that like people can give me raid suggestions, and then everyone's like, oh, I don't know, man. And then I wind up raiding Alex Azarashi. That's what happens. Or Babinka Bear. I would raid you, Nagi, but you never you stream before me. You never stream after me.
I'm gonna return to streaming relatively soon here, actually. Like, probably, like, Monday-ish.
Hell
yeah. Yeah, I'll be back. I haven't achieved my goals in getting medicated for my brain problems, but what can you do, man? Like, it's probably never. I don't know. Like, we'll see.
Probably never is so true. I'm gonna use Yes, you did. Yeah, Matthew's been very kind. Matthew's been very kind. Commander, but I was actually Civil Fortissimo. I'll read Fortissimo. No, Mura makes a very good case.
Fortissimo.
Fortissimo is having a 4-year anniversary, and that's a very good reason to raid somebody. I think that's a very legitimate like cause for increasing raiding option for increasing your raids out. Okay, now we're into a part of the technique that you always talk about as being very intuitive, but is not very intuitive to me. My horrible rotation stupid brain is that I would just put it at the same relative location on the gems, which is not what you were talking about at all with like maintaining the light.
Sorry, what the fuck are you doing here?
My horrible brain is like
no, listen. You can't do the dot yet. You have to first mix a lighter purple.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
You gotta give the gems a highlight of a lighter purple.
Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that right now.
The real lazy man strat. Okay, like I'll tell you the secret of the lazy man strat. For the upper gems, you're just gonna do one brush stroke with like a diluted purple upwards, so that like where you release the brush on the top of the gem, you have the most paint. So you have like a little bit of a gradient. And then you do that with the gems down too, but you do it in the opposite direction so that they're both like,
Hold up.
the opposite direction.
I'm just getting the paints together. My brain is on the paint. Is on getting the paints together. So now I can pay a little bit more attention. You can so you're suggesting that
So we need like first, before we do the white dots, we need like one more layer of a purple that is lighter.
This is an unloaded brush. This is an unloaded brush.
Yeah, so you do a big brush stroke from the bottom of the gem to the top, right? And like you get like most of the surface of the brush with that. And then you release it at the top, because where you release the brush, that is where you have the most pigments.
And then so do upwards for the top ones and downward for the bottom ones.
No, you also do it upwards for the bottom ones, but you don't turn the shield. Like, because if you do downwards for the bottom ones, then like it's not coherent with the light source. So
that's what I thought. Thank you. Hell yeah. Okay, so it's not. Yeah. I get it. Okay. I think I get it.
So this will entirely depend on if you dilute the paint the right way, right? If you don't dilute the paint enough, this technique doesn't work very well.
So it needs to be very dilute paint?
It doesn't need to be. It needs to be like more
It's pretty. It's okay. I will dilute it a little bit more from where it's currently at, because it's pretty wet, but that's not the same as dilute. Okay, there's a little bit more water fed into the paints. It's dilute enough that it is beading. That the whole paint is beading. Okay, let's deload a little bit, which is hard when it's this wet. Okay. And as Axel asks, do you prefer similar CCV, more or less, no preference? I mostly kind of prefer against going like way bigger than me. Is like my only real thought about CCV is like I don't like to raid like a Project Melody. As much as I may like Melody, I kind of don't like to go into chats with like a completely are like a completely different like concept of what a streamer is than mine. Other than that, I try just to kind of not go to things that are too much of a tonal shift for my viewers. Because, well, it's too much of a tonal shift for my viewers. I think this is actually almost too dilute.
Yeah, you also like a little bit like you don't need the jerky movement there at the end. You can just like lift it off where you want the thing.
Actually, I've rated Mabel like hundreds of times. The main thing that stops me from rating Mabel is that she ends earlier than I do. Otherwise, I would raid Mabel more often. I love Mabel. Mabel's like a friend. Like, I adore her. Mabel. Capable Mabel. Also, I didn't have enough ice yellow in that, so it was just like literally the same shade. Like, I can't see a difference. I can't see a difference. This needs more ice. More ice.
The color vision is not. It's
Blah.
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm tired.
The paper towel looks awesome. Do you need to go, Nogsters? Because it's pretty late for you.
I might have to go to bed, bro. I was gonna stay up more to change my sleeping thingy so I could be up later and stream to the Americans, but like I must space it out over several days because I'm pretty slapped.
You're already it's already 10:30 for the American East Coaster, so you're already getting into American prime times at this moment. You're already like pretty in there, so
that's pretty good. So I shall take my leave.
All right.
And I shall return later.
You shall return later. I look forward to the return of the snake.
I shall see you later, chat. Bye-bye, everybody.
Everyone say goodbye to Nagi. Okay, never mind. She's gone. She did that really fast. Dead. Night snake. Old ink bottles. Yeah, yep. Okay. Okay, so that's at least like an actual periwinkle. That's at least like an actual periwinkle. Yeah. And thank you all for being here with me and Nagi. Again, I was waiting for somebody to get back to me about... I don't think so. I do know Civil Fortissimo, but only via Blue Sky. I don't really know her in any other way. I just know her as like a person that I know via Blue Sky. I've never talked with her. I've never actually watched her stream. So, I don't know. She seems cool, from what I can tell. My ADHD will love her. I think I'm not going to do the pauldrons tonight, by the way. I think I am going to finish up this, this shield. I think I'm going to finish up this shield. And then, see how it looks. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Axel. I'm glad to hear that. My biggest inspiration as a streamer is, and say it with me, everybody, because everybody knows this one, Uncle Iroh from Avatar: The Last Airbender. By far and away my biggest inspiration. And so, if people find me comfy and fun and cozy, that's really good. You have never seen Avatar? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, Nagi. It is still fundamentally a children's show, so if you're one of those people who like really despises the idea of watching children's media as an adult, then it's not going to be fun. Yeah. No, I mean it's I mean, why would I? Why would I, Mura? So obvious in hindsight, I can never tell anyone. Brutal. I tell people flat out. My big inspiration is Uncle Iroh. My other inspirations are Carl Sagan, Bob Ross, and Mr. Rogers. Those are my other big ones. Half-breed Priscilla. Ah. Okay. Okay, let's get some cleaning done on the shield. Let's get some cleaning done on the shield. I'm not sure, I don't know what half-breed Priscilla means, I will be honest. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, I'll see it then. Okay. Yeah. I am very bad at Dark Souls, people. I know I've been shilling this a lot, because I've been uploading it finally to YouTube, but I'm staggeringly bad at Dark Souls. It is, I am possibly the worst single Dark Souls player on the entire planet. I mean, food is good. Food is my actual favorite art form. I just don't have a stream set up where I can cook on stream at the moment. I'll try to do it next week, I think. I'll try to do it next week. Oh, okay, so I probably won't face her. Okay. I probably won't face her. So it goes. So it goes. I have a induction axle. I have a wall plug induction, but I don't have induction cookware. So I need to buy induction cookware. That's where I'm currently at. I actually have the induction stove. I just don't have the induction cookware. Because I can't cook on the kitchen. I can't cook in my kitchen. My kitchen's just like not stream friendly. At like a very fundamental level. It's just like very fundamentally not a streamable location. It is in my plans. It is in my plan, Axel, because it was a subathon reward. It was a subathon reward, was a cooking stream. My subathon, I can show the subathon progress in a few minutes, but I want to do some cleaning here. So Contra how Nagi likes to coach, I actually really enjoy the part of painting where I'm fussing over extremely thin lines and just exercising the patience of a monk. Like, that's the shit that I'm here for. Hell yeah. Are you ever aware of being chronically prepared for deep conversation? I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know. I just try to meet people where they're at, right? I just try to meet people where they're at, and be honest about my level of preparedness for the conversation, right? That's kind of like... I don't know if I feel like... Am I prepared for deep conversation? Do I prepare for deep conversation? I definitely do, like, sometimes prepare before streams, like, things I really want to talk about. Especially if I've read, like, a really cool article recently. I will sometimes be like, dude, we gotta, like, talk about this. Oh, that's true, I do replay conversations in my head. That's true, I do that. I do. I am... actually the least outgoing person in my family. I'm the shy, quiet one among my family. Especially compared to my dad. My dad's the one who's just like... My dad's one of those people who, like, is friends with everybody. I am merely pretty good at parties. Is my level of social aptitude. Perpetually hungry for knowledge. I mean, my own perspective on learning and education, all that, is that I like the process of learning. I like the experience of leaving a conversation or a moment in my life more prepared than I was before. Not prepared, more enlightened than I was before. I like the sensation of feeling my biases and preconceptions sliding off of me. I like that sensation a lot. It feels really good to me. It feels really, really good to me. So I'm always on the hunt for that. Let's get in here. And a little bit more on there. The thing I say about painting, right? This is the thing I say about, especially about painting, is I like, but it's true of other things in my life. I like doing things that I'm bad at. I actually genuinely like doing things that I'm bad at, because that means that I get to improve. I like having that room for improvement. I like that sense of, like, learning and improving more than I like any particular achievement. I actually tend to have a pretty bad relationship with things that I'm actually good at. And so I don't tend to play games where I feel like I'm actually kind of good at them on stream. I really try to avoid that, because it's I get kind of... That's when you see me, like, get, like, actual, like, frustrated and angry. Is when I'm playing something that I think I'm good at, and I'm not displaying as much prowess as I believe I should. Abusive relationship with solve games. Solve games are kind of neat. I haven't played very many. I don't know that much about them. I know people who, like, are experts in solved games, but I don't know how many games I've played on stream that I'm, like, actually kind of good at. I guess I've played Opus Magnum a little bit on stream, and that's probably the game that I feel the best at. Oh, I don't like... Yeah, I'm not... You're not gonna see me stream fighting games anytime soon. That's very unlikely. That is a very unlikely one. Oh, that's too wet. Too wet. I did kind of... I was really frustrated. I only had it on I only had it on Heat 5 and I was still losing. Like, that's very frustrating, right? Like, I had it on, like, as easy a setting as the game goes, and I was still getting my ass kicked. Like, that was frustrating. I felt embarrassed. I felt really embarrassed. Because, like, I should be able to beat Heat 5, right? Like, that's not hard. I've beaten, like, Heat 20. I think 820, 18 might actually be my record. I'm not, like, that good at Hades, but, like, 5 is, like, really easy. I shouldn't be losing. I don't think so, because I did, like, I don't really care about, like, losing with the sword when you start. Because it was a fresh file, right? It was a fresh file, so I didn't have access to the thing I like the most, which is Aspect of Zeus for the shield. I'm a shield guy in Hades. But, like, even with just the default aspect with no blood, I should be able to clear Heat 5, right? Like... and so it was kind of embarrassing to be on stream and be like, oh my god, I am, like, way underperforming where I think I should be. Like, I think that's understandable, right? To feel frustrated when you're, like, really underperforming. The most mad I've been on stream was Age of Empires 2, though. That was the game that made me the most mad on stream. I did not enjoy playing Age of Empires 2 on stream at all. That made me very unhappy. Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2. I did not enjoy playing that on stream at all. And Age of Empires 2 is just, like, it's just really hard to keep up with chat while you're playing the game. That's the thing. It's like it just demands way too much of your attention. That's the problem with it. It just demands way too much of your attention. And let's get a little bit of silver on here. I'm just gonna do it like it's. I can't really dry brush this thing with the way that it's set up. Yeah, you have to lock in. The best player in the world can't pay attention to chat while he's playing Age of Empires 2. Like, Hera can't do, like, casual games and look at chat while playing Age of Empires 2. Like if Hera can't do it, like, nobody can. Right? Like nobody can. So I'm just not even gonna try. Like, that is a game that, like, really requires it, and I guess I could just play really badly, right? But, like, I don't know. I've got a certain amount of pride. I think it looks like it's going to be Age of Empires 2 again. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like, my kind of take about RTSs, as a guy who was a big RTS guy, RTS was, like, my main genre for a lot of my life, is that, the things that people really want out of their RTSs, they get out of MOBAs, is the problem. That's the reason why I think RTSs are such, like, a dead genre, is that if you are designing an RTS, like, why would you not make a MOBA? Because people want the micro, they want the individual control, and it's not what I want, right? I just have to admit that I am from a vanquished people. I am from a defeated and destroyed tribe, and we are never going to come back, and it's because what we want is not popular, right? There are good RTS out there. There are good RTS out there. I particularly like to highlight that you can just play Rise of Nations right now. You can just play Rise of Nations. Rise of Nations is amazing. Rise of Nations is still an incredibly good game to the present day. It's still just there. But you know, we are a defeated people. Risk is a turn-based game. Also, it's terrible. Also, Risk is awful. If you don't consider Paradox games to be real-time strategy games, I don't consider Warhammer Total War to be either good or a traditional RTS. I think if we're going to talk about RTSs that are modern, that are still holding up, I think Crusader Kings is the better one. I think Supreme Commander's fine. It doesn't blow my socks off. I know a lot of people really like it, but it doesn't blow my socks off. I do think that Warhammer Total War is the best Total War game, but I think the Total War series is mostly not very good. The best Total War, though, is not a Total War at all. There's an off-brand Total War that I think is actually really good, which is the Great War Western Front. I do like the Great War Western Front. I really do like the Great War Western Front. That game I do think is really good. Really good. It's super cool. Great War Western Front's super cool. I like that one a lot. But yeah, I am a certified Total War hater. I do think Warhammer is better than any Total War for a long time. I also like the Wargame series. I like Wargame Air Land Battle. I like Wargame. I like Red Dragon. Though I do think Air Land Battle is probably better than Red Dragon. I do like that series. I don't really like the Steel Divisions because I think they kind of made a misstep. All right. Let me think about something here. I think I need to do a little bit. I'm going to test something out here. I'm going to do a quick test. I'm going to see if doing some Argax Earthshade makes the verdigris look less like shit. Because my verdigris looks like shit right now. I'm gonna see if washing it makes it look a little bit better. But I overdid it really badly. Okay, I think it's looking a little bit better. We'll have to wait for it to dry a little bit more, but I think it looks a little bit better by just muting it down a little bit, because it looks cartoonish. It looks ridiculous over here. Yeah, I think I just need to ink it in a little bit of inking in. And then I think I will follow... Yeah, I need to get a new mahogany is a big part of this. I need to get a new mahogany that isn't the express mahogany. I need to get just like a standard model color mahogany. The Earthshade will stop being so shiny, but I think it's fine for the metallics to be shiny. But the skin looks super shiny because it's the use of the express mahogany over and over again, and the express mahogany is pretty shiny. Has a very like wet looking finish. It's a very wet looking finish. Okay. That said, this was considerably longer than I meant to be online. Stretching out here a little bit. And yeah, this is I meant it to go for 4 hours. This is almost 7 hours. So let's just go over some stuff. So I need to update this. I apologize, I need to update this. The bad fiction reading, the spicy ramen, and the knitting are done. Dark Souls is not done. Cooking stream is not done. Long calligraphy is not done. We are almost through all of my affiliate subathon rewards. I feel pretty good about that. Some people are struggling to get through their subathon rewards for like forever. I do need to do the voice packs for 3 or 4 people. I can remember off the top of my... I think Blasphazar, Nando, Vex and Inari all need voice packs from me. I think I owe all of them voice packs. Maybe Karatsun? I'm not. I've got a table. I've got a table. I have a table. And schedule for the week. Schedule for the week. Is tomorrow is going to be, my plan is Monster Hunter Wilds with Bug. Hello, Zanjo. Hello, welcome in, Zanjo. It's good to see you here. It's good to see you here. I only recently met Zanjo. I only very recently met Zanjo. And we are, so tomorrow I'm going to be doing Monster Hunter World with, if she can make it, it'll be me and Bug. If she can't make it, it might just be me. I want to test it, not World, Wilds. I want to test it out. I have not done Monster Hunter on stream in a very long time. And, I kind of want to see if I like streaming it, because, like, sometimes a game is more fun to play on stream and sometimes it's more fun to play off stream. And we'll see. We'll see. I have a suspicion that it's going to be pretty good. Aside from that, I will post schedule on Sunday, but there's my Discord. There's my socials. We're going to do a standard raid message. Standard raid message. And we are going to raid per Miss Mura's suggestion. We are going to raid Civil Fortissimo. Who is having her 4th anniversary. She's doing a very long stream. Looks like she is playing Tetris. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all. I have been enjoying, this week has actually been incredible. The talk with EG yesterday was one of my best streams ever. I've had a lovely time. I hope all of you had a lovely time. I am very grateful for having been here and for having met all of you. And I think I'm getting better at painting. So that's very nice from my consideration. Thank you, Pickles the Little Dill. Thank you, all of you. Have a lovely night.